This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845, the symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings. But there's always been one family who've stood out.
The screen's not got the... I just don't want to...
We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep. And the pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies.
Thank you.
Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval for day 2 of this clash between Surrey and Hampshire initially at least. I bring you good news that the rain has stopped, the covers are off, the stumps are in and all things look good for a start at 11 o'clock as scheduled. Before getting into that, you'll get to see some highlights now of a busy day 1 where Hampshire were inserted, bowled out for 151, in reply by the close, Surrey 123 for 5. So 15 wickets, all to seam, still trailing by 28 on the first innings, Surrey, and here's how it all played out on day 1 here at the Oval.
And he's underway with a nice trademark cover drive. Well, will it be hauled in? I'm not sure it is. Actually, no, it's just touched the boundary rope. Edge now this time is taken. Well, almost identical delivery this time with a little bit more nip, little bit more bite.
Shot.
Yeah, that one was wide though and fullish. Full enough for him to throw his hands at it. Might just pull it in. No, in fact, yeah, I think he's just... In fact, he's given up the ghost. Chipped him straight to mid-wicket. What a tame dismissal. Nicked, gone. James Vince has to go. It's off the glove. It's not going to happen today. 2 in 2.
Oh, it's got him. The first wicket for Atkinson, fending at that Dawson, a good neat catch, and a 5th wicket's gone down. Well, he's played that pretty awkwardly, but in the end, fairly well. Gubbins managed to keep it down. It was a nasty, fine shot. Just a little bit fuller. And that's all Ben Brown needed to get on the front foot and drive sumptuously along the ground for 4 through the covers. Oh, now then. Where has that gone? It's gone straight up in the air. And Jordan Clark takes the catch. Brown getting a thick top edge, looking to flick that into the onside.
Okay, that's one way to deal with the problem. It's a gorgeous shot by Nick Gubbins. It wasn't that short, really. The outside half of the bat. Foolish this time, and that will trickle away for 4. In fact, it runs away, of course, off those pitches. Didn't overhit it. All runs vital at this stage. Gubbins driven nicely, actually, behind square. It was Foolish and there to hit. That'll run away for 4. It's nicely played off the hit. An authentic, dare I say, leg glance. Well struck, and although extra cover may have got a hand to it, it was hit too strongly in that last year or the year before. Driven into the gap, not timed, and so might not make it. In fact, it does, despite the despairing dive. It trickles. Take the gloves. That'll be 4. Now that's a rarity.
Square drive from that man out to the rope. Well played. Top of the bounce, short boundary, makes the most of it. Oh, beautiful. Kemar Roach has been searching for that. Driving here, finding a gap, well played. Abbott out to the longer boundary and reaches it comfortably to 5.
Atkinson.
Speaking of that squad, it goes deep and he gets a wicket as well. In off the rope. That took some catching from Roach. 2 for 28, bowling quickly. Through the cordon, 4 first ball. Short boundary, just enough on it to place it between third slip and the gully.
Economy of movement as well.
Oh, 4 more off the edge. Wheel, a couple of boundaries almost identical. 4th slip, might be time for another catch-up.
That may well run away for 4 though. It's deliberately played, I would say, just angled the face from Kyle Abbott, so he'll pick up a useful boundary 4. Driven down the ground. In fact, it's going to beat Rory Burns. Lovely shot.
Beautiful shot.
Was there to hit, but he caressed it, really punched it down the ground. Brad Wheel into double figures.
Lets it go a heck of a speed.
Beautiful. Doesn't even have to turn to look for the umpire's decision. Gus Atkinson knows. Yes, please. He's gone high. And it's just carried to Kemar Roach. There you have it. Easy as you like. Kemar takes another good catch in the outer, down by his bootlaces. And that is that.
Joy and can have as much an impact as anyone.
Dom Sibley squeezes that in the vacant gap behind square on the offside, runs away for 4, no deep third of course at this stage. What's to happen here? Oh, and there you go. Play that, Dominic Sibley. That is a perler. Off stump, cartwheeling. Foolish, leg side 4, beautifully timed by Oliver Pope, so he's away.
Well, there are gifts and there are gifts.
Centrally. Outside part of the bat from Burns.
So if you don't know what you're doing, then don't worry about it, because honestly...
He'll go towards the rope, it will be a boundary. So not a convincing stroke. It takes him to 5 from 25. He's been digging in so far. Some enjoyment in, to an extent. Oh, how's that? Through. Deflection, down onto the leg stump, maybe off the elbow. Fuller in the book in his first over, and it's a big wicket. It's a huge wicket. That time he finds the edge. And the frustrations of this game sometimes for a quick. Fuller has done everything right, really. Concedes a boundary here. Smith up to 5, 30 for 2. Plays at the shorter ball and puts it away. Room to work with. Across his stumps. It'll be his last ball before tea. That's full up, but put away as well. No movement from the leg stump line. Smith equal to it. He overtakes his captain. Back-to-back boundaries put him at 13. Surrey at 40 for 2. Oh, knocks him over on the stroke of tee. Excellent from Wheel. Pitches in line with middle. Has the off stump castling. Shout. Close. Given. Another big moment for Hampshire. 600th first class wicket for Kyle Abbott at a crucial juncture for his side.
A different end this time. His first ball offers a bit of width to Patel, who clattered that. It was a shot of some authority. So maybe, and that's another lovely shot, little more than a push, and that's been perfectly timed by Patel. So brace of boundaries to start for a second spell. That's too short and put away. Good shot by Rory Burns on top of it.
Yes.
Driving the finish, finding the gap, 4 runs. So he joins Burns on 24. That's Patel's best shot. Duck it through, leg before for 2. Forceful, straight pull, Patel. No ball 4. 6 runs from the delivery.
Shot.
Forceful, dispatched. Patel seeing him really nicely. Down the ground off the back foot. Square driving one with plenty of width. Punching again. Patel's looking really good, especially off the back foot.
Attacks in the country.
Oh, thick edge, streaky, running away towards the boundary. It will get there just. Oh, that's gone straight through him. That one did keep a little low, and Patel has got to go. It's a good bit of bowling from Ahmed Abbas. He's come back into the attack. Roach survives the last ball. He does his job.
The highlights of day 1 here at the Kia Oval. Surrey up against Hampshire. Adam Collins with you, Daniel Norcross with me. What we've seen there in the highlights are a lot of very impressive seam dismissals. 15 of them all told yesterday, with Hampshire inserted all out for 151 in the 45th over. 3 wickets apiece for Worall, Clark and Atkinson. In reply, Surrey a 123 for 5, losing Patel right at the close there. Abbas bowling him for 41, top scoring so far. Rory Burns, the captain, will resume on 39 in just a moment. He'll have Kemar Roach, the night watchman, for company with him. Good morning, Daniel.
Well, good morning. That was a sort of traditional county championship cricket we think of April to be, don't we? As you say, 15 wickets to seam, and it was a swing as much as anything else. We saw so much swing. It wasn't really the pitch that was causing that wild swing, and it wasn't even that warm. It was quite unusual, really. It was a cold day. If anything, today is colder. It's danker. The clouds are low, but I don't think they're rain-bearing. We're expecting to get the best part of a full day's play, and if you look at the weather forecasts, yeah, there may be the odd shower, but what you've got here is a bitterly cold day. As I was walking in from Oval Tube Station, I could see my breath condensing on the 27th of April, and that'll make life tricky for bowlers. It'll make life tricky for everybody out there. You know, if you're a slip fielder, and we've seen quite a few catches go at slip here, you're going to have to really be on your mettle. We saw a lot of movement from the likes of Fuller and from Abbott as well. We saw an incredible 13 over. I wasn't a spell, but 13 overs from Mo Abbas. 7 maidens in that, 1 wicket. He's conceded just the 7 runs, all of them singles. He had the ball on a string, as he saw right at the end there. The big wicket of Ryan Patel, who batted fantastically in partnership with Rory Burns. They put on 75 to get Surrey out of the doldrums at 44 for 4. They've still got a bit of work to do, though. 28 runs behind. And with Kemar Roach there, his role is probably to sort of see off the new spell, is it?
Well, he did a good job last night, occupying the crease for 21 balls, you can see on the screen there, but they were together for 4.5 overs before the closing, conditions which really suited ball over bat. So 2 wickets yesterday for Abbott, 1 for Wheel, one for Abbas, who was immaculate, and one for James Fuller, who was expensive but did shape it around, as you say. So bowling under lights on a day for turtlenecks and thermoses. Kyle Abbott will get first crack from our Vauxhall end. Daniel.
Yep, floodlights are fully on. Here is Abbott for the first ball of the day. Left alone by Rory Burns. Now, there are 3 days left in this game. The forecast is patchy for today and especially for tomorrow, but the game is so far advanced that I'm pretty sure Surrey, and especially Rory Burns, will not be thinking about urgency at this stage, or not be thinking about the need to get on with it. They will be thinking about trying to get up to Hampshire's total and beyond and get whatever lead they can get, because what looks like a low scoring game, a lead of 50-60, could be invaluable.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, you zoom out from this and think about where Hampshire's placed in this season. Washed out in their first round, a couple of sort of pedestrian draws the last couple of weeks where it never really looked like a result was going to be possible. Rocking up here on a pitch that is suiting seam so far with one of the best seam attacks in the country. If they can finish the job here, I mean, it's not going to be easy batting in the second innings, but it's crucial they continue from where they left off last night and pick up an early wicket. They can't be in a situation where Surrey get away from them here and engineer a comfortable first innings lead, because it's not going to get any easier to bat. We know here from the last couple of seasons that day two has been often very challenging for batting.
Indeed, and there's a bit of grass left on the pitch. That's basically all it is, and the new ball has not just swung, but it's also seamed off that pitch. But this ball is 49.5 overs old. For Surrey, just getting through this first spell, this first burst from Abbott, and you'd imagine Abbas, gives their potent lower order the opportunity against an older ball. And we saw batting did get a little easier against the older ball yesterday, both for Hampshire and in that partnership between Burns and Patel, for them to entertain a prospect of a lead more than 50. But a lot is going to depend, as we say, deeply cliched, on the first hour of play.
It made that Mohamed Abbas intervention late last night all the more important. Ryan Patel was batting really nicely.
I mean, I think it was virtually unplayable, that ball.
Yes. I do feel for him, having gotten back into the 11 last week and got a start there, got to 30 there, out for 41 yesterday. So often the spare bat in this side over the last two seasons that, I mean, getting a start like that, then copping a ball like that so late in the day, I mean, he'll have been gutted last night.
Yeah, the cruel coach would say, you needed to be forward. I'm not sure. It was a length. It was that length. It was horrible length. And he could have expected it to bounce a touch. Well, it wasn't a mully grubber, but it kept low enough to go under the bat and strike the stumps. But, it will not have escaped the notice as the last ball of the over passes harmlessly into the keeper's gloves. 123 for 5, a maiden to start. Will not have escaped the notice of Surrey's coaches that he played the innings of the day for Surrey. And, arguably, the player from either side, Nick Gubbins, showed some commendable fortitude, but he was dropped relatively early on in his innings. You'd say that probably Patel's was the most fluent innings of the day. Rory Burns has not given a chance. He has batted very well within himself. He's read the situation, hasn't he, and decided that he's just going to dig in here in testing conditions. Yeah,
in some respects, the more challenging the conditions, the better suited Rory Burns is to it, with all that experience and being able to work the angles accordingly.
So, Mohamed Abbas from the pavilion end. Oh, he's got after that first ball. He's having a little reach for the ball outside the off stump.
How's the shape on it as well? That's swung.
That's
almost
gone,
in front of second slip. It's done plenty.
A little bit wider than Abbas's usual line. Somehow draws Roach into a shot he probably wouldn't have played yesterday. He was very much covering his off stump last night as he went out as night watcher for the last 4 or 5 overs.
It's a different game with the Dukes, isn't it, compared to...
Oh, isn't it?
Now we're into the 51st over and still getting genuine swing like that.
Preferable for me. And at last, Roach is allowed to take a single. He had a few opportunities to take a single, but it was turned down because that was his role, was to face as many balls as he could. But he gets the single he deserves, gets off strike.
I was reading an excellent piece by James Wallace overnight.
Oh yes, a mighty Jimbo.
The mighty Jimbo. About the Duke's ball. He actually wrote this originally for the Wisden Cricketers Almanac last year, but it's a piece that is still most relevant, where he basically learnt about the secret sauce that makes the Duke special.
Oh, yes.
The polish, the special polish.
Yes, and isn't it a secret? How it's made? What?
Yes, it is. It's like the...
First runs of the day for Rory Burns. So a couple of singles. And this will be the most expensive Mohamed Abbas over. It's like most expensive. 2 coming from it.
It's like the special sauce in the in the Big Mac kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where the Dukes
or the recipe for Coca-Cola.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're so much so that the man who runs Dukes, who has done for a long time now, Dilip Jajodia, has said that when he passes away, the recipe in a vault at the moment will go to his son.
Oh.
So it's going to be passed, and I'll explain what this is in a bit more detail. Because every Dukes is handmade.
You're making this sound like, I want to speculate for a minute. You're making this sound like it's like, like in Macbeth with the 3 witches, eye of toad, and what is it, sort of urine of ox or something. What could it be? What is going on in this thing?
Well, it's a handmade polish, it's a hand-applied polish. So remember, Dukes balls are handmade. Certainly at this level, at the top level, every one of these Dukes balls is so much care goes into them. In this piece, it says that for the top-notch balls, they can only make 7 per day per person. That much effort is required.
After it again, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was a shot that Roach was nowhere near playing yesterday, but circumstances have changed now that we come to the morning session. Just take a little look at this waft. And it's that length that Abbas finds. It's not a drivable length. It's not short enough to cut. You don't really know what to do with it, and that was rather evident from the shot.
No, that's a shot of a tail ender.
Let's just dig into that just for a second. If you make 7 balls a day, right?
Well, per person, but still, the point is...
Yeah, per person. But let me just do a bit of the economics on this. Nicely defended by Roach to complete the over. An expensive one from Mohamed Abbas. Whole 2 runs come from it, 125 for 5. So these are very skilled artisans. These guys really know what they do. And there are very few people who will be good enough to stitch a ball. So let's say that you're paying them even £150 a day, which doesn't feel like enough for such a skilled job. That means that the labour costs alone for a Duke's ball are £21.
Yeah.
Before you've even got the materials, the special sauce, or the cork, the leather, the distribution costs, the storage costs. I mean, these things are valuable, aren't they?
And they're priced accordingly.
They should
be. Buy them retail now, Duke's balls.
That's a lovely shot for Rory Burns, just straying onto the pads. An instinctive little work through mid-wicket, quite straight mid-wicket. The first boundary of the day. Burns moves to 44. I mean, I say this just because people do complain about the price of things. And when you drill down into it, you see it's just over-pitched from Abbott, but very economically played by Burns.
So the story goes as follows. I'm going to give you the abridged version because it's quite a long piece of writing.
It's nicely guided for a single. Runs just starting to come a little bit here. 130 for 5. The deficit down to 21.
It's on the arrangements of white on green Substack, by the way. This is Jim Wallace and John Hotton's new enterprise. Anyway, we'll come back and give them another plug later. So Dilip, who runs the show there, had a problem with the polish. He didn't think it was quite right when he was taking over the show, and he saw an advertisement in the Cricketer magazine in the 70s, the mid-70s. In Derbyshire, there was someone who was applying polish on old cricket balls to bring them back to life. Ooh. Not far away.
It's come off pad and ballooned the gloves brown, but no bat involved. But a little bit, you see again, a little bit of jag here. Just have a look at this in a replay. See, there's still plenty in the pitch for the seamers.
Oh, maybe thigh pad.
There's no appeal.
Yeah, back pad.
Back pad, yeah.
So this advertisement was a chap called Barry in Derbyshire. It was more about old cricket balls, not new cricket balls, is polish. And the genesis of the polish that he was selling was it was made by a man that worked with him called Walter. And Walter had been an expert in the preservation of leather before the Second World War in Germany. He was a German Jew. And before the war, he lived in Germany. This was his speciality. And after the war, he'd been in a concentration camp and thankfully survived. On the other side of the war, moved to the UK and picked up his profession, which was working with leather. And somehow, from there, he ends up working, if I'm putting the pieces together correctly here, in a company in Derbyshire who are selling their wares for old cricket balls. And Dileep's like, well, maybe we should try it on the new ones. And that
as a sort of prophylactic,
and yeah,
exercise
and that is the difference.
Longer.
And that is the difference between a Duke's ball. I mean, I'm again,
you're
paraphrasing and jumping ahead a bit here, but the difference between, we talk about Duke's balls lasting for longer and having the right, the beautiful way in which they hold together.
Because they've got a preservative.
And this is it, and it's applied by hand. And for the test balls, Dileep applies it himself for the ones they use in a test match to make sure it's done right.
That is rather beautiful, isn't it? End of the over, 6 from it, including a leg by, 131 for 5. Surrey just 20 behind now.
So the whole idea of this piece is that, naturally, that sounds like a pretty interesting story, right? What's happening in Derbyshire in the mid-70s. A man who's obviously, they've both passed away now, but a man who survived a concentration camp, who lived in pre-World War II Germany. Walter was the man. It's Walter's recipe.
It's Walter's recipe, right.
And Jim's been trying to find this Walter or Barry for a couple of years now, trawling through old advertisements in the Cricketer, trying to find any evidence of it, but he's still unsuccessful. So this piece is almost a shout-out to the world as well, saying, can you help me find these men? I need to tell, well, they're obviously passed away, but find descendants of these men. I want to tell their stories now.
Yeah.
And so it goes. But that's part of the magic of the Dukes, is the secret sauce, which was devised by a man. Devised by a man who has no relationship with cricket whatsoever.
Yeah.
And
we've got to get to the bottom of this.
And we're now nearly 50 years on from when this first started for Dukes.
This is going to be Jim Wallace's Moby Dick. If you're not familiar with Jim Wallace, he's a very, very fine writer. You should make yourself acquainted with him. He's a very good writer. Edged, genuine thick edge. Won't go for 4s. A fielder down here at deep third and think about the second, and they'll get it because there's a little fumble.
So it's a bit of a mouthful. The arrangements of white on green, that's the Substack. I tweeted out the piece this morning from my Collins Adam account if you're interested in subscribing. But he and John Houghton, another fine writer,
very fine,
are going to be using that as their platform. But they get to do fun stuff like this, right, which is not always easy to do.
John Houghton's probably one of the sort of first bloggers of note, isn't he? I mean, I remember when I started my first venture in cricket back in 2009, I think John Houghton, the old batsman, was around then, 15 years ago.
Not sure what that makes Hots now, the very old batsman. Still bowls some slow medium pace when required.
And he takes his batting very seriously.
Does.
Plays for the Authors.
Yep.
CC.
We had the great fortune of doing the bat testing for Wisden Cricket Monthly in the basement here in the
he loves that sort of
Centre.
thing. Otters.
He and I, and Jim as well, actually, were 3 of the people with Phil Walker.
Of
who
course.
Got to hit a lot of cricket balls and pick our favourite bats of 2024. That's a real perk of the job, that is.
That's Phil the Power Walker. It's on the dear of heaven, that. Play of the miss. There's a little bit of ambition in Roach's play at the moment, which is... well, I mean, it's more through hope, I think, than expectation against the likes of Mohamed Abbas. If Roach manages to pick up any runs off Abbas, who has been so parsimonious, then would be bonuses. He's got a couple, which I think is the highest scoring shot off Abbas in his 14.4 overs, that too. I think every other run off him has been a single.
Such a fabulous record for Hampshire since moving their 4th season at the club.
I mean, he's a kind of delight to watch, isn't he, because of his command of length. One of these days, it won't be too long, I'm sure, before John Surtees provides us with pitch map technology. We would rather, I think we'd see a great big cluster. There'd be a very, very hot spot.
Yes, it'd be like a beehive all gathered together on the one spot. Yeah, he's got other attributes as well we might go into at the end of the over.
Defended last ball of the over by Kemar Roach, 133 for 5 off 53. Now, batting is going to be difficult today. you would imagine, if it's anything like yesterday where we saw the ball beating the bat time and time again. Here's Dan Worall with his very first ball. The next ball, he actually took the edge. There's one from Kemar Roach, just delivered from around the wicket. Dan Worall was in spectacular form. He was troubling both right and left-handers. And here's Carl Abbott beating the batter Dom Sibley, coming forward. Just the guys who got the smaller amount of movement were the most dangerous, but James Fuller as well. I think he beat the bat 5 times in his first 2 overs. Very difficult to play. As you can see, it's going to be tough out there. And what is to Surrey's advantage is that the ball is 53 overs old. What is the disadvantage is it's grey and gloomy. And there are 2 very good bowlers operating in tandem, and that ball kept a little bit low this time.
Yes, it did.
Did well to get down on that.
Felt Burns. The most prodigious movement out of the hand, at least, was Fuller yesterday.
I wonder if he did a bit too much, in a way.
Yeah.
You know, Worrall was getting just the right amount. So we take a look at that last ball again. That did keep a little low, a little bit like the one that did for Ryan Patel from Mo Abbas yesterday.
With Abbas and his height, I reckon that's an attribute that he's so short compared to other fast bowlers, like in terms of the release point in condition 2.
Yep.
I mean,
you've got a big margin for error if you say Stephen Finn, haven't you?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. If you're 6'8".
That's right, and I think there's a little bit of like one-size-fits-all mentality when it comes to fast bowling, modern fast bowling. That is that if you're not tall and quick, if you don't really bang it in and get it up the nostrils, then well, what use are you? But history of the game would suggest that it's more complex than that. That there are a lot of bowlers who haven't been express pace. Abbas being one of them, took his Test wickets at 23, if you don't mind.
Well, Mohamed Asif we talked about.
Mohamed Asif.
Yeah.
But others around that pace bracket. And being shorter might be of assistance too. I mean, Malcolm Marshall's the most obvious shorter fast bowler. Didn't hurt his pace at all. Skinny, that's right. But
Darren Gough would be another one. He's not particularly tall.
Yep. Yeah, but thinking of guys in the last 10 or 20 years who've enjoyed successful careers. Dale Steyn, yeah, absolutely. Successful careers despite not being that quick. Vernon Philander.
Yeah, I was thinking height there with Steyn, but yeah.
Yeah, well, Vernon Philander wouldn't be
that tall.
Be that tall either. Certainly not compared to. He'd be tall by normal standards, but not by fast bowler standards.
Yeah. That's just spat ever so slightly. Really well played by Burns, riding the bounce and guiding down to deep backward point for another run. Surrey have added 11 runs so far this morning, and they're creeping ever closer to Hampshire's 151. And every over that Roach survives, and of course Burns, just gets through this opening burst. Abbott and Abbas, you fancy the major threat. Abbas can probably bowl the longest spell. Abbott, you wouldn't imagine being able to bowl more than, say, 6 or so in this spell. It depends if he takes wickets, of course. Gets his tail up, and again another one that bounces slightly. Roach playing with low hands, does well to keep it down.
That's genuine shape as well from Abbott. That's not hitting the seam and jagging up. That's through the air. So, yeah, 54th over. Under lights, perfect conditions for this.
I see news has just come over that Ben Duckett's got his double 100.
Here we go.
This is a bumper year for daddy hundreds and double hundreds, isn't it? Andrew Samson's alongside us. I'm going to ask the question, have there ever been as many double hundreds scored by the end of April?
I've got a better way to do this, because Samson and I a couple of weeks ago worked out that for one round of championship cricket, there'd never been more 150 plus scores.
That's right.
So let's use that as the measure.
150 plus.
Have we ever seen more 150 plus scores in the first 4 rounds of a championship season?
End of the over, 134 for 5.
Samo's nodding.
I like this one. Now, of course, if you have any questions for Samo, you can get in touch with us. What is that?
What's that flag?
What is that flag? And if you know the answer to what that flag is,
SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. What's that flag?
Look, it's a Saturday. What a perfect Saturday it is. We've got some beanies there, as you say. Flasks will be in abundance, but great to see friends at the cricket on a Saturday. It's nicely worked away by Burns. Just get another single for it. I came in on the tube today. You forget when you do this job the days of the week, as I've mentioned before. You know.
Playing days and non-playing days.
Yeah, because our working week is Friday to Monday here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually sort of Monday to Sunday at the moment, but you know what I mean. Friday to Monday. So, got on the tube this morning, which is like an office worker's Tuesday, and it was really quite full at 10 o'clock in the morning, which surprised me until I kind of realised why. The rhythms of a Saturday. There were quite a lot of people who I'd have said were in their late teens and early 20s, sat separately, not friends, who looked really the worse for wear. There was one lad who just stuck his hoodie up over his head as we left Balham and hugged his body tight and closed his eyes, and you could tell, oh yes, it was Friday night last night. Which used to be the best day of the week, didn't it, when you were young and worked in an office?
He's been to afters, as they call it.
Yes, you could feel the pain. Okay, nicely played by Roach. Every ball that he survives here at this point, that he survives against Abbott, and Abbott is setting up Surrey's lower order and is frustrating Hampshire, more importantly, because they want to quickly get down to the likes of Steele, to Jordan Clark, the guys who you could imagine playing a substantial innings. Then they know that Atkinson and Worall could be dangerous, but those aren't guys who are going to bat time. They might crash you an impressive 30 or 40, but they've still got a couple of batters they've got to dislodge after they take this wicket. And the sooner they get there, the newer the ball, I know we're talking relatively here, the better chance they have of polishing off Surrey's lower order. The longer the Roach lasts, the more daunting that prospect becomes, especially as Surrey get close to parity here. Just 16 runs behind now. Yeah, so it's a funny old scene. A lot of coats knocking about, a lot of scarves. At the risk of reprising a moment as that flies away off the edge. It's not going to be 4. They'll pick up a couple. Roach is skidding back for the second, and that's another 2 off Abbas. It's his second 2, both off the edge.
Really going around now. Economy rate up to 0.9 or something like that. You could have really stuffed it up last night, couldn't you? If you were going out, you wouldn't have had layers on. It was quite a warm evening.
Yeah, it was okay.
It was okay. Yeah. It was a nice day.
Yeah, actually, they were a little underdressed.
You might have underclubbed. If you've gone out all night and you're coming back on the tube, you might be stuck shivering.
Well, a lot of them were.
Yeah.
I was feeling rather smug with my 4 layers and my hat.
Feeling rather smug having gone to bed at 10:15 last night.
Well, 10:15's probably pushing it, but yeah, early enough. Early enough after an episode of Taskmaster and Gogglebox.
There you go. I was watching a good film last night, actually.
Oh, thick inside edge, squirts down to long leg. These are all valuable runs in the gloaming here. 4 runs off the over, absolute riches. Abbas's economy rate is nearly up to 138 for 5 at the end of the 55th.
I was watching The Boys in the Boat, which is about the... I'm pretty sure I know what happens at the end. I've got a feeling I know what's going to happen at the end. It's about...
Well, you haven't finished it, so you...
I was knackered.
Yeah. Well, you have young kids, don't you? So you have to watch films in instalments. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. We set it up, my wife and I, like, watch this over 2 nights. I feel very old saying that. But it's about the 1936 Olympics. But it's not really there yet. We haven't reached the Olympics. I'm pretty sure America's going to win the gold medal in the event we're following, right?
Is it a rowing thing?
It is the rowing thing.
Right.
Yes. It's the 8, the men's 8.
Fair enough. Can I just briefly say how baffled I am by rowing? Because its most high-profile event in England is the boat race.
Yes.
Which is contested between 2 universities which are supposedly renowned for their academic and intellectual prowess.
You're one and the other one.
Yeah. And yeah, I always think that sticking 8 people in a boat and just making them perform the exact same exercise over and over and over and over again is one that doesn't necessarily demand the deepest of intellects. Cricket, yes. Oh, another thick edge squirts away. These will be irritating runs for Hampshire. Another run for Roach, 139 for 5 now. But do you know what I mean? It's a sort of thing which you don't necessarily associate with, this lad's got a double first in platonic dialogues, and he can also just perform exactly the same exercise function 42 times a minute.
But isn't there a technique piece to this with rowing?
I guess so, but it's not cricket, is it? Like in cricket, you would expect. It's why people like, Mike Brearley are celebrated. Great intellects of the world. There are so many moving parts. You've basically got to do mathematical equations to be a cricket captain. You're thinking about entropy. Now they come back for a second. This will be tight. But he gets home. Good throw at the non-striker's end. Saw that's where the danger for Surrey lay. But he gets there. But you know what I mean? You're calculating the ball. You're calculating the weather conditions.
Well, I was asking my aforementioned wife about. She was the cox in her school's rowing team.
It's the one when you shout, "Paul!" a lot.
Yeah, and I was asking her about the technical side of things, and she explained that to me, that you get a lot of big brutes in the boat.
Yeah.
But what you really need is it's probably, there are some similarities to cricket. You need the technicians.
Technicians, okay.
Yeah, it's
David
the
Gower
stuff.
I see.
The stylists.
Well, I'm not going to downplay rowing. Don't get me wrong. It just always struck me as a little bit unusual.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I Wikipedia what happened in the 36 Berlin
Don't
Olympics.
do that. It'll ruin the film for you.
I mean, I'm imagining that the college rowing we're watching right now in the first half of the film, that is going to be the Olympic boat.
Well, they're going to beat some Nazis, aren't they?
I think so.
That's generally how these things play out.
But I kind of want to get there now. Like, I'm sick of them beating up on the other team in the state they're in.
Right.
Come on, let's beat some Nazis now, right?
Yeah, I could.
Let's beat them.
Let's beat them. Yeah. It's amazing. We're 26 minutes in, and we've already descended to beating Nazis.
Yeah.
Who knows where we'll get to by the end of the day?
Yeah.
Just 10 runs in it now.
The full history of the Duke's ball, which included a discussion of that era as well.
We might be a bit fixated.
Who knows? This is why they don't put us together too often,
Yeah.
They separate us for this reason. We drift.
End of the over. Another one ticks by. Is that Abbott's, I think, 4th of the morning? And that's one of the things to be keeping your eyes on.
Doesn't bowl long spells. Not anymore.
No.
It's 37 mid-season.
Really?
Yes.
So I'm figuring 2 more tops from Abbott.
I reckon they might get him off anyway. I think it might be more that early on, when the lights remain on as it is in these conditions, I think we'll see Fuller soon.
Yep. Would make sense. Well, Fuller and Wheel bowled very well yesterday. There was a period.
Deceptive there, isn't it? 1 for 47 for 11 from Fuller doesn't reflect how well he bowled.
He was very dangerous. There was a half-hour period before tea, which was really testing, really tough to bat, and it was really a measure of Ryan Patel and Rory Burns' partnership that they managed to negate that in the evening session. And Roach is still there. This will be Abbas's 4th over as well of the morning.
Samo's coming.
Has he done it?
He's coming on for us. He's bowling for. I know when Samo's got something because he puts his hand up and he types very, very quickly next to me.
Gets very excited.
And he points at the screen.
And he smiles. Oh, there's an impish grin teasing across his kindly features.
I think we've got this right. We've got this right. I'd be surprised if this stat doesn't break our way.
Most 150s in April. I'm coming to this in a moment. The most 150s in April is 26 in 2022. There have been 19 so far this year.
Okay.
And this is the last round. So that includes Ben Buckett's double 100. Yes. However, this is the most double 100s in April. It's 10 this year, beating the 9 in 2022. We've got a record, team. This is what this is all about, this game.
Who's doing the Guardian live blog today? Get that in the blog.
We've broken a record. I say we because we've got to find it. If you're not looking for it, you won't find it. It's like quantum physics, this. Well, it's sort of like quantum physics. It's like Schrodinger's cat. It's all of that.
It's the vibe.
We've done it. We've broken a record already at 11:30. Well done, all the county cricketers out there, for providing us with such fun. The most number of double hundreds in April. I'd be surprised if we see a double 100 in this game, but if we do, it'll be one heck of an innings.
Yes.
Again, Roach still being there must be getting deeply frustrating here for Hampshire. They'd have hoped to have knocked him over early, and I think half an hour constitutes a bonus for Surrey at this stage. Their night watcher hanging on. And more than hanging on. I mean, he's added 7 runs.
Yeah, I think what he did last night was really important. If Roach fought, it's a difficult balance to strike when you bring your night watchman in, isn't it? 4.5 overs with the ball hooping around with Abbas and Abbott. That feels like a long stay, but he faced 21 dot balls last night. Absolutely did his job.
Another thick edge. his wagon wheel will have a long spoke going down towards the backward point, but he's playing it with soft hands. He's not offering any chances, and he gets another single.
It's a partnership worth 23, but they feel like bonus runs because Roach is out there. If they reach parity with him there, that'll be a small psychological...
well, significant, I think, because Surrey have got plenty of batting to come. Cameron Steele, Jordan Clark, and then Atkinson and Worall, who we know are the best 10 and 11 in the country, you'd have to say. They're certainly the most potentially effective. And that'll be 50 for Rory Burns. It's been a really good knock. The first half century of this match. He's anchored this Surrey response. He's batted really, really well. He's not given a chance. A lot of players have played and missed a fair bit in these testing conditions, but he has stood alone, has looked in very assured touch. End of the over, 143.5. There's going to be a change in the commentary box. I'm making way, and it's going to be Dean Wilson who's going to replace me and sit in with Colo.
Thank you, Daniel. Yes, Rory Burns, the captain, his third half-century of the campaign. It was widely remarked upon in the pre-season that he didn't reach three figures at all last year, the Surrey captain. First time that had been the case since 2011. So he'll be keen to really lead from the front this year, going for 3 on the trot. Dino jumps in.
Oh, well bowled there by Kyle Abbott. Morning, Colo. Morning, everyone.
Great to have you with us, Dino.
Yeah, slightly gloomier conditions than we were operating in yesterday, but equally as challenging, you'd say.
Feels like that. It was that freezing cold April in 2021, where every time you go to the cricket, it was lights on, about 7 degrees, and perfect to bowl in. Well, this is effectively that, which makes this first half an hour from Surrey all the more important from where they were late yesterday. Now only 2 slips. The third jumps out to catching cover.
Yeah, I quite like what Hampshire are trying to do here. Probing for that outside edge, trying to get a foothold in a game where you just get the sense that when the scores are quite low and it's quite a kind of tight and tense affair, that one little bit of magic either way, whether it's this innings from Rory Burns for Surrey or brilliant bit of bowling from one of the Hampshire bowlers, are just going to turn this game emphatically one way or another.
It's where I felt yesterday Hampshire actually missed Keith Barker's batting. It's where he has this knack of walking in at sort of 6 or 7 for not enough, and batting for 45 minutes and changing the entire complexion of an innings.
Yeah.
I know Barker hasn't been available so far this season through injury, but he's now got over 5,000 first-class runs and 500 first-class wickets. He's been a massive contributor across a couple of clubs.
And because I'm such a student of the game and do my research before I turn up to any event, I think I'm right in saying that Keith Barker actually averages more than any other Hampshire player against Surrey.
Oh, right.
In first-class cricket in this team. So if he was playing, they probably would have banked on. I think his average is about 37, if I'm not mistaken.
All the better
against Surrey, and they would have. They would have loved to have another 37, 40 runs on the board now, but it wasn't to be. Nice looking shot from Rory Burns, who, as Colo said, didn't manage to score a first-class 100 last season, despite leading Surrey to the championship. It's 43 innings since Burns scored a first-class 100, which is his longest streak without 3 figures. His previous longest streak was 36 innings between 2013 and 2014, but he looks in reasonable touch at the moment with a lovely straight drive down the ground. Will it beat the fielder? No. Strong work there by Nick Gubbins, moving round from mid-off. It's just another couple of runs to the score, 145 for 5, and Rory Burns, someone who's made his name by the volume of hundreds that he scored. But maybe not necessarily the kind of consistent scores in between, but he scored a lot of hundreds. You know, kind of made his name as a sort of relentless county hundred maker. Obviously playing international cricket, Test cricket thereafter, and scoring Test hundreds as well. So he'll be feeling it, won't he? 43 innings without one.
I think that's right, and he would know that at this stage of his career, with the direction of travel with England's Test team, that to realistically get back in the frame, it's just going to have to be weight of runs. He's not going to. I'll compare him to someone like Zach Crawley, for instance, who didn't ever really need the weight of runs piece because they liked the kind of package that he brought to the table as a match winner. And look, it's proved with Crawley, the way he played last year through the Ashes, making 480 runs in that series. That debate is now over. But with Burns, he's not going to get picked on spec like that. It's going to be on racking up half a dozen hundreds in a campaign or something along those lines, if not more.
Inside edge there.
And that's much the same way as when he first got picked in 2018 when Surrey won the championship for the first time under his captaincy. He made 600s that season, and that was enough to effectively bash the door down, and he would need to do that again, and that is all about, arbitrary or otherwise, it's about three figures.
Well, it's a fascinating, we're sort of opening up a little can of worms here, because this is the fundamental kind of debate about selection, the art of selection versus the skill or technique of selection, with data points and numbers and analysis and weighted averages and all those sorts of things, as Abbas comes in once more. And within a team, there's lots of different ways. I was listening to Nasser saying talk this way with Rob Key on a podcast earlier this week, and talking about different ways to skin a cat in Test cricket, and the balance of a team. And you need some players who will have a dash, have a dart, other players who can soak up pressure and hang around. Rob Key very much vehement about it's all about putting bowlers under pressure. Now the question is, do you therefore choose your top six based on similar criteria? Are you looking for the same thing from all six of your batters, or actually are you judging different players by different metrics? And how is it fair to kind of judge some people on weight of runs, some people on number of hundreds, some people on thrashing it through the covers first ball, aesthetic and so on. So I think that, to me, that's the kind of the magic, the kind of frisson of selection that makes it so interesting.
2 bumpers in a row from Mohammed Abbas as I live and breathe. He's not blowing the speed gun up, but he's having a crack. Yeah, I agree. Look, if selecting cricket teams was a case of runs divided by wickets equals in the side, we would get very different sides spat out. That's why you have selectors, to make judgment calls, to do exactly what you're describing there. And the best selectors have found a way to do that and to maintain integrity in their process the whole way through. I really enjoyed reading Ed Smith's book a couple of years ago about this very topic, about how when he took over as the chairman of selectors in 2018, Dino, I think it was.
Roughly.
Let's say it was 2018, end of the over, 145 for 5. He knew that he needed to bring his interest and background in stats and data points, what you described before, the modern game, if you like, into the England red ball setup, but he couldn't ignore the fact that he's absorbed so much cricket over the years. There is a bit of touch to it, there is a bit of magic to it that requires people who've been involved in the game for a long time. Otherwise, the England Test team would be picked by the CricViz analysts. Yeah. Not to say they do a bad job, by the way. I think they do a terrific job.
Is that not the case?
But you know what I'm trying to say? That there is a bit from both, and I think that's where players absolutely do get judged differently based on what position they're in the team and what profile they have, if you like. And Crawley and Burns is perhaps the best, or maybe Crawley Sibley even. Is the best way to measure something like that, as James Fuller gets a crack today.
Yeah, James Fuller going to have a change of bowling at the Vauxhall end, and we're going to have a change in the commentary box as well. Colo's going to make way for Taha Hashim, who's going to come and join us, but in the meantime, James Fuller at the top of his mark. He's bowled 11 overs and taken 1 for 47 so far in this innings. He's going to see if he can find some more of that extravagant movement that he found yesterday. round the wicket to Burns and just nicely through to the keeper. Morning, Taha. Is it still morning? Yes, it is still morning. We're comfortably before the midday hour. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks, Dean. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Delighted to be here today. Little gloomy out there, but the lights are on over the Kia Oval, and the lights are on in here as well, as we see whether these Hampshire bowlers can end their morning's frustration from Burns and Roach. As Burns clips this away confidently, will he beat the fielder? Oh, that's a terrific bit of fielding out on the deep square boundary. They'll come back for a couple. Try and pick out who that was down there with the trousers riding low under his backside. But a couple of runs to Rory Burns, who has looked in very decent touch. A really important innings for his side. Brad Wheel throws in. And there'll be more runs here for Burns. I was talking about, we were talking about selection and batters, and different kind of rules for different players, the art of selection, and we can also do the same about bowling. Do you go for your out and out pace? And obviously there's a lot of debate about the balls that they've been using, and England absolutely adamant, 75 mile an hour or less. They're just not interested. They don't feel that is going to win them many test matches. As Fuller comes in once more, short ball. And the interesting thing here in this game is that we've seen the express pace of someone like a Gus Atkinson, who I think picked up 3 wickets and bowled plenty of short stuff, but there's also been the kind of skill of someone like Dan Worall, who's just probably a tick under that kind of pace. And then you've got Mo Abbas, who is more than a tick under that pace, but still hugely skillful.
Yeah, just doesn't seem too far off. But yeah, just listening to your conversation earlier with Adam and talking about selection, and yeah, my thoughts went to Mohamed Abbas, watching him bowl from the pavilion end, as someone who's been a sort of victim of.
Yeah, he's been terrific, hasn't he, Mo Abbas? As you say, just the level of skill that he's got, very hard to get away, and shows that it can, the game can be done in lots of different ways. As Rory Burns just plays this one back, so you've got the express pace, but Mo Abbas, he's bowled 18 overs and gone for just 17 runs. We might say that's 1 under par. We can just have a look at some of his highlights, just the kind of quality that he works with here, beating the outside edge and just confusing the batters with the level of skill, wicket to wicket, very close outside the off stump, big nod of the head there, and again just beating the outside edge of Kemar Roach's bat. So he's going to keep going here. He's 1 under par, as they say, just 17 runs from 18 overs. A bit of a way to go to beat Bapunan Kami's effort for India, where he bowled 32 overs, 27 maidens, and just conceded the 5 runs. But a different way of building pressure, as Surrey pick up another single and move to 150 for 5. 150 up here for Surrey, so just 1 run behind on first innings, but there's no guarantee they'll get that run in this Mohamed Abbas over.
Yeah, and he's someone from an international perspective that Pakistan have probably looked at what he doesn't offer, which is that extra pace. He hasn't played a test match for 3 years. But has a wonderful record, 25 tests, 90 wickets, 23. There was a period in 2018 where he had claimed to being probably the best seamer in the world. Bowled Pakistan to victory at Lord's, was immense when Australia visited the UAE later that year. But I guess Pakistan obviously unearthed these kids who bowl 90 miles an hour, and they've looked that way in the last few years, picking, express pace over Abbas's control, essentially.
Yeah, they've got such rich seam bowlers, express pace as well as the skill, the mystery spin as well to go with it. I went out to Pakistan a little while ago when England managed to turn them over. Actually 3-0 they won out there, first test tour there for 17 years, but they were slightly depleted in their bowling ranks. Shaheen Shah Afridi unavailable, and Naseem Shah picking up an injury, and England getting the better of them then. But you know that Pakistan are always going to find more and more talent throughout their cricketing excellence, and Mo Abbas is no exception to that rule.
And yeah, they produce a lot of fast bowlers, but not exactly ones like Abbas, who is more of your English style seamer, rather than someone who, when you think of a Pakistani fast bowler, you think express pace, will do a lot of work with the old ball.
Yes, he's very much a conventional swing and seam bowler, as opposed to a reverse swing with where that extra pace really makes all the difference. But when Hampshire come to town to any side, opening up with Abbas and Abbott just immediately puts them on the front foot, and it takes a fair bit of work to kind of combat it, as Surrey found at the start of their innings. And there's the extra run from Kemar Roach, takes Surrey into the lead, 152 for 5, and now we're nowhere near the 1 run equals 2 conundrum just yet, but every run now for Surrey taking them further into the lead. They lead by 1, and captain Rory Burns playing a terrific hand here so far. 56 not out from 147 balls, and he was really well supported for a time by Ryan Patel yesterday evening, and actually Ryan Patel got one that just crept under his bat. It was really unfortunate to get cleaned up when he was in good form, really enjoying the late evening sunshine alongside his captain, as Abbas snuck one under his bat. But Burns is still there alongside Kemar Roach, doing a sterling job as night watchman. I do think that when night watchman, when you've done the job the night before and then you start the next day, you're not a night watchman anymore, are you? You're just a batter.
Yeah, and but you kind of also think that it might sort of free them up a bit, having done the job. Now you're going to let loose. But Roach is, he's playing very responsible innings at the moment.
And this will be the plan, won't it? He'd have been instructed by his captain and coach, to hang around for as long as possible. You don't know what the weather's going to be doing in this game. Both today and tomorrow there's the threat of a few showers, so you want to take every opportunity and maximise every moment you can, and if you can support your captain, who's looking rather strong at the moment, you take it. As Roach covers up once more. We've been talking a bit about selection and about the various criteria and things. I've been noticing, not so much that thinking of England or anything like that, but I've been noticing a few pieces about Cam Steele, who's still to come in for Surrey. Looking forward to to seeing what he can do with the bat, because he's had a terrific start to the season with the ball.
He's done well with the bat as well, actually. I think 2 scores of 43. One of them a red inker. So the batting average is looking pretty nice as well.
And he's got a good story to tell. I read something last week, a couple of days about him, and I think you might have had a little chat with him as well, have you?
I have, yeah. I spoke to him a few days ago, just a couple of days on from that victory over Kent. He's obviously started really well with the Duke's ball in those first 2 games, picked up quite a few wickets, and then, with the Kookaburra ball, that is. And then did admit to me that there was a bit of apprehension going into the 3rd game with the Dukes, wondering if the sort of dream start would continue, and it did. He took 6 wickets in that victory. And yeah, he's been someone who joined Surrey 2021. He's been very much a squad player, but
well, it's fascinating you say that about the kind of the trepidation, even when someone's doing really well, the trepidation, that kind of self-doubt about, can I keep doing it? Can I keep succeeding? And then on he goes and performs, as you say, with the Duke's ball, which also goes to show, when you're in form and when things are going well, that can really keep the momentum going and keep your numbers and your performance high. Just on our chat about night watchmen, a little missive here from Andrew Samson says he once saw a night watchman nearly score 100 before lunch. 100 before lunch. Richard Snell for South Africa versus Glamorgan at Pontypridd in 1994 was out for 94 just before lunch. I presume he started not out in the morning. I mean, unless he had unless he was the original Nighthawk and was 70 not out overnight. But quick single there for Burns into the leg side. Yeah, we've seen night watchmen score hundreds, and we've seen them get into the 90s. I think famously Alex Tudor, once of this parish, 99 not out. We've seen Jack Leach, I think, against Ireland. I remember scoring 93 or 94, maybe 92. But I don't think Kemar Roach is going to reach 3 figures before lunch today. He is studious. Yes, the mockers put on there. I should point out a change in the bowling from the pavilion end. Brad Wheel on in place of Mohammed Abbas. We showed a few highlights from how miserly he's been bowling today, and the change of bowling has brought about a change of attitude from Kemar Roach, who has a big swing outside the off stump. Thought he might tuck into a boundary there, but it was a swing and a miss. That's a more confident looking stroke out towards the pitch of the ball. I mean, there'll be some frustration here for Hampshire, but we're talking about Cam Steele and batting to come for Surrey, Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson, Dan Worall. There's still plenty of opportunities for Surrey to score here and really take a hold of this game. Or call there of the loud call of no there from Kemar Roach as Rory Burns completed almost a run and a half, came right down to the striker's end there before being set back in a classic case of ball watching there from Kemar Roach.
Yeah, that's been Surrey's strength over the last 2 years in winning back-to-back championships. That strong lower order. You mentioned Jordan Clark there. There weren't that many hundreds at the Oval last season, but he delivered one of them.
Left well alone there by Roach. Just another sign maybe of the ball that variable bounce we talked about did for Ryan Patel. We've seen a couple keep a little low from the pavilion end now. The key for Hampshire is just to get it on target, make sure it's at the stumps. But at the moment, Brad Wheel just looking for the outside edge. He's got 2 slips and not quite a gully, maybe a 4th slip. Just probing and looking for that outside edge, but Kemar Roach very much the equal to it at the end of the over. 153 for 5 here at the Kia Oval. Skipper Rory Burns 57 not out, and yeah, looking very comfortable. The sweater has come off. It might be a little cool and a little cloudy, but Rory Burns now getting into his work this morning. He's warmed up and looks like he's got no intention of going anywhere. Nice little dab down to third man. Very happy to pass the strike on to Kemar Roach as well. Full of confidence in his batting partner.
Yeah, Burns just looks at ease at the moment. Played really well a couple of weeks ago as well against Somerset. Having had a really difficult season last year. It was very unlike him, you know. He's kind of always performed for Surrey over the last few years, prior to his England call-up, after he was called up for England as well.
Oh, and there's a swing and a miss again from Roach. Very close to the outside edge, ball juggling around in the cordon there.
Just a few signs from Roach in the last couple of overs that he wants to become a bit more expansive.
Yeah, that was very much a lower order stroke. That one, front foot went nowhere. Hands just following the ball. Thought he could send one to the boundary, but missed it by a fair old distance in the end. And this time, has he got the edge? They think so. Sort of muted appeal from Hampshire. The bowler perhaps not quite as convinced as the slips, and the umpire utterly unmoved.
Again, Roach is sort of reaching out for it, but not really giving it a proper wallop. Well, it's getting some lovely shape.
That is
especially
beautiful.
Late shape as well.
Very much so. Maybe a little sound of bat hitting the ground. Got the cordon interested, but that was about it. And then, of course, when you see such beautiful shape, you look for the magic ball for the middle, pitching middle, swinging outside off, and it's just a little too straight. And Roach plays it without too much fuss. Yeah, I do think that maybe Rory Burns, you know, I mean, he's such a good player, just a victim of his own success, because you just expect him to churn out 100 after 100 when he's playing for Surrey. But there are, it's not easy. There are quality bowlers out there. We're watching them now, and it's not an easy thing scoring hundreds. The fact that Rory's managed to do it so well for so long is, of course, huge credit to him. But he still, he contributes so much, doesn't he? He's still scoring runs, and obviously his captaincy is a huge part of Surrey's success as Fuller comes in for the last ball of the over, and it's been a good over, that one, beating the outside edge of Kemar Roach's bat once more. 154 for 5, and as the clock ticks round to midday, I will leave you with words from Taha as Dan Norcross comes in for me.
James Fuller there again, beating the bat of Kemar Roach quite a few times in that last over. They still can't get him out though. So 11 off 77 balls. He's having a long old stint this morning out there in the middle.
Frustrating morning for Hampshire. Surrey have only scored 31 runs, so they've not got away from them in these 15 overs, but crucially they've not lost a wicket and they've gone ahead. Ball's just that little bit softer now, not as much exaggerated movement off the pitch. And it feels so cold. I went from the balcony. So cold, my breath was condensing. Taha, it was horrible. So I don't know if that really helps the ball swing. I wouldn't have thought so.
I'm impressed by all of those out there sitting outside and taking it in. It's quite nice inside.
It's been crunched away. A rare boundary this morning, a valuable one. Just wonder as that ball gets a bit softer whether Surrey might start to inject a bit of urgency here, look to capitalise on the lack of effectiveness of this 64 over old ball. Too short, too wide, and put away. That's a measure of his skill though, isn't it? Because he's been playing very much within himself. That's been his role. But you've got to latch onto anything that's poor.
And he quite likes to play a shot behind square. Probably a sign of how confident he is at the moment that he's gone for the proper wallet in front of it.
Yeah, he likes that little chop shot, doesn't he? It was a nice one he got just for the single from it, but he waited for it, played it really late through backward point. Have we had this this note here that somebody once saw a night watcher score nearly 100 before lunch?
We have.
Richard Snell. Out for 94 just before lunch. So Surrey have seen off Abbott and Abbas. Wheel and Fuller are fine bowlers, but they'll feel that that was main part of the job to do today, was to make sure that first up Rory Burns could get back in. And you can see on your screen there how many balls Roach has faced now. 77 balls. A low scoring game in challenging batting conditions, that is really quite the effort. The one major alarm today for Rory Burns was when Roach called him through for a potentially suicidal single, but the throw was wayward, only one stump to aim at. But he wasn't even in the frame, wasn't Burns. And survived that scare. It's beautifully driven, a little too full. And for the second time in the over, Burns, when given a gift, does not turn his nose up at it. 162 for 5. The lead moves to 11, and after we see this crunching drive, we might see some more boundaries for Rory Burns.
Not really a shot you'd associate Rory Burns with, but he's played it really well.
He's had a few boundaries in this innings. That was one that was sort of squirted through backward point, guided nicely away, just trickled over the fence. His role hasn't really been to strike boundaries, but whenever it was short and wide, he's clattered it away. He likes it there. As we're back live with another single to Roach. He's got a lot of singles down through deep backward point. An understandably favoured area. Now for Surrey, there's no need for urgency, is there, Taha? I mean, the rest of us are all madly doom scrolling through weather apps to go, oh, there's not going to be enough time left in the game, it's going to rain all day tomorrow, it's going to rain from 3 o'clock today. Well, there's no certainty of that at all. We've got a sort of few bits of patchy, showery deposits that may or may not strike the Keir Oval later today. We could get all the way through the day, according to some apps, without any rain. Tomorrow is looking like there is a front, and there is a difference, of course, in summer. We all become very aware of this, the difference between a front and showery dollops. You can avoid the showers, but there is a very ugly amount that's coming from France across the Channel and is going to deposit in London from about, we think, sort of 7 o'clock this evening, and will rain through much of the night. He's thrown his hands at that. We'll just get the single for it. And I think there's going to be a lot of work for the ground staff to do, because there's a fair bit of rain forecast. But it's also predicted to clear away, so there will be rainless amounts of time tomorrow. The question will be how much rain the ground can absorb and how quickly the ground staff can remove that if need be. But today, if we get a full day, just scenario building this, Surrey will look to bat as long as they possibly can, build as big a lead as they can, because the forecast for Monday is good. So they would dearly love to get a sizable lead and put enormous pressure on Hampshire in their second innings, when they will get the opportunity to bowl at them, definitely on Monday, if not before. From Hampshire's point of view, obviously a very different scenario. They need to restrict Surrey in these last 14 overs with the old ball and then strike with the new, knock Surrey over and wipe off that deficit. So the game is in the balance here. That's a nicely controlled push. Picks up a couple of runs. Runs just starting to come a little more easily here for Surrey.
Yeah, Burns just enjoying his work through the offside at the moment. It's got quite a fascinating thing to watch someone like Burns play, having, you know, it's been, I guess, a couple of years now since he was part of that Test side, and I always kind of wonder how people react to, you know, your Test career being cut short. And realistically, you know, even if you were to score an incredible amount of runs, that call-up is probably not going to come again.
End of the over, 167 for 5.
And so, yeah, you just sort of wonder how that, you know, shifts the way you play in county cricket. Whether your ambitions are, whether everything you channel is to get back into that team, or whether you sort of move on to sort of other ambitions.
Yeah, it's a tricky one to work out, isn't it? You look at someone like Alex Lees, for example, and he's clearly quite deliberately looked to up the tempo of his batting, hasn't he, to get back into the... Oh, now then, Roach, for the first time, has gone for it. Now, you can see the replay there. I wonder if that was a chance to mid-off. He's really larruped that. The first time we've really seen a flashing drive from Roach, feeling a bit more confident.
Terrific effort from Ian Holland. A bid off. It would have been a screamer if he'd held on.
Oh, that was a magnificent effort, wasn't it? Diving one-handed. If that had stuck, it would have been the catch of the season here at the Oval. Because he really got hold of that, did Kemar Roach. As I say, it's one of the first times he's really shown aggressive intent. As Burns misses out there slightly on a short one. It's a packed offside field now. There's only one slip in place, as the ball's older and Surrey are in the lead, so a bit more difficult to thread the ball through that offside field to the boundary. We've got two men out deep on the leg side, both about 15 yards inside the boundary, down at a long leg and just in front of square leg, and a mid-wicket mid-on, the onside. That's another terrific take. Ball flying around a bit in this over. Speed gun says 68 miles an hour. I think it'd be a bit quicker than that to get up that high. As you can see from the pictures, just the one wide slip. As we take a look at that bouncer again.
Sharp from Brad Wheel.
Yes, that's not 68 miles an hour. I'm pretty sure of that. Either that or he's bowling on a trampoline. There is a deep backward point, or deep third if you like, quite wide. And that's a terrific take the ball before. That just swung a little late after it left Burns. Caused Brown a few problems then. They get through for the bye. That brings up the 50 partnership. 50 partnership for the 6th wicket. And these are painful runs for Hampshire. Precious ones for Surrey. When they came together, this pair, they were still 32 behind. And they've taken that to a lead of 18. Slips come back into play for Roach. Now is Roach going to go back into his shell after being technically dropped? I would think he should take some encouragement from the fact that were it not for a fantastic piece of work at mid-off, that would have been a one bounce 4.
No, I think the last few overs he's actively tried to go after any width he sees. I think he's had enough of just blocking it out. 13 off 81 at the moment.
He'll pick up another run, probably a leg by. Wait for the umpire's signal to complete the over. It is a leg by, means he'll keep strike. 170 for 5. 13 overs left before a new ball becomes available. As you see there, Surrey's lead up to 19 after Hampshire were bowled out yesterday for 151. So in those 13 overs, they're going to look to capitalise, because batting will get more difficult, you would imagine, with Abbott and Abbas rested after their opening spells. I think we might even see a bit of spin to hasten our way to the new ball at some point. Liam Dawson and Cameron Steele have not bowled a ball in this match yet. It's Fuller continuing for the time being. Really good carry through to the keeper. He's bowled at some pace, as Fuller, in this match, but I'm going to take you round the grounds, because that's what we do here. So we just take a little look at that last ball. From side on. You see Roach was really nowhere near it. Essex have lost their first wicket. Sam Cook, the night watcher, who opened the batting for Essex yesterday, went in at number 1. It's finally gone, bowled by Coughlin for 25. Essex 65 for 1. Still 293 runs behind Durham's 358. Staying in the first division, Warwickshire are out there, and Alex Davis, who will be hunting 1,000 runs before the end of May, is yet to get a run, but they're 10 without loss. Warwickshire in reply to Nottinghamshire's, oh no, they're 10 for 1, he's out. I've jinxed him. Alex Davis caught young, bowled Peddington for a duck. That's in reply to Nottinghamshire's 400 all out. So, well, it's struck Roach on the glove there. Get a little bit of spit off the pitch. 400 all out. Ben Duckett making 218 in the end. England opener in fine form. Worcestershire against Somerset. Oh, that's delayed. Sogginess. Where are they playing that game?
Kidderminster.
Kidderminster. Of course, New Road remains upsettingly still underwater. That's nicely played by Roach. That's a clip off the pads. That runs away for 4. It's his first boundary, I think, off his 86th ball. It was on the pads and it was full, but that was masterfully tucked away. 174 for 5. The lead moves into the 20s. Into the second division. And Yorkshire. So you see that. I'll leave that hanging for a moment. Let's take another look at that lovely shot from Roach, a clip off his legs. Well, Yorkshire go well. They're 364 for 3. There's a number that's redolent of Yorkshiremen. And to be able to say it here at the Oval, where Len Hutton made that famous 364, of course. Always gone for the cut and not timed that at all. It's a bit of a gift there, but Roach couldn't take advantage of it. 365 now. It's Root and Brooke. Joe Root unbeaten on 100. Brooke unbeaten on 94. So 3 of England's top 5, you would say, have amassed between them 413 runs for 1 wicket in this round of county championship matches so far.
Brooks ticking along at Brook-like pace as well, going it close to run and ball.
94 not out, Root 101 not out, 174 for 5 at the end of the over. Elsewhere, Leicestershire Northants. Northants' mammoth innings continues. 453 for 7, so they'll get maximum batting bonus points. Nottinghamshire earlier picked the 4 out of 5. Northampton got 5 out of 5. Bartlett's still there, unbeaten on 126, with Lewis McManus unbeaten on 28. There's delays. at Bristol, where Gloucestershire are playing Middlesex. They haven't started yet. Gloucestershire on their overnight 82 for 3, still 121 runs behind Middlesex's first innings of 203. And for fans of smacking the ball to all parts on flat decks, by which I mean the IPL, of course, Jake Fraser-McGurk has been at it again. A 27-ball 84. In these 27 balls, 17 of them went to the boundary, 11 fours and 6 sixes, which is impressive. By my calculation, that's 80 runs of his 84 in boundaries.
Scores have just gone out of control.
It's out of control. It's out of control. I'm not happy with it. That's this new sub rule. Of all the games that needs to have an extra batter, you'd argue Test cricket would probably be the one that you want an impact sub for. You've already got 10 wickets in a 20-over game. You don't need, in effect, an 11th.
The thing I've noticed is, you know, a few years ago, what you used to see 100 in the T20 game. It used to be quite a special thing, you know, quite a rare.
An individual 100, yeah. He's gone after this. That's Burns, but hasn't got a hold of it. It's a bit of glove on it, I think. So we'll just pick up the single.
And you'd sort of marvel at it because.
Yeah, he's 100 in 20 overs.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like getting 250 in a 50-over game.
And now just the sort of regularity of it, you know. I think this season of the IPL was already, you know, I mean, it's on course to have the most individual hundreds.
But there's
there's been quite an explosion in the last 2-3 years, I think.
Yeah, but I do think having an impact sub where you can just basically add in an extra batter is rather contributing to that. So just to finish off there, 185 for 3. The Delhi Capitals halfway through the 15th over. So they could be on course for another 250 plus score. They're playing the Mumbai Indians. It's not quite a basement clash, sort of low basement. And later today, I do have a team in the IPL. Rajasthan Royals, obvious reasons. Jofra Archer, as was Joss Butler. Rather love the Royals. There's you know me. Not at all a firebrand Republican, but they're playing later today. They're high flying. They've won 7 of their first 8. But back here, I only just noticed the slight facial similarity between Joss Butler and Brad Wheel as he walks back to his mark. Surrey are continuing to frustrate Hampshire. Lead now 25. And at 44 for 4, as the over ends, 175 for 5, I don't think there were thoughts of any bonus points, really. It was about getting as close as possible to Hampshire's first innings of 151 and maybe snatching a lead of 50 or 60. But now Surrey, with that strong lower order, will be eyeing up extending this lead to 3 figures and picking up a batting bonus point, perhaps, maybe more. However, they will also be mindful that there's only 11 overs to go until a new ball becomes available. You'd expect that, wouldn't you, Tar, to be just after lunch, perhaps? Around about lunchtime? If Hampshire get a bit of a wriggle on, they could maybe get an over of spin in before lunch. A couple of overs of spin might hasten the arrival of that new ball, so you'd then have a refreshed Abbas and Abbott bowling with a new ball straight after lunch. Goes after that nicely, does Burns, but the field is now quite deeply set. There's various boundary riders for Burns, whose innings has been truly magnificent. 71 in a low scoring encounter. The only man to get over 50, and he's been eyeing up more than that.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a surprise that we haven't seen Dawson. I know the conditions suggest that you continue with your quicks. Lights are on, have been on the entire session.
Well, it's this sort of time, even in a low-scoring, seam-dominated match, especially with a partnership in progress and struggling to make that breakthrough, that's sort of when you might really think about some overs of Dawson, partly to speed up your over rate. Hampshire just behind at the moment by 1, but most importantly to ensure that you get that new ball. You get that new ball straight after lunch. You've got 2 batters who've got to get back into the swing of things. You've got 2 bowlers who are fresh, and you've got a fresh ball. That's your sweet spot, really, isn't it?
And just to give Burns something new to think about as well. I think he's just looked so comfortable this morning. I say that, and he's just
inside edge well onto his body.
Yeah. And Dawson offers, obvious control. Had probably the best season of his career last year.
Might also induce a bit of a rash shot from Kemar Roach, who might feel relieved at the slower pace and may go after him. It's been cut aerially, but again, we've got this strange in-out field. There's a man saving 2 about 25 yards in from the boundary out at deep extra cover for precisely that shot, and the one that strays slightly too full for the drive. For Roach, the only boundary riders are at deep backward point and long leg. A couple in the ring and the offside, and the slip cordon gets 3 men. It's reinforced. Roach looks to have so much time here, doesn't he? 92 balls he's faced, which is that more than any Hampshire batter managed to survive? I think Gubbins would have been closest to that, I would have thought. It's been a very effective knock from Roach, coming in as he did late yesterday with the ball hooping about. Survived 21 balls. Gubbins batted 114 balls, I beg his pardon. End of the over, 178 for 5. Taha's going to take his leave. Phil Walker's going to join us. We're going to take a little look at the 5 wickets to fall so far. First to go was Dom Sibley, got an absolute beauty from Abbott. Sent the off-stump cartwheeling. That's after he'd set him up with 2 terrific deliveries that beat the bat there. Ollie Pope just couldn't get his bat out the way in time. Dragged it back off Fuller, who was bowling really well. Then Jamie Smith got one. I've seen that a few times. I still can't quite work out how it knocked his off stump out the ground. Dan Lawrence, palpably LBW, just moving across his stumps, hit full and on the shin in front of off stump. And then Ryan Patel got this beauty late yesterday that kept low from Mohamed Abbas. It ended a very fine knock of 41. As we're back live now with another ball that spits ever so slightly, and Burns plays it well. Pick up a single. Phil, the power walker, is alongside me, and yeah, you can get it out of your system. You had a couple of pile drivers, a couple of magnificent goals. You've got 30 seconds to speak about it.
Yeah,
I won't allow golf chats, but I will allow this.
Yeah, I mean, it was hit pure and clean, as Billy Bragg once sung.
Yeah.
What could be better than a ball hit fairly and squarely? But John Surtees was in goal, so that rather negates the majesty of the shot.
Don't mind me saying so. He presents quite a sizable.
Yeah, but his talents lie out on the park rather than between the sticks.
Right.
I think it's fair to say.
Are you saying it was close enough to him for him to save it?
What I'm saying is it was struck pure, but John didn't seem to line it up or indeed move at all. And so while it did go in under the bar,
yeah,
and it certainly looked good aesthetically.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's why he didn't move. I mean,
perhaps, yeah. He was just in awe, perhaps.
Well, sometimes you just don't want to ruin the moment.
It was a screamer.
Well done.
Thank you.
That's a lovely drive from Burns. He does manage to thread it through the infield this time. It's a reinforced infield, but Burns, every time the bowlers have strayed either too full or too short, he has capitalised. He's not missed out, and in testing conditions, that can be the difference, can't it?
It's all about weight transference with Burns. He's never been an extravagant mover of the feet, but if the balance is good, then he can access that shot, and the game is in good fettle.
Wheel into him again. This hits the pad, going down leg side, I think. Wait to see the umpire's signal. Does he think there was a bit of bat on that? No, he doesn't. So the angle that Wheel is bowling from is quite wide, and that'll be partly what was in the umpire's mind here.
He did shuffle, Dan.
He did.
I think probably a decent call.
I think that is a pretty good shout, and you can see why Wheel was interested, because Burns did move across his stumps. He was hit front of middle, but Wheel's angle is quite wide, bowling right arm round the wicket, so the umpire giving him the benefit of the doubt there, but as close really as we've seen Burns come to losing his wicket. That's edged and that's gone. Finally, Hampshire make their breakthrough. Roach couldn't resist, wide outside the off stump, went after it, gets a thin edge through to Brown, but a really fine knock ends, and it ends a partnership of 66 for the 6th wicket. Roach coming in late last night, taking the bulk of the last 5 overs himself, and then this morning blunting Hampshire's attack of Abbott and Abbas, sticking around with Burns. But finally, the wicket has fallen. Surrey have lost their 6th. Roach goes for 19.
Yeah, it was coming, but it's been coming all morning, and yet we are almost an hour and a half into it. He's played and missed a number of times. He's also played a couple of lovely shots off his legs. It won't look like much in the cold statistics of it all, but in the context of this game, that 60-plus partnership of 66 is absolutely critical, really. And he's played a very, very useful hand here for Surrey. Hampshire have been pretty peeved, I would imagine, for the last hour and a half, knowing that this was their moment. They resumed 30-odd in front, and they knew they had to get moving quickly, and it's not really happened for them.
Yeah, Roach not moving his feet at all there, as you can see. It's the tiny little shuffle, but it's I think what's done for him is that our producers have put up on my Google Doc Kemar Roach's longest first-class innings, 116 balls, so they put the mockers on him when he made 45 for West Indies A against Sri Lanka A at the Premadasa in Colombo.
Well, it was a very useful hand, and he was encouragingly cranky with himself when he walked off.
Wasn't he? He was really angry. I've done all the hard work, I had 100 here.
This is it, he spied a big one.
He did. Very good bowling from Wheel. He put the tempter out there. I think he was sensing that Roach wasn't going to leave those balls, and let's be honest, it's a very fine knock, but you don't necessarily expect to see an Ian Bell-esque cover drive from Kemar, so if it's out there wide enough, throws his hands at it. He needs to get more of it than that, but a really good knock, a really good partnership, and it's helped put Surrey in the ascendant here. 34 ahead, brings Cameron Steele to the wicket. Very useful man to have coming in what is now number 8. His main string to his bow has of course been the 20 wickets he's taken, but he hasn't had a chance to bowl so far. This, I say, summer. I want to call it a summer. Just having another look at that Roach dismissal. His hands miles away from his body. I think he'd earned the right to have a go after that, though, hadn't he? I mean,
absolutely.
You know, when you batted for what will have been about an hour and 45 minutes.
And look at it this way, Daniel. He's only 2 inches away from playing the shot of the day.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. If you want to get in touch with us, by the way, it's surreybroadcast@gmail.com. And Carl Abbott is right back in the attack as Hampshire sense that with a 40-minute break between innings, 40-minute break at lunch to come, they might as well give Abbott a little burst here before the second new ball comes, because he's going to be able to rest up for 40 minutes in half an hour's time. And there's now an end open with a new batter at the crease, and they would love Hampshire here to get a bonus wicket or two with the old ball before getting the new ball straight after lunch and just changing the tenor of this game, because it's all been Surrey accumulating slowly and frustrating Hampshire.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like desperate times. We've ambled through the morning, the floodlights are on and so on, but it is in the context of Hampshire season. This is a key moment, really.
Sumptuous shot from Burns. Again, without much in the way of flourish, he'll pick up a couple, they'll look for a third. And Burns is coming back for it. This is good running. He's going to have to scamper. And he makes it. And moves into the 80s.
If we put it in context, there's 14 games to play in the Championship. The first game was rained off completely. Hampshire drew the next two. They're desperate for a win. This is
Essex winning games.
Essex are winning games.
Yep.
Durham are on the front foot as well. Hampshire have started this year slowly. They are behind here, 37 in arrears. If they give up a 3-figure lead here on first innings, then the chances of them getting anything in the fourth innings they're slim. Yeah. And then you're staring down the barrel in the context of their whole season. So although it doesn't feel dramatic necessarily, it is. This is a key moment for them.
And it's quite a key moment for Surrey as well, because I'm going to tell you a stat, which is of course utterly meaningless. It doesn't matter, but I'm telling it you anyway. The last 6 times Surrey have won the county championship: 1999, 2000, 2002. We can read off these years. 2018, 2022, 2023. The dominant side since the end of the Second World War. Those last 6 times they've beaten Hampshire at home. Once at Guildford, 5 times here. Now, that's been cut up and over. Has that gone all the way? I think that might be Surrey's first 6. Cameron Steele, what a shot that is. Short, wide, outside the off stump, yes, but he's gone after it. And now with, if you like, 2 frontline batters at the crease and an older ball, and Abbott in his second spell, as you say, slightly desperate times possibly for Hampshire. He's done well to get the uppercut in and up and over. Now, I'm not for 1 minute saying that beating Hampshire is, winning the title is contingent on beating Hampshire, but I'm just pointing out, playing a miss in the channel, that it's just a little quirk.
Yeah,
they won't want to not beat Hampshire.
Sure. We brought up the scorecard from 3 years ago yesterday, where exactly the same time of year Hampshire came here for round 4, I think it was, again, and they were feeling good about life, and they'd started the season well, and they were inserted on the first morning and they were skittled out for 90 odd, and there's something about coming here to the Kia Oval gives them the willies, right, and they struggle with it.
Steele defends the last ball of the over. Surrey lead by 43. They've lost their first wicket though today of Kemar Roach. Burns has 80, 194 for 6. More from Phil Walker, and then to take you through to lunch, it's going to be Dean Wilson.
Yeah, so 6 down. Cameron Steele maybe batting 8, carded 7 of course with Roach as the night watchman, but still coming in at number 8. This is a cricketer who's made first class double hundreds. He's made big hundreds for Surrey as well. He was an opening batter for Durham for a few years. This is the strength that Surrey really possess. It's not so much the quality, although that speaks for itself up the top. It's the depth, and we haven't yet seen Jordan Clark, who made a brilliant 100 of course here last year against Lancashire.
Wheel then continues from the pavilion end as Dan Norcross makes way, and we've got a little glimpse of the lunchtime guest who's going to be having a chat with Dan from 1 o'clock onwards. Friend of the northern rivals over at Middlesex, former Middlesex player Ricky Elcock, who was the first black pilot at Virgin Atlantic after finishing his cricket career, promising fast bowling career for Worcester and Middlesex. He swapped balls for planes, and he's just released his autobiography, and he'll be talking that through on that with Dan Norcross at lunchtime. Very keen to hear what he's got to say. Very interesting life story as Rory Burns cut wheel away for 4 there, moved to 84, not out, making his way towards 3 figures. He has looked in fine order, the Surrey captain. But yes, as I say, Ricky Alcock due up at lunchtime. Keep listening in for what will be a very interesting conversation. Boeing 747 pilot for Virgin Atlantic. As Burns cuts away this one down towards the man at third. Man comes running in. James Fuller desperately sprawling for an attempted catch. In truth, didn't really get to him, but just maybe a little nervy moment there for Surrey skipper.
It didn't get to him, Dino, you're right, but I think he was on his heels. I don't think he picked it up. I was watching him react down there at deep third, and I don't think he picked it up out of the murk. And just that split second on his heels prevented him from getting there on the full, but that was a key moment, really.
He'd be kicking himself as well, because that's what Brad Wheel had been bowling for, really. He'd been cut away by Burns a couple of balls before for 4, and then he dug one in a little shorter that Burns just swayed out of the way, dropped his hands and swayed out of the way. So it was a plan of action, and then once more short outside the off stump, and the attempted uppercut from Burns, but he didn't get the support from Fuller, perhaps, as he comes in once more, and Steele turns this one into the leg side and picks up a single, and with it the 200 for Surrey. 200 for 6. About 25 minutes before lunch here on day 2, and the captain Rory Burns still there. 85 not out. The lead 49. Surrey having bowled Hampshire out for 151 yesterday. 15 wickets fell yesterday, but just the one so far today, as Kyle Abbott starts again at the Vauxhall end.
Oh, head in hands, Dino. That was taken off stump, inside edge as well. Cameron Steele looking to play a little bit straighter, a little bit more through mid-wicket, square leg, and you can see Kyle Abbott's reaction. They haven't had the rub of the green, I think it's fair to say, this morning at Hampshire. Yesterday seemed like every nick carried, and again when Surrey batted as well, they were bang on it, and the marginals went their way. But this morning it's been a different story.
Good bowlers, good teams can kind of sense when there might be an opportunity for a shift in the momentum, and you could see how frustrated they were at having to bowl ball after ball at Kemar Roach and his resolute defence at one end. And now that they've managed to finally get rid of him, they've got their new batsman in Cam Steele, and they just feel it's a tough time to start. Maybe they can get 2 quick wickets here, while Rory Burns just goes about his business untroubled, really.
Yeah, it's been one of the most impressive knocks I've seen Rory Burns deliver in the last couple of years. He's 85 not out. Not made a first class 100 since 2022. Sorry, Dino, just a murmur of movement again from that new angle for Kyle Abbott, and the ball has moved all day under lights, and so Hampshire, they are still in this game. They have to believe that they can keep that lead down to double figures, bat well in the third innings, and then set Surrey something challenging in the latter part of this game. But now is the time.
You just get the sense, don't you, that Rory Burns has kind of identified, he knows just how valuable these first innings runs are going to be in a game where it might be a tense affair, it might be a low scoring affair. There's been movement throughout, certainly off the surface. There's been a bit of up and down movement as well. We've seen that on this pitch. And so if you're in and you've got an idea of what it's doing, as Rory Burns clearly does, you want to make the most of it.
He's played that over very well, because he's left anything outside the eye line, but he's trying to cover any outswing by playing with the inside of his bat, trying to punch it up to mid-on. If he allows himself to open up the body and play to mid-off, extra cover, then that's when the outside edge comes more into play. So he's conceiving this innings very well up until now.
As you say, be a very welcome 100 for him if he gets there. Still 15 runs to go. You'll have to contend with Mo Abbas, who's going to come back on here from the pavilion end, and it's as skillful a bowler as Rory Burns and Cam Steele will face today. He's bowled 19 overs so far, conceded just the 20 runs as he comes in for the start of that 20th over.
Another subplot, Dino, is that we're half a dozen overs away from that new ball. And so with 20 minutes to go up until lunch, a short burst here with the new ball attack of Abbas and Abbott, and then you would think 40-minute breather, and then they'll be straight out with that new ball trying to hit hard, you would imagine, with the new Dukes. That would be the way you'd have to go, you would think.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because clearly you want your best bowlers on to try and take advantage of the end that you've opened up, but then, as you say, you also want a good burst from them with that second new ball when you get it in your hands, and that's the game within the game, isn't it?
Well, from a fast bowler's perspective, there are far worse days to be out there bowling than today. The weather is cool, the ball is swinging. And as I said, their season really is here. Hampshire's season, if they want to bother the top of the league, the top echelons of this championship season, then this is a huge game for them.
Did I hear you correctly that their season pretty much hinges on today's play?
Well, they would have to go some to claim a championship if they fall down in this game. They would have to win 7 or 8 from 10, realistically, because the way that Surrey, you know what Surrey are going to do for the rest of the year, and you know that there are some strong sides around them as well. Essex have started well, could have had 3 from 3. They're playing a big game up at Chesterley Street, and that's interestingly poised. Durham come off the back of a good win last week. They will be sniffing around the top as well, you would think. And Warwickshire as well have started tidily, so Hampshire have to get something from this game.
Well, it's a tough place to come and get success for any side, really.
What's the cricketing equivalent of the 6-pointer? Is it the 48-pointer? The 48-pointer.
Actually, it was interesting. I've sort of alluded to this podcast, listening to Rob Key talk about the domestic structure, and it started off talking about the Kookaburra versus the Duke's ball, and then kind of how the domestic season is structured and what the county directors want. As Cam Steele just, shall I give him the benefit of the doubt and say he just opened the face there a little bit rather than the genuine edge?
I think that was fine, Dino.
We'll debate that. But he was talking about the points system, the point scoring, and he wanted a football style system. 1 point for the draw, 3 for the win, and maybe an extra point for scores over 400 or winning by an innings or something like that, but essentially really reducing the points and making it much more valuable, to get a win. But
I think there's a lot. Personally, I think there's a lot in that.
Yeah.
After the first round, one team got a result and they took 20 points, and the next best result was a draw and they had 15 points. I forget who was actually in second behind Essex. And so one team was forced a result in the first week of the season, and yet a team which is, if you like, in inverted commas, only taken a draw has 3/4 of those points. Now, this might be a slight outlier in that the Essex game was a lowish scorer and they therefore didn't take up 4 potential bonus points. And the team that were in second, who I forget what it was, I think it might have been Warwickshire, but I forget, they would have taken perhaps maximum bonus points to get up to 15. But for me, there's not a sufficient discrepancy there between a win and a loss. And if we are moving towards a more attacking form of red ball cricket, and if we are opening the game up as a reflection of how the Test team is looking to play, then having increased the number of points for a draw this year from 5 last year to 8 this year seems to me slightly counterintuitive, but that's just how I see it. And Rob Key's no-nonsense approach, well, I can understand where he's coming from on this particular issue.
Well, it is a topic to be discussed, and I would say anyone listening in on the stream who wants to get involved and share your views on the point system and whether it should be tinkered with a little more, whether you feel that they've got it about right, the value of a bonus point and the value of a draw, then get in touch. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you and share with us your ideas on the point system. I think fundamentally, the idea of the county championship and the idea of winning being really important, you want to see the best team and the best teams challenging for the title, and you want to see teams that play winning cricket challenging for the title. I can't remember the season, but memorably there was a year when Warwickshire won the title, with 12 or 13 draws, something like that, maybe 2 wins, and that makes them the best team in the land. Of course, any Bears fans out there will tell you, well, that was them's were the rules, and we played accordingly. You call it smart cricket, but I think you're right, certainly in the sense that the reward for success, the reward for winning games of cricket and being positive, probably should outweigh anything else, really.
Yep, I have to say I'm on that with you.
Kyle Abbott here, probing away, finds the inside edge of Cam Steele's bat, heads on hands in the slip cord, and they're, that you can see and sense the frustration. They feel like they had an opening, really trying to make the most of taking Kemar Roach's wicket, but they can't force further success just yet. 203 for 6.
I think for all that there are certain extremes around the Stokesian philosophy or the Bazballification of English cricket, or whatever you want to call it, nonetheless, you'd have to have a pretty cold heart not to be broadly behind the notion of playing attacking front foot cricket, right? And being prepared to live a little towards the back end of a Test match. Within reason, the notion of we'll chase anything has to be a positive statement, and something that we sometimes forget. We are in the entertainment business. We have to think this is what is going to engender that kind of passion around this England team, and people are going to get behind it, and people who would have been perhaps slightly ambivalent around the game would find themselves more attached to it because it's a new and energetic and exciting brand of cricket and all of that. I think we have to think that this needs to also be replicated out there. Some of the great captains of our time I say our time, we're going back a bit here, but you think of the great captains of the 80s and the 90s playing 3-day cricket, but creating something on those final days. And I'm not talking about engineering something slightly cynically with buffet bowling and lob bowling, all the rest of it. I'm talking about inventive declarations. I'm talking about changing a batting lineup. I'm talking about being prepared to lose in order to pull a result out in the last half an hour of a 3-dayer, and obviously now as a 4-dayer. My concern will be that as we move through this season with 8 points for a win, 8 points for a draw rather, that teams will get to day 3, get to day 4, and be comfortable enough with a handshake. And we don't want to see that in red ball cricket. It's absorbing enough as it is, but it can always be more inventive, and it can always bring an extra layer of drama on that final day if teams are prepared to lose in order to get a result. And I think there needs to be a bit more jeopardy around the point system, really. But you know, many will disagree, and I understand why. And many will say, "Well, hold on, this is red ball cricket. Grow up." And I get that. I understand that.
I think back to look, clearly, winning is the aim of the game. Of course, it is. But there are occasions when draws are as epic,
sure,
and
of course,
as thrilling as wins. All I have to say is Cardiff. All I have to say is Cape Town
and Auckland, and all of these great, yeah, for sure,
absolutely. And
for sure.
And I'm, the aim should not be to play the game to to end up with that kind of drama. But when you can't win, and you're in that position where a draw is attainable, then there is merit in playing for that.
Of course,
absolutely. But
of course.
But how do you make that valuable enough to encourage teams to do that, to dig in and do that?
Of course.
We've got an email in, and as I said, we'd love for you to get in touch with us. Tom has emailed in, says, "Afternoon, gents, loving the coverage." Thank you very much. On the bonus points discussion, I recall a game Surrey played last summer where Surrey bowled the team out for 140 odd in the first innings and got around 280 in reply. After the first innings, both teams had the 3 bowling points, but despite their huge lead, Surrey were only 1 point better off thanks to the sole batting point. I reckon the bonus points ought to be done on percentages of first innings scores rather than absolute numbers.
Interesting.
Thanks very much, Tom in Wimbledon. I've got a friend called Tom in Wimbledon who's pretty adept at maths and would love this theory on percentages.
Is it the Tom in Wimbledon then?
I doubt it. He's not that good a friend.
Understood. So he's not tuning in because he knows you're on.
Look, very valid point there, Tom. And actually, perhaps there is a kind of mathematical way of, much in the same way. I'm looking over to Andrew Samson here as our statistical genius. Much in the same way that the Duckworth-Lewis method came around. Nobody really understands well, I say nobody. The lay person, the non-mathematician, doesn't really understand the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. But you don't have to, because what you do understand is that it is a much fairer way of working out and providing targets, or certainly in 50 over cricket, less so in 20 over cricket, I think, because of the shortening of the game. But that came along, and it was very convoluted, very complicated, but essentially it just said, look, this is the fairest way of kind of working out. If there was a formula, if there was a percentages, if there was a way mathematically using an AI tool, or perhaps even better using a human tool, an Andrew Samson tool.
Very good at AS tool, I like
it. Perhaps then, you could get a way that encompasses it all. It's very complicated, it's very mathematical, but actually it's really quite fair and quite useful for the game. I think that's worth considering for sure. That we use stats and analysis in so much of the game. I think what we're searching for is a sense that that there's value in in performance, in what people are trying to do, and as you say, Phil, the early handshake is something to be avoided, I think, unless of course weather has played a huge role.
It's certainly an interesting solution that Tom has come up with there, that the bowling bonus points, they don't hit quite as the batting bonus points do, because invariably teams do get them, right? And so you do tend to pick up your 3 bonus points more often than not. The real challenge is to get to 250, 300, 350, etc. Meanwhile, Burns quietly but authoritatively goes about his business here, Dino.
Yeah, he seems very happy just to keep nudging along, gradually inching his way towards those 3 figures. But for him, when he looks at that scoreboard, I don't think he's looking at the number next to Burns. I think he's looking at the numbers next to Surrey. 206 for 6. Confident looking stroke there from Cam Steele into the offside, brings another couple.
He'll also be looking at the numbers next to the score at the top line on our scoreboard as we look at it. 12.56, so probably enough for 2 more overs. Mo Abbas tends to get through his 6 quite sharpish, so in fact it's just ticked over to 12.57. I imagine Surrey's pair will be all too happy just to chew the fat, do a little gardening, and just try and make this the final one, whereas Hampshire, they have to try and force the issue here. It'll be Burns on strike.
Yeah, you'd think there'd be 1 more over here for Rory Burns to negotiate. Rory Burns and Mo Abbas played out a 0-0 draw for a huge chunk of the first part of this innings. No runs scored by Burns, no runs conceded by Abbas as they went toe to toe, but they're both still there.
You mentioned earlier Dan's upcoming chat with Ricky Alcock this lunchtime. Full disclosure, I work for the company that's published his book. Nonetheless, it's an absolute scream. It genuinely is, and he did a fabulous Q&A just over slightly 100 yards from the Oval, actually, a few weeks back, and we packed it out over there at Canterbury Court, and he was compelling. So really do hold on to us through the lunch, because he's got some incredible stories. You know him as well personally, Dino. You say he's a friend of yours. He was once one of the quickest bowlers in the land, of course.
Yeah, absolutely terrific bowler.
Did you see him in his pomp? You'd have been what?
Yeah.
7 or 8, 9.
yeah. I definitely would have watched him. I mean, he didn't play that many games for Middlesex, unfortunately, due to injury. His back just frustratingly giving way too many times. He went on an England tour to the West Indies, hoping to play, originally from Barbados, hoping to play in the Caribbean, and couldn't quite stay on the park for long enough. But yeah, I would have watched him at Middlesex, and continue a great tradition of West Indian fast bowlers. Neil Williams and Wayne Daniel, and even Norman Cowans, who I watched for many years.
Yep.
And fantastic bowlers. Big appeal there from Abbas. Bent back, arms aloft from keeper and slip, but the umpire,
let's have a look at this,
not moved an inch. And squaring up Rory Burns, but it's hit him.
It's hit him above the knee roll, isn't it, Dino?
Well, it's hit him above the pad.
Yeah.
It's hit him into the inner thigh, so he's not a huge man, Rory Burns, but you'd think that was likely to go over the top of the stumps. We've had another email in. We've been talking about the bonus points system. As Rory Burns tucks away into the leg side for another single, and with one ball to come before lunch, you'd think. We've got an email from John who says we've had bonus points since the 70s and they've been tinkered with endlessly. Yet just about every championship has been won by the team with the most wins, and if level, the least losses. How about dropping bonuses altogether, go with wins minus losses, as was the system for most of the championship's history up to the 60s and 70s. That is how test series are decided.
Rob Key will be applauding somewhere.
As Mo Abbas gets the double teapot out, having bowled the final ball of the first session here on day 2 between Surrey and Hampshire. Surrey 209 for 6. Rory Burns 87 not out from 190 balls. Cam Steele with him 14 not out from 30. And they lead by 58 as the players now make their way off for a well-deserved and well-earned break. Now, as we've been flagging up, there's going to be a lunchtime conversation between Dan Norcross and Ricky Alcock about his fantastic autobiography, Balls to Fly. The former fast bowler turned Virgin Atlantic airline pilot. He did on more than one occasion take me from London to Bridgetown, and imagine my joy when the pilot actually came into the plane and greeted me as a dear friend in front of everyone else. I felt very special indeed. Well, it's his turn to feel special. With Dan Norcross alongside him, I will hand you over.
Thank you, Dino. So, just you see the state of play here at lunch. Surrey 209 for 6. They've added 86 runs, and been plenty of overs. Just taking a look up there, the remaining overs today has come off the screen, which is really unhelpful. But we've had about 31 overs today. Surrey's lead 58. Rory Burns has batted brilliantly. He's been very punishing on anything loose, and there's not been a lot of that. As you can see, Mohammad Abbas, 22 overs, 1 for 23. It's been a fantastic effort from him. A couple of wickets apiece for Wheel and Abbott, and one for Mo Abbas and James Fuller. But the only wicket to fall today, that of Kemar Roach, who finally earned the right to drive at a wide one, which he did. Got an edge through to the keeper. He went for 19, but he'd done his job, more than done his job, in blunting this very strong Hampshire attack. Abbott and Abbas starting today in gloomy conditions and not able to make that breakthrough. So Surrey are in a strong position, you would say, with that strong lower order, but Hampshire will have a new ball in an overs time, which they will inevitably take, and they will have had bowlers who have freshened up a little bit after the 40-minute lunch break, looking to rattle through those last remaining 4 wickets, keep that lead down to maybe 80 or so and get themselves back into the game. But that is for after lunch. During the lunch break, I am absolutely delighted to say that I get the opportunity to talk again to the author of this very fine book, Balls to Fly, Ricky Alcock. And it's a very bold autobiography. It's a very honest one. It's a very truthful one. And it was written, Ricky, by you. This isn't ghost written. This is all your work.
Yeah, absolutely, all my work. I started with 127,000 words and needed to get it down to approximately 80,000 or so. So yeah, and a lot of it was written to start with in the early part, just as soon as I sort of finished playing, and then I put it on the back burner for quite a while, 30 years of quite a while. And then when COVID and various other bits and pieces came up, I went back to it and finished it off.
Well, and it is a book that has got very distinctive sections, because a lot of ex-cricketers, the story is cricket, and it really sort of ends at the cricket, where this is not the case at all. Your story is varied, has multiple strands to it. I mean, Dino's kind of given a spoiler alert there about what happens, but I'm going to do this chronologically. I'm going to take us back to the beginning, because there'll be plenty of people of a certain generation, myself included, who will very well remember your exploits in cricket. But for our younger viewers, let's take everybody back, because Ricky played for Middlesex, but he was born in Barbados, and this is a very different world that you were brought up in. And talk to us a little bit about your childhood growing up in Barbados.
Well, I born in 1965, and if those of you that know Barbados, at the top of basically Sandy Lines, and I come from a little village, tiny little village, very, very poor. I suppose if you were in America or England or somewhere like that, you would probably say that I come out of the projects. You know, fairly much everybody in my village went to primary school bare feet. You know, not because we liked the feeling of the sun. It was just because we couldn't afford shoes, really. But we were poor, but not hungry. You know, and that's basically where I grew up. So we had the riches of Sandy Lane just down a mile down the road. You know, with the 10,000 and multi-million pound houses, golf courses and stuff like that, and me in a little village on the edge of that sort of development. And that's where I grew up. And I had two things going for me. One, basically, that I was a relatively clever child, and the other thing, that I could bowl a cricket ball relatively fast.
Well, you describe in your book it's a happy childhood. I mean, you've got a very vivacious family.
Yeah.
There's a lot of laughter. There's a lot of partying. There's a lot of fun to be had. But also, I mean, I don't think people will necessarily know so much about Barbados, but you go from this pretty impoverished background to go to, well, the finest school in Barbados, and to do that, you're being falsely modest, you've got to be pretty smart, and you've got to pass those exams to get in. And it's Combermere, and it is a school that has produced some of the very finest cricketing talents, but intellectual talents, prime ministers. You know, I'm trying to think of an equivalent school here, but I mean, it's not Eton, but it's like the major educational institution in Barbados.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, for everybody, every young kid in Barbados around the age of 9, 10, you that's your way up. Unless you got some incredible sporting talent, or I don't know, singing talent or something, your way out is to pass those exams. It's to get into one of those schools, you know. And in my day, there was 6 of them, and Combermere was right at the top. It was the one that actually was first to allow black people to have an education in Barbados. The other 2, Harrison College and Lodge, for instance, was purely white institutions, and Combermere was the first of the black kids. So a black school that allowed black kids in there, and so it was the one that a lot of people had wanted to go to.
I mean, that'd be the one that, like, Chris Jordan went to.
Chris Jordan,
but I mean Rihanna, exactly. But also, like, you know, let's also remember your prime ministers were there. You know, the very elite intellects of Barbados society.
You know, Prime Minister Errol Barrow, the first Prime Minister of Barbados after Barbados got independence, he was the first Prime Minister, Errol Barrow. And this is an incredibly clever man. This is a man that flew in the Second World War as a navigator in the Royal Air Force. As you can imagine, a black man rising up into the Royal Air Force in those days. He was a fairly special guy. And then he went off after war, went to LSE and studied politics and stuff like that, and then went back to Barbados and became Prime Minister, the first Prime Minister of Barbados. So fairly special man, and he started his education there.
So what kind of a culture shock was that for you? Because although you describe a very happy childhood and whatnot, when you get to Combermere, things are different. It's uniform, it's singing the school song, it's, you know, expectations are now on you, you know, and I guess your parents are also like, well, you've gone through all this, you're going to make the absolute best of this. So, because I feel that this is quite a theme of your life and your book, is that you find yourself catapulted into challenging situations which are very different from the ones that you've been brought up with, you know. and you get these hiatuses that happen through your life. We're going to come to your time in England in a minute, but being at Combermere first of all, and the disciplines involved in that, that must have put you in really good stead, yeah?
Yeah, well, I mean, the school sound up and on. Yeah, absolutely, and that's one of the first things that you notice about Combermere is they expect so much of you when you get in there, you know. But it was a good school for me in the fact that it didn't totally expect you to be academic. So I turned up at Combermere, obviously a relatively academic child, but I had all kinds of strings going on. I wanted to run, I wanted to jump, I wanted to play cricket, you know. But whatever you were good at, that school tried to channel you into. And I always remember the headmaster at the time, Charlie Pilgrim, saying to me, you know, I don't care what you do. I just want you to be the very best that you can be at whatever it is that you do. And that was the ethos of the school. You know, they had schools, Harrison College, for instance, was probably a more academic school. But it wasn't a school that catered for everybody like Combermere did, you know.
Now, when you're there, you've already described yourself as a kind of sporty kid. And you'd have played all sorts of sports, not just cricket, I'm guessing.
Absolutely.
You get to Combermere, and this is a place that can nurture this talent. Was it immediately obvious to your teachers, and indeed to you, that you had this special gift for speed? Because, you know, that is, when people think of Ricardo Elcock, they think lightning quick.
Yeah.
Was this something that you had just naturally in you?
Well, I didn't know that I had this. When I first went to Combermere, obviously the only sort of cricket that I'd been playing was with my brother, and you know, occasionally my mum bowling at us, you know. And you know, usually with one of the plastic fruits that we had, so we didn't even have proper cricket balls or anything. And I turned up at Combermere. Obviously, we now got tennis balls that we're playing with, and various other things. And I just wanted to play cricket. And the way I got into fast bowling was I decided that I would gonna bat with some of the bigger boys, and one of them offered me 25 cents for my batting slot, and I said, no, go away, you know, you're not, you know, I'm not giving
bribing you.
Yeah. And he said, okay, and basically what he did was to give me a little slap around the head and took the bat away anyway, and said, go and bowl. And so I thought the only way to get back at him is to bowl as fast as I could at him. You know what I mean? And that's when I actually realized that, and that was, I suppose, about 10, 11. And I realized then that I could bowl a cricket ball relatively fast and quickly. Everybody in my circle sort of realized that too.
So to put this into context, we're talking the mid-70s here, and this is coinciding with a massive rise in West Indies cricket. They've lost to Australia in 75-6, and they come to England in 76. And the whole great story of that team, that sort of 20 years of dominance from 76 to 95 is kicking off. And at the forefront of that, there are some great Barbados players.
Absolutely.
You must have been really well aware of that. The island must have been really kind of gripped by cricket fever, wouldn't they, around this time?
Yeah, well, the first test match that I went to, my mum took me, and it was the Lawrence Rowe 302 test match in Barbados. That was the first one. Little kid lying on my mum's lap. I have too much recollection of the match itself, except the crowd going crazy for these two batsmen in the middle, which was Lawrence Rowe and Alvin Kallicharran at the time. And I remember thinking, well, everybody's shouting for Lawrence Rowe, I'm going to shout for Kallicharran. You know, this is 73 or something like that. And so that's the first time that I remember cricket as such. Of course, then I went into Combermere and started to play it. And then what the big thing for us then was World Series cricket. When the West Indies Packer cricket came along, he actually brought one of the things to the Caribbean. So they had a year of Packer cricket in the Caribbean. What he did do is he said to a lot of the players, if they weren't playing in the Super Test or one-day matches at the time, they had to go into schools and coach. And that was my first bit of proper coaching. And I always remember that my coach was Martin Kent.
Yeah,
the
Aussie
player. Yeah, he came, and so I had some coaching from him.
Wow, I didn't realise that. That must have been quite the thing.
Absolutely.
So,
all the colours, you can imagine all the pretty colours and lights and all kinds of things. It was just amazing.
So let's sort of just focus in on this for a little bit. You said something there that was really interesting. You said even as a 7-year-old, 8-year-old, you're at a game of cricket and everyone's cheering for Lawrence Rowe, so you're going to cheer for Alvin Calitran.
Yes.
Now this is, read this book and you will realise why that is the most Ricardo Elcock thing you could possibly have heard, because you are not conventional. You do not do what you're told to do. You don't follow the herd.
Never had.
No, you haven't. And it's around about this point I want to move to your next move, but just before we do, there's something in your book that kind of prefigures what's going to happen later on, because your interest in aeroplanes doesn't just happen later on, does it?
No.
You've got this cricket thing going on, but you also got this aeroplanes thing going on. Tell us about that and what the germ of that was.
Well, if you're thinking, so at 13, they've sort of found out, or 12, somewhere around there, that I can bowl a cricket ball relatively fast, and they're pushing me towards all kinds of things. I'm actually playing at the very highest level in Barbados around 13, 14 years old. So I'm progressing quickly.
And that is a top level.
That's the top level. That's bowling at Desmond Haynes, Gordon Greenwich, Collis King, all these people as a 14-year-old, and I'm holding my own. I mean, one of those matches I got 7 for 18 against Pickwick side as a 14-year-old in Barbados. So I'm progressing quite well. But in the book, you'll read that my mum gave me a bicycle for passing the exam to get into Commermere. So I used to ride my bicycle around Barbados, and for this particular day, I rode down to the harbour in Barbados, and I could see the American aircraft carrier just parked off the Barbados, and these guys are landing. They're landing planes on this thing, and I thought, whoa, that would be really cool, And eventually, I got a little tour of this thing. The guy asked if anybody wanted to sit in the cockpit. I put my hand up and I sat in the cockpit. And the minute I sat in the cockpit, I just knew that something that I wanted to do in the future. Of course, I had
the whole brains are fizzing with the thoughts of what
thoughts of this. I go home and I tell my dad basically, and my dad says, black people don't fly airplanes. Just do something that you can do, which is doctor, a lawyer, or an engineer, or something like that. And I remember thinking, I'm going to show you. I don't know how, but I'm going to show you how that black people can fly the airplanes. And that's where it actually started. So that's why it come back to later years when I did do it.
So bear that in mind, folks, because this is the start. That's sort of start of Act 3, maybe. But now let's take you back to Combermere, and it's a tournament that takes place in Barbados that kick-starts your next move, and it's a pretty dramatic one for a young man, because you end up going to England, going to a public boarding school. Explain how this happens.
Well, college toured Barbados, playing basically all the school sides in Barbados. College, Malvern College. And I played against them, or I was supposed to play against them. And the day before I played against them, that same bicycle that we were talking about earlier fell off and took all the skin off my elbows and knees and stuff like that. However, my mum managed to patch me up enough that I actually played in the game. And I just scared them. They'd never seen a 13-year-old, 14-year-old that could bowl a cricket ball as fast as that. And that set the emotion. Them trying to organize a scholarship for me to come to Malvern College, which eventually bore fruit in 1981. And I arrived at Malvern to play cricket and to study at Malvern.
Now, I know because I read the book, but describe how this was for your family, and especially for your mother, because, you've got into Combermere, which is a great thing, and it's a scary thing to send a son away,
absolutely,
thousands of miles away.
And my mum, we live, as I said, probably 1.5 miles from the beach. My mum has been to the beach 5 times in her life. She didn't go very far. She'd been into Bridgetown every now and again. But even the other side of the island, she would never have been. So somebody to turn up and say, right, I'm going to take a child 5,000 miles away, your firstborn as well. Must have been incredibly difficult for her.
Was it for you as well to make that decision? Because obviously it was on you. You didn't have to say yes.
For me, I was excited. I'd listened to cricket. I could still remember, Jeff, doing commentary from England and wondering what it sounded like the wind was blowing and stuff like that, you know. So we used to sit in class at Cornwall, and we, you know, a good mate of mine who's now director of cricket in Barbados, Henderson Spray, he used to bring little cricket books to school, and there would always be the, you know, the checkered grounds at Lord's or whatever, and you just wanted to do that, you know. And so that was exciting for me. But for her, you can imagine the brave thing. I mean, I'm a pilot now, and I've got a young son, and if somebody turned up and said to me, I'm going to take your son to Brazil or wherever to school, I'd say, no, you're not. You know what I mean? So you can imagine in 1980, somebody turning up, saying that to a woman that's hardly ever left Redmond Village, and for her to make that decision, I just think it's the bravest decision that I've ever seen.
So you get to England, and you don't... Am I right in saying it's not the best time of year?
No, April.
April, yeah.
17th of April I turned up in England, fairly much like now. Cold, freezing.
I mean, so you've got a bit of a culture shock here because, you know, as you just described, you described a family setup that's not particularly, you know, used to travel. And I've been to Barbados. It is the most beautiful climate, and it's a beautiful climate all year round, frankly. So you've got a bunch of shocks. One of them is the weather, but another one of the shocks is a culture shock, because Malvern College is a very, especially in 1980, is a very traditional school. It's a very traditional, and it's a very white school as well. Absolutely. There won't have been many people of colour that were in that school, I'm guessing.
There was none, except for me. And you know, the shock was, I had all the shocks, which is purely sensory, all the senses, you know. Everything that I touched was different. Everything that I taste was different. Everything I saw was different. You know, things like music. You know, I came from listening to Sparrow, and suddenly I turned up in England. I remember, you know, one of my schoolmates asking me if I liked the Jam, and I said, "Well, what type?" You know, so I'm not talking about, you know, the thing that you eat, you know, or the first time I saw a toaster. You know, I remember mine, Gary Lee, getting up with a set of bread and walking over to this strange implement, putting it in this thing and coming back with burnt bread. And I'm thinking, why in God's earth would you burn good bread? You know what I mean? You know.
Well, now you put it that way, I do know what you mean.
You know, marmalade, you know, telly. You know, we had one telly in the whole of Redmond Village. Mr. Bruce, a guy further down the road from us, had a telly, and he would allow us all to stand in the road and watch this thing.
Yeah,
and suddenly I turned up, and the telly's in colour. It's on from 10 o'clock in the day. When in Barbados it came on at 7 at night.
Right.
You know, it's on from 10 in the day. You know, it's in colour, and added to that, it changes channels by itself. You know, you think it was this magic thing that changes the television channel. So there were heaps of things, as well as, you know, cold and going to school, wearing jackets and ties and, you know, trains and all kinds of things. It was.
But you've got, you talk very fondly though about a couple of mentors, if you like, teachers that really help you out here, and you've also got a bit of a friendship group that you get introduced to immediately. You've already mentioned our man with the Jam. He appears a few times.
Yeah, Andrew McCormick. Yeah, absolutely amazing.
So you were sort of made to feel welcome, but at the same token, you also talk quite poignantly in the book about how, like, the sensory overload so much, and the homesickness floods you like a tsunami. And your first instinct, for the only time in your life, it seems, and in this book, is to run away.
Yeah, go home. Yeah, move back to. I had a lot of people that look after me. You know, I'd met, for instance, Andy Murta, who the Hampshire viewers would probably remember. He was my English master at school, and you know, so he was there to help. Alan Duff, I mean, he was such a lovely man and made me feel very, very welcome at school. But you know, with all of that, the temperature, the way how school was run, and you know, the rules of a boarding school, you could only go through certain doors and all kinds of things. I'd never seen.
And you remember them as well. I mean, that's one of the great things about the book, is you're very vivid about this. You're vivid about the foods. You're vivid about the doors you have to go in and out of. It made a huge impression on you.
It did. But I suppose at 15 years old, coming from Barbados to something like that, I've never forgotten it. You know, St. George, you know, seeing a griffin, You know, I'm thinking, well, does that actually live, that thing, you know? Is that going to fly around Malvern somewhere, you know? So there were all the things like that there, and it made an incredible impression on me, which I'd never forgotten and probably will never forget.
Well, you get over the bump in the road, and you find yourself playing in the first team. This is where there's the first hints of something that you deal with so brilliantly at the end of the book. We'll come to that later, but there's a bit of pushback finally, and the pushback is because you're basically too good.
Yeah.
You're basically too good and you're too quick.
Yeah.
So when you're playing in the first team, some of your opponent's schools, they don't like this too much, do they?
No. I don't think Malvern sort of helped in many ways, because Malvern used to walk around with a couple of helmets.
Right.
Cricket helmets.
And that's quite early in the
as you can imagine, in those days, cricket helmets, weren't very many of them. And Malvern used to offer these to the
opponent.
Yeah, to the opponent sides, and said, look, you know, wear these things. And of course they would take offense to that there. So I think there was a bit of pushback for that. But the other thing is a lot of the schools sort of assume that I was there and I didn't pay school fees or anything like that, and I shouldn't really be at the school. I was there as a professional. I used to hear them say he's a professional and he's playing in an amateur game.
When you're 15 years old?
I'm 15 years old, yeah.
I mean, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't
it?
Yeah. That sounds like sour grapes already.
Yeah. So they would have a go, you know. They were... You know, I remember turning up at Harrow, for instance, to play down there. Before I even got off the bus, you know, one guy said, look, one short ball today, you'll be off. Don't bowl any short ball.
Yeah, and to understand this, you need to, well, you don't need to, but the reader needs to transport themselves back into this time, in this late 70s, early 80s. And there was a lot of pushback against the West Indian fast bowling unit in those days. I remember articles appeared in the Cricketer which seem absolutely preposterous now and should have felt preposterous at the time, but weren't, about how the West Indian bowlers had an inbuilt advantage, they had physical advantages, the way they were going about their cricket was intimidatory.
Fast twitch
muscles,
all kinds of things.
Absolute drivel. Yeah. But they were saying these things. So in the context of that, when you turn up into these kind of hallowed portals, and Harrow is one of them, there's a definite kind of sense that they're piggybacking on this idea of all these West Indians coming over with their advantages, and so you're the hired gun.
Yeah.
But that doesn't stop
bringing in a ringer.
Exactly, which is crazy. I mean, and you know, we haven't even talked about how difficult it is for you to have to deal with a completely different curriculum, arriving halfway through, 2/3 of the way through a school year. You know, these are challenges that would be difficult for anybody, let alone from a small village in Barbados. But you're there, and you stay there, for really quite long periods, because you have to stay there over the summer holidays, don't you? Because you end up
playing cricket
for Worcestershire and playing club cricket. So you're thrust into adult cricket. This learning curve is really fast. And here there's another lovely character that enters your story, which is the lady that you lodge with,
Anne Collins. Absolutely amazing woman.
She sort of takes you in, and you're
my mum away from mum.
And you're 15, are you at this point? 15, 16?
Yeah.
And you're playing top level club cricket and Worcestershire second 11 with men. And by which I mean men who are going to take you out and about.
Take me out, introduce me to girls, to music, to drink.
And you're very candid about all that, isn't it?
I wanted it to be as realistic as possible, so I told it as it is. I mean, you know, my good mate David Banks in the book, he was put in charge of looking after this 15-year-old, and we're still friends today. He was my best man at my wedding, as a matter of fact, and he's still the very best buddies to this day. You know, he showed me everything that I needed to know.
In his banger.
In his old MG, you know, from eating in motorway services and crisps and Baker Rolls and all kinds of things that I'd never heard or seen of.
So I'm really conscious that we've been talking for half an hour. We've only got about another 10 minutes. So I'm going to have to speed us up a bit. So you play for Worcestershire, but and this is where there's another hint that there's a bit of a disconnect really between the sort of the white established way of doing things and how you're being now treated as a bowler, because you come in, you get over bowled, and this is where we get the first hints of injury. So, we'll job past the school now into the start of your professional career, and you have challenges here because you develop injuries. And nowadays, I get the feeling that these kind of injuries would be really closely monitored by strength and conditioning and all sorts. But in those days, not so much. So, just describe to us the fundamental injuries you're getting are back injuries, and they're incredibly painful, and you're not being listened to.
Yeah, and as everybody's saying, you're skiving. If you're not bowling fast, nobody wants to know you, and that was my case. And of course, when I did play, I was being overbowled. Everybody wanted a piece of me. I was playing, obviously, because I was playing sort of a professional game at a very young age. I was playing second 11. And a year after that, I was playing first 11. Cricket, county cricket. I was playing club cricket. I was playing schools cricket. I was playing for the OMs. It was just too much, and I had no idea or understanding how to manage my body. And of course, it eventually just broke down. That was the end of that.
and these are some of the most heartbreaking parts of the book, because over the course of the next 6-7 years, the operations you have to undergo, and those days medical science not as great. I mean, just describe a little bit of the setup when you're diagnosed and when you're operated on, the length of time that you would have to spend in recovery, and the sort of setup for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously the operations the surgeons carried out and basically cut your back open, and in my case, my cracks were a little bit too high in my back for them to actually just freeze them. So that what they did is they took bone off my hip, grafted it into the cracks, and then they screwed them all together. And that, after that, I needed a lengthy set rehab, which usually meant that I was in a plaster cast from just underneath my neck to just above my private parts, and that would usually be for about 3 months at a time.
I mean, just to imagine the discomfort of that, and also the psychological damage that has on you, because it's not just happened once; it happens again
and again
and again. And look, this isn't an entire tale of woe. You have some great times at Middlesex.
Yeah.
And there's a lovely setup there, and Roland Butcher, who's with us today,
with us down there,
was at Middlesex, and the likes of Norman Cowans, and just a great team as well, Edmonds, Embry, and whatever. This is kind of your high point, and through this, you get called up to England. So you've left Worcester, Middlesex have taken you on, bad setbacks with the back, but then you get selected to play for England. Now, just talk us through how that felt and what the conflict must have been, because you're selected for the squad to go to the West Indies. So you're going to go home as an England player.
Yeah, I'm going home. I got to play against my mate that lives. I could throw a rock at his house from above, from where I live, Desmond Hayes, and I'm going to meet all my schoolmates. The school is going to come out and watch. This is one of their own. And by the way, in that same side was Gladstone Small, another Comamirian. And a lot of people forget that, and it was just the most exciting time that was ever. My mum had booked her holiday to come to the Oval to watch me play, and I can't tell you how excited I was for that to happen.
Was there any sort of sense of weirdness that you were going to be representing England in your home country? Did that feel at all odd?
It did. Of course it did. I grew up all around expecting to wear maroon. Expected. That was the only thing. Comamere, you're going to wear maroon, And, we'd had World, we'd had Atkinson, we'd had all these people that had worn maroon. And so to be going back as an England player, was strange. Of course it was strange. It was strange for some people in Barbados. Not in my village. Everybody in my village loved it. But I'd walk around Barbados before the tour started, and people would say, traitor. People said them kinds of things, But people, people were incredibly helpful as well. I had a guy, when eventually I got the injury, you probably come to this here, a guy that offered me to put WD-40 on my back. It would get rid of that. It would get rid of the back pain, So the people were still very caring.
But, as is the case so often in the book, you get a setback, because you arrived on the tour, done some nets, and it doesn't take long before a familiar feeling returns.
Yeah. Absolutely. Familiar feeling, and I knew it. I would always get a little pain in my sort of tummy And I never knew what it was. I mean, I worried about all kinds of things, but it in effect was a referred pain from my back. And then it would go in my groin and then my hamstrings, and eventually I usually ended up projectile vomiting somewhere, because of the pain, nausea, and all kinds of things. And that's exactly what happened in St. Lucia 1990.
And that's really sort of the end. I mean, I know you tried to come back, you tried to play some more, but
2 more operations.
2 more, and two more sets of 6 months in
6 months in plaster cast. It was just
missing a whole season.
Training up, going down to the RAF Headley Court to get fitness from guys that had been ejected out of airplanes. They tried everything,
but it's not to be. And then we get a very poignant part of the book when you basically get a severe depression.
Yeah.
And it's diagnosed by your mother-in-law,
yeah?
And you didn't know what it was for a few weeks, and you thought it was cancer, you thought it was like the end of your life. But really, it was the end of a life. It was the end of Ricky Alcock, the fast bowler.
Absolutely.
And when you realise that, in the book, you make a very bold and quick decision, don't you?
Yeah. All the panic attacks and stuff that I was getting, I didn't realize. But eventually, my mother-in-law, she said, "Rick, it's just depression. You need to get out of here, find something else to do." And instantly, I knew I'm going to go and fly planes and get over that. And that's exactly what I did.
And that sounds like easy, doesn't it, when you put it like that? But of course, it's not easy, because just explain the process you've got to go to be a commercial.
Well, first you got to fight £80,000 in those days. I mean, now it's 120,000 plus, but in those days it was 80,000 plus.
This is like 1990s, early 1990s.
Yeah, this is 1993, and so I needed to find 80,000. I needed to go to America and spend a bit of time there. Then I had to come back and go to flight school here and did 20 odd exams. It's just a horrendous process, and it's basically jumping through hoops and fairly hoops. And when you don't have any money, you haven't got a lot of choices. So each one of them exams, for instance, I had one shot. And if I fail, chances are I'm going to give up.
I mean, there's massive pressure. Massive, but you're guys used to pressure, and you're used to.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't make it any easier. I'm not saying that, but it means that you're kind of geared up for the fight.
Yeah.
Because that's what you've done pretty much all your life. You pass those exams, and you get to Virgin.
Yeah.
And I'm speeding this up because the players are on their way out, but you become the first black pilot for Virgin.
First black pilot, and eventually the first black captain, and fly the jumbo,
which is
back to Barbados,
which is just it's an incredible achievement. But this book wouldn't be this book if there wasn't a twist.
Yeah.
Because you then get another setback, and this is like one of the scariest parts of the book is that your health fails you here.
Yeah, I fell down some stairs, brain bleed, and it took them 4 operations to find out what was the problem. 4 brain operations. When they told me what it was, I thought, oh, not a big deal. They said to me, "You've had a subdural hematoma." And fast bowlers will tell you they get hematomas under their knee, under their toe nails, everything. So I just thought, it's an easy thing. What I didn't realize is that this is the thing that kills vast majority of people that have it, and it very nearly much had me.
There is a scene which I'm not going to ruin. It's one of the reasons you need to buy this book, Balls to Fly, of you in hospital, crawling on your hands and knees in a hospital lavatory. Nobody knows you're in there, and you can't really move because you're effectively been paralysed by your own injury.
Yeah.
And it's a very dramatic scene. How much you must remember it really well. How scary was that?
I'll tell you, I remember 3 things about that, and I'll give you quickly. My mum, I refused to tell my mum because she normally had a big party every Christmas, and this happened around Christmas time, and I didn't want to ruin the party, so I never told my mum. So after the 3rd operation, they said, "Right, it's time to the rest. You're about to die. We're going to tell her." So she's flying to England getting here on the 22nd of January. So the morning 22nd of January, I get up, goes to the bathroom, lock the door, turn the shower on. Suddenly the water's coming down, and I have this weird feeling. It goes into a massive seizure that started going. And while I'm lying on the floor in this bathroom, there's 3 things that come to mind. 1, don't ever lock a bathroom door, right? And that's going to come back and haunt me down the road. 2, don't ever get in a bath, because I realized if I was in a bath, I would drown. And the 3rd thing, you're not going to die today. Maybe tomorrow, but not today. Your mum is outside waiting to see you. And those are the 3 things that drove me to get through that little episode.
Look, it's a truly amazing book. I wish we had longer. This is when you actually need a rain break. I'm really sorry, Ricky. The very end of the book is one of the most masterful things, most masterful chapters I've seen written. You shine a light on prejudice and where you have encountered it in your life, but not in a bitter way, not in a cruel way, not even in an angry way, just in a matter-of-fact way. It's a very, very effective way of dealing with a major problem. Like I say, we could keep on going on forever. I'm afraid the first ball's about to be bowled, but I can tell you all, you've got to get this book. Ricky Elcock, Balls to Fly. It's a fantastic story, written entirely by this man here. We're going to have to return to the cricket as Rory Burns negotiates the first ball. It's a no ball. But Ricky, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Great to hear your story, and really good luck with the book.
Thank you.
So, yeah, we needed rain for more of that. What an incredible story. Sean Abbott is going to continue. We've got 1 over left until a new ball becomes available. I'm going to get out of the way because Yaz Rana's coming in and Adam Collins is coming in. Abbott's coming in and 2 slips are waiting. Burns leaves it alone, and Surrey looking here to build a lead, but a new ball is available in just 4 balls time. We could have a very exciting session on our hands. Over to you, Yaz, and then it'll be Collar.
Slow and steady progress for Surrey in the opening session on day 2. Rory Burns, 192 deliveries so far through his innings, 87 not out. Cam Steele, 14 not out, played a almighty uppercut for 6, 3rd ball.
It's been a real shift, hasn't it, from the captain? So they added 81 runs in that first session, 30 overs bowled, losing just the night watchman Kemar Roach, who was caught behind for 19, but faced 96 balls, put on 66 with his skipper, and just meant that from a Hampshire perspective, this session becomes, well, borderline urgent. They really need to bowl Surrey out in a hurry with the lead already up to 60. Daniel notes the second new ball isn't far away. I'm sure Abbott will get first use with it. So he's warming into his work here. 1 over with the old ball. But the old ball has continued to move around. It's not been as though we've not been in Kookaburra land over the last couple of hours, have we?
Yeah, I was going to say, even those opening couple of deliveries from Abbott, the ball moving away through the air from Burns, and that's with a ball that's 79 overs old. So the Dukes does always keep the bowler interested. It sort of feels like with the new ball going to have a real injection of energy and urgency. Feels like the game's been in a bit of a holding pattern. Hampshire happy to have men out, happy to give Burns a single. You'd expect he'd have a couple more catches involved when Abbott and Abbas have that new ball.
Quite a few overs in the legs though. Abbott's 23rd, Abbas has bowled 22, Wheel and Fuller 18 and 17 respectively. As you'd expect with the ball continuing to do stuff like that off the seam. We haven't actually seen an over a spin in the entire match. Steele leading the country for wickets, didn't bowl in the first innings, and Dawson hasn't bowled here for Hampshire as yet. That's one lever that James Vince can pull at some stage.
I remember that was a similar feature of the match last year between the two sides. Liam Dawson didn't bowl until pretty late in the piece.
Quintessential get-off strike shot from Rory Burns. He's played that 1,000 times, will play it 1,000 more. He moves to 88, retains the strike, 212 for 6, leads 61, and the second new Dukes is due. Yeah, Dawson with the ball. His season last year feels like it was the first one where it clicked with both disciplines at the same time. He's had sort of bowling seasons and batting seasons, but very mature player now. It was all in sync, all in rhythm, and he started the season very well with the ball too. Pfeiffer last week 7 in the match against Warwickshire and 4 against Lancs in different conditions. We had to bowl for a long stretch of time. Finished last year with a 9-wicket match against Surrey, it's worth noting, in Hampshire's win in the final round in late September. So it's going to be Muhammad Abbas. Just trying to detect whether that is the new ball. And
that is the
surely
new ball,
it is, yes. Yeah.
As expected. No, Liam Dawson, he's one of those players who I think you can tell how skillful he is with the red ball by how he does with the white ball. There are so few finger spinners who pick up the sort of deals that he does.
What's that? Burns takes the first ball from Abbas's new spell down to deep fine for 111 short of 100 now, the captain. What's that little factoid about Dawson, that he was in every England World Cup squad from, was it 2016 through to 2021 or something like that?
Yeah.
But he seldom played a game in those tournaments, but was always in the squads or there and thereabouts. Played a few test matches as well in 2018 alongside Mo and Ali, where they had the 2 all-rounder configuration against South Africa. Maybe even 2017 possibly.
Yeah, I think they bowled in tandem at Lords, and Moeen, I think, got a second innings 6 for.
Yes.
But arguably, Dawson bowled as well as Moeen did on that day. And that was peak England not knowing exactly what to do with Moeen Ali. There's a lot of chat about Moeen preferring to be the second spinner, and that was almost why Dawson was in. Dawson debuted at the end of that miserable tour of India.
He said it, didn't he, Moeen? He said, I was at the press conference at that Lord's Test. Steele gets his first run after lunch. 1 or 2 men back to the short boundary. He said, yeah, no, this is much better. I'm the second spinner. And added to that he sees himself more as a batsman than a bowler. When the stats would bear out, at that point of his career, he was more a bowler than a batter. Although he did have an excellent 2016 with the bat. It was that period of time when, and arguably it was his whole career, wasn't it? Even last year during the Ashes, he ended up as a number 3, didn't he, for a time?
Well, England lost their number 3 and their number 1 spinner to injury. And Moeen, who hadn't played with the red ball for a couple of years, replaced both of them.
Yes, that's right.
And even though that he didn't have particularly eye-catching individual series, first of all, he did score a really important 50 at Old Trafford that sort of laid the foundation for the carnage that followed. But it was his inclusion in the side that allowed Chris Wokes really to come in, with Stokes bowling less and less as the series progressed.
Saved his best for here, didn't he, with the ball that final day of the series. Bowled beautifully to help bowl Australia out. Burns' 200th delivery there, pushed out to mid-wicket.
Something to keep an eye on. Mohammad Abbas is bowling his 23rd over. He's 22.5 overs in, an economy rate of just over 1 run per over. He is yet to concede a boundary. That is staggering.
I think we worked out after about 17 overs he hadn't conceded a 2. Remarkable stuff. Still 2 back on the leg side, plus 2 back on the offside as well to the short rope. So plenty of singles for Burns. Leaves alone here. 2 from the over, 214 for 6, lead of 63.
The Liam Dawson story last year was really interesting because, as you say, he had probably his best professional season. Excelled with both bat and ball in red and white ball cricket. And when Jack Leach went down at the start, just before the Ashes series, Dawson, you'd have thought, would have been in a pretty good spot to come in. And then also, with all the wickets he took at the end of the season, again, most pundits thought he was in line to go on that tour of India. But there was a bit of a dilemma in that Dawson had a lot of white ball stuff lined up. Lucrative white ball contracts. I think his SA20 deal was rumoured to be around the £150,000 mark.
Shot. Steele on the front foot. pressing through the line, didn't need to overhit it to the short boundary. His best shot so far, up to 19.
That's a glorious shot. Abbott, his first delivery with the second new ball, not a lot wrong with it, and Steele has really lent into it, crunched it away past the fielder at cover to the shortish boundary for 4.
Looks very organised, Steele. Light still on, second new ball. Edging and caught behind, next ball. So Abbott does strike straight away with the new Dukes, and boy, Hampshire needed that. The ball, after being dispatched to the boundary, finds the outside edge. Brown does the rest, 218 for 7, Steele gone for 19.
Slightly fuller ball from Abbott, and with the new ball it goes to the fence quicker, but it just makes things happen. As we look at the replay here, maybe not.
We will, I'm sure.
But if anything, that was a more drivable ball than the one that Steele put away to the fence. Bit of extra width, slightly fuller. Steele maybe not quite getting to the pitch of the ball, driving away from the body. Faint edge. And yeah, new ball, 8 balls in. Hampshire have their 7th wicket, and that lead is significant, but not yet decisive, you'd say. It's only 67 runs. Hampshire will be desperate to ensure that lead remains under 100.
Well, because they bowled so well initially yesterday, Hampshire, at one stage having Surrey 44 for 4, it meant that they only ever need to get 2 or 3 in a hurry here through the lower middle order. They can open up the tail, and they've done so here. So leader 67, can they contain it? Can they go through the lower order and keep it to 80 or 90? Good time for a break as well. Feed up for 40 minutes, knowing the second new ball was going to be due just after the break. As Clark walks out, very strong number 9. So far this season, 40 last week down at Canterbury, 13 against Somerset. Made an unbeaten half century against Hampshire last year to finish the season. A century out here against Notts.
Yep. Down a spot, given that Roach came in as a night watcher last night. Jordan Clark is some man to come in at number 9. Sorry, bats deep. I think Tahar was making the point last year. There weren't many hundreds here at the Kia Oval in 2023. But a big part of Surrey's success was the relentlessness of their order, their contributions pretty much all the way down.
So 3 catching men behind the wicket. Clark's first ball leaves very close to that off stump on length. Yeah, just back to that Dawson story, and we'll see a replay of the wicket here. So the reverse angle. Oh no, that's the ball that was left alone by Clark. We'll try and get that wicket between overs here, if we can. Oh, again leaving close to the woodwork. Back up towards the high 70s for Abbott, which has been about where he's peaked. He said before the season that he's not been as fit as this since he was playing Test cricket. So you go back to 2016 for that. Huge pre-season, realising that turning 37 this year, he needs to be at his best physical condition to continue to compete the way he wants to, which is great. Love hearing that from a fast bowler. That'll be a boundary, squeezed out. Again, it was close to the stumps, but Clark watched it all the way down onto his blade. Nice control. Lead into the 70s.
Yeah.
2-2-2 for 7.
Not too dissimilar a delivery to the previous 2 that Clark's been happy to let go. Again, angled in from Abbott. Not a lot of width there at all, but it's a canny shot from Clark. It's a very short boundary, so you get full value for your runs if you do pierce that gap.
Abbott. Successful over. Can he cap it here with another? Clark throws his hands at it. Back-to-back boundaries. That is sped out to the short boundary. So 12 runs plus the wicket in the over. Lead 75, 226 for 7.
Fascinating passage of play we have here. You feel like the game could really accelerate in either direction, really. Collar, you mentioned that Hampshire will be desperate to knock over these last 3 Surrey wickets in quick time, but equally Surrey will sense that the new ball also brings with it extra run scoring opportunities, and despite the wicket of Cameron still in that over, 12 runs off it, we haven't seen many overs like that, not only this innings but throughout the entirety of the match. That lead now up to 75, 226 for 7.
Such a big factor, the short boundary, isn't it, as well?
100%. We talked about it a lot in the previous Surrey home fixture. This time we're 2 strips closer to that short boundary.
So round the wicket now, Abbas. Past the bowler and his follow through. I'll turn for a couple. Burns into the 90s.
And actually we were speculating about whether or not the new ball would bring about a change of field to Rory Burns, but actually it looks like Hampshire haven't really changed things up too much. They've got a man on the offside boundary protecting the short boundary, and he's got 2 men deep in the leg side, 1 just in front of the square, 1 at conventional fine leg, and there's also a man at deep third, so 4 boundary riders with the new ball.
Sort of an in-outfield, mindful that the short rope's always protected, but 2 back for the short ball. We did see a couple of bounces in a row from Abbas earlier today. I don't think we've seen many more, but for whatever reason he decided to bang it in there twice in a row. Yeah, just on Abbott as well. When he left the international game, deciding to go full-time here in 17, initially as a Colpack and then subsequently as the main overseas player with Hampshire, he really was at the peak of his powers. I did his last test series in Australia in late 16 when he was player of the series, and he was just unplayable. I mean, really, he was something else. There was a lot made of the contributions of Rabada and Philander through that series, but the one constant, every spell, all over Australia in that, well, they ended up losing the final test, but they were 2-0 up in fine fashion.
Around that period, South Africa's seam attack must have been one of the hardest seam attacks to get into.
Yeah.
Not just then, but in the last 25 years.
Yeah, it's a good point though. Abbott was behind in the pecking order, but then Dale Steyn went down in the first test match, and that opened the door for him, and couldn't have bowled any better from that point. But yeah, that's right. Dwayne Olafia was on the way through at that point.
So you had Dale Steyn, Vernon Philander, Morna Morkel, Kagiso Rabada, Kyle Abbott, Dwayne Olafia. That's a couple of years before Lungi Ngidi comes onto the scene as well. You sort of see it now. This year, the left-arm quick Nandre Berger sort of spawned as a ready-made 90-mile-per-hour quick. And it feels like South Africa do that every year. There's a new guy who can bowl 90 miles per hour, who just emerges and slots straight in. Gerald Coetzee had an excellent 50 over World Cup in India.
He looks a brute, that bloke. I think Coetzee is the one who I've seen him bowl a little bit as well, and you sort of think that he's the guy you could build an attack around. Not that they play that much test cricket anymore anyway, let's be honest, sadly. Well wide of the off stump to finish. 24 overs, 1 for 27 Abbas, 228 for 7 the score, the lead 77. Don't think they play any series. I'm looking over at Samo for confirmation. I don't think in the FTP, or at least what's left of the FTP, I don't think South Africa play a series for more than 2 test matches. They're all these 2 test match series.
26-27, there's 3 against Australia.
26-27. They play a couple of 3 test series against England and Australia, but most of the time now they're down to 2 test match series, and we all know the circumstances around the side they sent to New Zealand earlier this year, which was a shambles. We were trailing that on the Surrey feed this time last year, I reckon. We were first saying about a year ago, this is a problem, this series that's coming up, and it, of course played out sadly that way. So Abbott to Clark again.
Yeah. Yeah, and Parker, he's 17 years old, one of the youngest players to feature in the IPL, particularly as an overseas. He's some talent. Got one hell of a Yorker on him. So yeah, South Africa, every year they produce a new quick. It's pretty much the rule.
And they sort of find a way to get them all a game as well, which is a little bit different to Australia. Finds the gap, just about, not quite. Where there's been a really good piece written by Dan Cherney from News Corp a couple of months ago about the lost generation of Australian quicks, and that's really a compliment to the big three, Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood, who are so consistent and never present. But you can throw into that, if you want, Michael Neser, Scott Bowen to an extent, Sean Abbott, Xavier Bartlett's now nationally contracted, but I mean, had he not been in this queue, he might have played well before. Spencer Johnson, where do they find room for him? So a big group of bowlers who've been operating at the level below. Mark Steketee, another.
Jai Richardson,
who's been injured a lot, but still a whole suite of quicks who in a different era would have played a lot of Test cricket. Back thigh pad.
We're talking about South Africa's recent Test exploits, and obviously that New Zealand series was a total shambles. But so, to be honest, is the fact that the India series was only 2 tests, in my opinion. You know, amazing moment seeing South Africa win that first Test match by an innings.
Through the line, but straight to mid-off. He hit the cover off that to James Vince.
Only a 2 Test series. I think with the history as well, India have never won a Test series in South Africa. And that narrative is over after 1 Test, right? India cannot win the series 1 Test in. And you think whatever might have happened in the final Test match, in the 3rd Test match, that series would have become so much more memorable.
In a way, I was grateful for it, as I was for the Windies Australia 1-1 tie, drawn series after 2, where we were crying out for a decider in both. And sometimes you need these sort of friction points where people start talking about the inadequacy of whatever's going on. And I think that having had that experience twice in quick succession, we might get to a point where we had Lawrence Booth on the stream yesterday, the editor of the Wisden Cricketers Almanac, and he devoted some space in his editor's notes this year to this very topic. Again, playing that dainty little deflect down to deep backward point, nicely steered by Clark, keeps the strike with the single. 229 for 7, the lead's up to 78, where we have to make a concession about 5-day Test cricket, except some, not all, but some countries hosting 4-day Test matches in exchange for every World Test Championship series being played over 3. I mean, I feel dirty even saying that about the 5-day Test becoming 4 in some countries, but if that's the concession that we need to make as Test lovers to get rid of these ridiculous 2 Test match series, well, that's a concession I'd be willing to make. I feel like that's an idea that's time is coming, possibly.
I think more can be done as well to just squeeze in more overs in the day. You know, we see in county cricket that 96 overs in the day is the norm. We don't really think about it. That's 6 more overs than what we get in the Test day.
Cramped up. Oh, that's not going to tickle. Might take a moment to wheel away to square leg and have a deep breath there, Clark. Samo tells me that in the last 36 Test matches in South Africa, there have been no draws, and 28 of the 36 are finished inside 4 days. Especially if you extend the 4 days, is the other part of what you're saying, I think he has, is that when we've had 4-day Test cricket so far, it's been played over 98 overs. They've given an extra half an hour. Now, they don't get them in, clearly, because over rates in Test cricket are a joke, but the allocation is bigger to start with. So even if, that's not far away from hitting the top of leg stump, you know. The body language of Mohamed Abbas would suggest as much anyway. See if we can see it side on, possibly on replay. We'll take a look. Reverse angle. Yeah.
But we're only 12 balls into Jordan Clark's innings, and that's the 3rd or 4th time he's left on length. And given the manner in which Abbas dismissed Ryan Mattel in the final session yesterday. So it's a brave way to go.
Cutting again, but there's a sweeper back for that shot. He's played it a number of times already. Double figures for Clark, leads 79.
One observation I've had of James Vince's captaincy is that Hampshire are very quick to drop a man deep. You know, Clark, just a handful of balls into his innings, dabs that one to the deep third boundary. Straight away, both ends, there's a man back for at deep third. Rory Burns, 207 deliveries at the crease, just 8 boundaries. You've got 4 men out and only 2 slips with a new ball.
So there's an easy single then, wide of mid-off, for there is no man up in the ring at cover. 92 now. Yeah, I understand the short boundary being protected to an extent, but 2 back on the leg side for a bus. Don't see him getting up the nostrils of Burns anytime soon. But yes, with all of these various contentious topics around international cricket, and it does feel like a lot's up for grabs at the moment. It feels like we're in one of those years. What's that expression where you can have decades where nothing happens and you can have years where a decade happens? I sort of feel like 2024 might be a year where a decade happens in international terms. It feels like a lot of these issues are reaching the boiling point in the wider conversation with administrators. Shot again. He started well here, Clark. That's his 3rd boundary. And that is perfectly timed. Up to 14. Leads 84. Completes the over. Abbas, a boundary off his bowling. At last.
25 overs in. Slightly footed from Abbas, and it's punished, driven firmly down the ground. And yeah, 25 overs of bowling. Only now conceding his 1st boundary. An almighty effort from Mohamed Abbas. On your point about change in international cricket, I feel like part of the reason why there are so many conversations around it is that England's summer compared to recent summers feels less busy. There's the weirdness of having a global tournament during the English summer that is not in England.
Easy single to start the new Abbott over. 93 for Burns.
And we've been used to one of the really big test heavyweights coming over to England pretty much every year recently. And I think there'll be lots of questions that people will be asking. I think one of the what a sad development in English test cricket recently is just how we've quietly lost a test match. It used to be, in my childhood, 7 tests a year.
7, yeah.
Every year. It has now quietly gone down to 6. And I think that also will prompt broader questions. You still have 2 test matches held at Lords in a 6-test summer. So a third of England home test matches are played at Lords. There'll be summers where there aren't a single Northern test match.
I think we run into one of those summers in 2027 from memory, where there's the Ashes test goes down to the Rose Bowl for the first time. This isn't an observation about the Rose Bowl, more about the historic Ashes venues of Leeds and Manchester. It does hit different up there, and this is coming from someone that hasn't been brought up in the UK. Ashes test cricket at Leeds and at Old Trafford, that's a terrific experience. So there's a high bar for them to meet when they go down there in 2027. But the broader point here, of course, is that what part of the country, the distribution of the test matches, and not having any up north. It's a fair point, with 2 being at Lords every year as well.
Yeah, I think if you have 2 test matches at Lords each summer, 1 here, I think it's quite hard to justify having a 4th Southern test in a 6-test summer.
So next year is the Indian series where there's 5 test matches, which is good development that they're playing 5 test series again over the last couple of cycles. There must be another series on the shoulder of that summer. One against Zimbabwe, Samson. Good point. Pleased to see that. Interviewed Richard Gould last year and put this to him, saying that, you know, it'll be 20 years in. Well, it was 20 years last year, wasn't it, since Zimbabwe have visited for Test cricket. So I'm pleased to see they've been mindful of that. Bangladesh, on the other hand, it's been since 2010 since Bangladesh have played over here. So there's more that England can do as I guess a good global citizen with full member nations that are less prominent, acknowledging they have hosted Ireland a couple of times for one-off matches at Lords. But your point, there is scope, isn't there? Outside edge of the bat, short boundary, work to do, just kept in. Great bit of relay fielding. Over complete, 238 for 7. 3 runs coming from the over. Lead up to 87. That'll be time for me to jump off. I'll leave it with you, Yaz Rana, and Phil Walker is going to take up lead commentary for the next half an hour or so.
Yeah, sorry, 238 for 7. Leading by 87. Very quietly, Jordan Clark's come to the crease and got straight into his work. 16 off 20. A couple of sumptuous straight drives, and it's been hard work for both, not only for Hampshire in terms of taking wickets, but Surrey's run scoring as well, and Clark has added a bit of impetus. While Rory Burns has been very happy at the other end, just accumulating the odd single with several fielders back. Hello, Phil.
Afternoon, Yaz. You and Adam were going hammer and tongs there, solving the myriad issues of the world game in half an hour. Fascinating conversation. I think Adam's point about getting to the point where something has to give is a very fair one. It's a time for action now, you feel. Anyway. So I just came back on the arm a little bit, so that new ball is, if not talking, then certainly whispering for Mohamed Abbas. He conceded a boundary.
He did, yeah.
What a blow, what a disappointment to see that. What a record it would have been to have got through a quarter of a century of overs at the Oval, where you only have to really tickle it behind square and it runs away.
Especially
to have gone without a boundary.
It's such a short boundary on the gasometer side of the ground.
And that's leapt from nowhere, and Burns fended at it, but managed perhaps just to get the hands away just in the nick of time. But that's leapt from nowhere, Yaz.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen hints of uneven bounce. Obviously, the wicket of Ryan Patel yesterday. You could see there that Burns is motioning to play at a ball that does not bounce anywhere near as high as that one did. As you say, did well to get his hands out of the way.
And he's gone up. Bowler's convinced. Umpire unmoved. As is Rory Burns. Hands on heads in the cordon.
Yeah, Abbas was convinced.
Yeah, back leg for me. Looked like there was clear daylight. Cutting him in half is a beautiful delivery from round the wicket, but I think the bat was well outside the line of that ball and flicked the back pad. Good umpire. They've had good games, these two umpires, up until now. Stifled appeal this time. Wait and see what the decision is. And it's a run off the bat, so Burns inches up to 94.
Great little spell from Abbas. Those 3 deliveries in a row. One leaping off the length. Burns does well to get his gloves out of the way. Second one beating Burns' inside edge. I think when we looked at the replay, it wasn't actually that close to the bat, but was pretty close to Burns' off stump.
Nicked and dropped. It was a regulation chance. He's not had to move too much at all. Tom Preston at first slip, and it's in and out. It rather sums up Hampshire's day. Mohamed Abbas getting that late movement off the pitch, slightly wider of the crease. His brilliantly conceived bit of bowling, and in the grabbers he's been let down. Huge moment really, you feel, because everything has to go Hampshire's way. They are fighting tooth and nail to stay in this game, and it's not an exaggeration to say that they're staying in the championship race. This is what's at stake for them. That is a desperate drop.
Abbas very much deserved the wicket for that over. Brilliant over. 4 balls in a row where he threatened either the outside or the inside edge. On that occasion, getting the outside edge of Jordan Clark, and it's regulation chance really in the cordon.
Playing a miss, foolish by Fuller. Tempter outside off stump, and Burns could not resist. He lost his shape just a touch on the drive. You just see the secondary movement having essayed the shot. There's a wide space at extra cover. There's a man covering at deep square cover, but it's tempting.
What do you make of James Vince's field? Rory Burns, 216 deliveries at the crease, only 8 boundaries. And a big part of that is the number of men we've got out throughout, really. 4 men in the deep for Rory Burns. What do you think of the way Hampshire have gone about things in the field?
Well, it's the easiest trick in the book to say get another slip in. and of course, runs are critically important here for Hampshire. I don't mind this field personally, although with the first half a dozen overs with the new ball, we're 7 and a bit in now, 7.5 overs in. Perhaps for the first 10 to 12, you would want to go all out because the game is on a knife edge for them here. The lead is 88, but this pitch is not going to get flatter, and the overhead conditions are not going to get balmy, so you feel like perhaps he could live just a tiny bit more dangerously here, James Vince. It's a lovely shot, but as we say, there is cover, so just a single. Yeah, they are actively trying to pursue his outside edge. The field is set for that. They've left that space in the covers for Burns, and as you see, Fuller is bowling full and wide, and so to have 2 slips on the angle against the left-hander, perhaps you might want to bring one more in. I can understand that, but a flurry of boundaries here and a lead of 3 figures, and suddenly Hampshire are staring down the barrel, if they're not already. He's managed to catch up with that very effectively, Jordan Clark. One-hander, and that's run away fine for 4. Handy knock this by Jordan Clark, coming in at number 9. It's a useful person to have at 9.
No, 100%. Jordan Clark pretty much going at runnable 20 off 22 deliveries. Surrey were 212 for 6 when Hampshire took the second new ball. They've already added 32 runs in 8 overs, so going at 4 and over with the second new ball. Overall innings run rate quite a way below 3 runs and over.
Another leg side delivery by James Fuller, and I don't think it flicked anything, and so that will be a bye. Yep, a rare bye for Ben Brown. And so 57 overs still to be bowled in the day, so it's a long haul at the moment for Hampshire. 88 overs gone now. It's been an outstanding rearguard by Rory Burns, because at one point yesterday it looked like Surrey could fall over in a heap just as Hampshire had, but he's been resolute and rock solid up till now. It's not been especially expansive stuff. It's not been the kind of pitch where you can play like that, and Hampshire bowled very, very effectively yesterday afternoon, early evening. But Surrey, Yaz, by hook and by crook, they are inching their way into a position from where they can attack later on this afternoon. And of course tomorrow and Monday, if we need it, there will be a result in this one.
It's been a new ball game. 10 top order wickets have fallen in the first 21 overs. So you look at how Surrey have done against the second new ball here, and 33 for 1, scoring at a good rate. Very much advantage Surrey, even though they did lose Cam Steele early on to the second new ball.
That will run away through the kit of pigeons and does just beat the man, Tom Prest, who's not had a good 10 minutes, having dropped that catch earlier in the piece. And so that is the 4th boundary 4, I make it, for Jordan Clark. He's rattling along here, 24 from 25 now. And it's a crucial hand in the context of a low scorer.
No, 100%. That lead, now 98. Clark is really moving this game along. We so often see it when the second new ball comes in. Outside edge from Clark, but very much in control of that one. Guiding it past the man at second slip.
So he's just moving backward, deep backward square on the offside, a little bit finer, I guess, for that run down. It's been an effective shot for Jordan Clark up until now. He's rock solid in behind that. Critical moments here, you feel, for the visitors. And Surrey just a run away from a first batting point. Hampshire would have taken 250 all out, you feel, having given up 151 for themselves. They'd have accepted 100 lead, but anything more than that, and you feel like it's curtains for them, really. And there it is again, the old carbon copy. And Yaz Rana's earlier point about a third slip and living a little, well, that would have come to fruition right there. It may not have carried necessarily to the third slip, but again, legit edge. 250 up then, so first bonus point in the bag. First batting bonus point, I should say.
Yeah, it's another edge, but it's another controlled edge from Jordan Clark. He does well to keep that all along the ground. I think that would have gone to more a 4th slip, but yeah, Surrey extend their lead past the 3-figure mark, 102 run lead. I think you're right in that Hampshire would probably have taken a score of around about 250, but not when Surrey were 44 for 4.
Beats him all ends up this time. Beautiful. Just dragged his length back a tiny bit and it's nipped away off the pitch. And Mohammed Abbas has bowled 26.5 overs for no luck at all. 1 for 42. He had that drop catch earlier in the piece. He's beaten the bat 7, 8, 9 times today alone.
And he's conceded 3 boundaries in the last 3 overs, having gone 24.5 overs without conceding even one.
All to Jordan Clark.
All to Jordan Clark.
Another one ticks by then, 89 gone. Surrey are going about their business methodically here, just as we saw against Somerset a couple of weeks back.
I've got an idea.
Oh, hello, Daniel.
Hello.
Yeah, as you may have gathered, has departed the box for a time.
I've got an idea, and it's been festering, and it's been ruminating in me.
Okay.
I think there's a fundamental flaw with batting bonus points, and I'm going to explain why.
So this has been the theme of the day, folks. You know what you're going to get with us. All the fun of the fair.
Esoteric, arithmetic nonsense. Yes, but I'm going to explain why. And my fundamental problem with it is that it doesn't take into account conditions, and to me, bonus points should be reflective of the superiority of one side over another in a match.
Okay.
So rather than having a hard and fast point at which you get bonus points, and Andrew Samson said to me just off air then, 250 for your first bonus point seems ridiculous. I tend to agree with him. Used to be 200. He remembers, of course, it used to be 150 in 3-day cricket.
But your point being, on say a green mamba or a ragging turn,
well,
a 250 is a useful achievement.
And what I'm looking at here, for example, is that the difference between the two teams' first innings here is quite considerable as a percentage.
Right.
Hampshire's percentage is like 60% of Surrey's score at the moment. I'd like to see batting bonus points awarded for size of first innings lead.
Well, were you listening this morning to a prescient email from Tom from Wimbledon?
No.
Oh, and he's played a miss at that again, Daniel. It's just an edgy time for Rory Burns.
It's been a long time since that last 100. I hope that's not preying on his mind.
Yeah, and we should perhaps just bite our tongue for a moment. Just let him play this passage out.
Just a little flirtation with one that he's been leaving alone very comfortably throughout his innings. Tom from Wimbledon.
Yes, so Tom from Wimbledon wrote in when Dean Wilson and I were on, and he made very much the same point as you.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I knew I'm not original.
Well, I can guarantee that you wouldn't have been listening to us anyway, so I can give you your full license. You can have this point. This is not a citation required moment. But Tom from Wimbledon made a very similar point to you, that we should recognise the gap between one team's performance and another on that said week, on that said surface, rather than a prescriptive one-size-fits-all point system that doesn't reflect the vagaries of the pitch and the circumstances.
Otherwise, and I'll come back in a minute,
flicked into the onside, but just for a single. I thought he'd maybe hit that Burnsian spot of straight mid-wicket, but slightly squarer this time, so just another single.
You create this rather unfortunate incentive for clubs to make good batting pitches, don't you? Very good batting pitches, so that you can get 5 points. When you've got 8 points for a draw, you can get 16 points, potentially. Or let's say 15 on unresponsive surfaces. And I don't think we really want unresponsive surfaces necessarily. We want challenging surfaces where ball challenges bat and bat challenges ball.
Indeed.
But what we want to understand, by the use of bonus points, end of the over, 254 for 7, is which side was on top. Now, there was every chance here that Surrey could have been bowled up for 249, have a lead of 98.
And you had a percentage lead of 40%
or so. Yeah. And yet, if you go through the game, and let's say, look, there's every chance Hampshire can come back into this game, no doubt about that. But if it continued a pattern of a low-scoring game, there's every chance also that Surrey could won by 8 wickets, but have got exactly the same number of bonus points as their opponent, which doesn't seem to me to reflect what's going on. Now, I wonder if you can have a sort of hybrid system. It might get altogether too complicated for people, but Duckworth Lewis could work it out. In which, the sort of the magnitude of the superiority of one side over the other is reflected. I mean, you don't want to go so far that you're kind of incentivising a side to bat on and on and on unnecessarily. That's the other part of it. So, you might want to do it within the confines of an innings of 450. Because if one side gets 600 and the other side gets 500, it's basically parity.
Oh, he's cut that hard, but can't beat the man at backward point. That would have been it. 96 not out.
Now there's
to Rory Burns as we stand, and no run.
There's hesitation here. There's all sorts of butterflies going on out. He's got connected with that really nicely. That chop he plays so well. Wanted at least a run. He's sent back. There's indecision. There's a certain nervousness that's playing out there at the moment, and you can't blame him for it. It's been a fabulous knock so far.
Throws his hands at that one. Through the gate, I think. I think he's gone outside the line there. Not for the first time. That happened in the previous over as well.
Seldom plays that shot though, does he? Seldom drives a ball unless it's really full to drive, and that one was not there to drive. It's Mo Abbas who's bowled a nagging length throughout.
Yeah.
And he's looked to drive a ball that he would have been leaving time after time after time.
Yeah. We feel it's very present at the moment, this impending landmark. 43 innings since he scored a first-class 100. Another play and a miss.
Beautiful ball.
Mohamed Abbas, this is the kind of day where you just have to be weary and philosophical. And there's the wry smile, bang on cue, because he has had no luck at all today.
He's had to do a lot of bowling, Phil. I mean, 27.4 overs out of 90.4, you know. He's not even been given a little bit of a breather by Liam Dawson bowling 3 or 4 overs somewhere down the line. It's just been, he's been in the rotation and he's bowled the longest spells. And he's bowled really, really well without much luck.
Leg side this time, but 2 men out, so it would just be a single, I think. He's comfortable enough with 1, so moves on to 97. Rory Burns' last 100 was in July 2022 against Yorkshire.
Oh, what a game that was.
Yeah, the Scarborough game. Were you up there for that?
No, I listened and watched every ball.
Yeah, that was a classic.
That wasn't the year that, or was it? Was it the year? No, it wasn't the year Churchy went up in a van with a cardboard cutout of Virat Kohli, was it?
I think that might have been the year before.
The year before.
It feels like it was a bit further back.
He and Johnny Barron were staying in a sort of mobile home together.
What became of the likely lads? Yeah,
yeah, saw that. Yeah.
So yeah, made 132 against Yorks at Scarborough in July 2022. 43 innings ago, and so it's his longest such streak without posting a ton. Previous longest was 36 innings a decade ago. So look,
we've also got the added complication here of bowling when the ball is at its most vicious. You know, the first few overs of a Duke's ball, I've made this analogy before, you've probably heard me say it. A Duke's ball is basically equivalent to a human being's lifespan. It's ungovernable, uncommunicative and useless for the first 3 overs. So each over is a year of its life. It starts to do interesting things between the ages of sort of 4 and 8, and then becomes really genuinely a charming individual between sort of 9 and 13, 14, when it then becomes utterly unpredictable, a lunatic.
At what point in the Duke's lifespan are we talking when I hear these stories for the 3rd and 4th time? This is like 60
Has a midlife crisis when you get reverse swing in the 40s.
97 not out. Another play and a miss, this time from James Fuller, who's been relentless on that angle. He's maintained the angle across Rory Burns from right arm over, still persisting only with the 2 slips, both of whom's arms are comprehensively folded. It's been that kind of day for Hampshire.
They've been luckless, haven't they?
Yep, they have today. But then I guess you make your own luck if you get bundled out for 151 on the first morning. Burns this time more circumspect.
See, if Surrey are, as I suspect they are, thinking in terms of a wider lead, there isn't an enormous need for urgency. We should get plenty of play today. We may be hampered tomorrow, but we should get plenty of play on the last day as well. There's no particular need for urgency, and if you were playing tactically here, you'd be thinking these next 10 overs are going to be tricky to bat.
A quick single, and if James Fuller had gathered that, might have been interesting, but Burns was away straight away. He was alert to that space Picks up another 98 not out.
I wonder if we might start seeing another fielder in the ring, perhaps. Try and keep Burns honest, force him to try and pierce the infield, because he's understandably playing with a degree of anxiety here. It's great to watch, though, isn't it? I mean, the mad struggles, the arbitrary nature of numbers. This has been, I think, one of the best innings I've seen Rory Burns play live. He's offered no chances, he's not flirted, he's played the match situation to perfection in really testing conditions, but in the last 15 minutes, with that 3-figure sum looming, suddenly the anxieties, the concerns just start mounting up.
Picks up a single this time from the final delivery of the 92nd over of this innings, and so Jordan Clark will pick things up and Rory Burns will have to wait. Yeah, Martin Crowe 299, and then into a pit of despond for months afterwards, asking himself various questions, existential questions about his own approach to the game.
No New Zealander had got 300, had they? It was Brendan McCullum got their first triple 100.
Exactly that. Shane Warne, perhaps with a degree of artistic licence, saying not a day went by when he didn't think about that final shot when he was on 99 against New Zealand, trying to hit, I think, Daniel Vettori maybe out the ground, I think it was.
He had another 90 odd, didn't he? He had another 90 odd.
Yeah, he got a 90 against England in the 05 Ashes at Old Trafford, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does funny things. So change of bowling. Mohamed Abbas is having a well-deserved rest. The luckless Mo Abbas. And so Brad Wheel is back into the fray.
But this could work one of two ways for Rory Burns. The relief, because Abbas has been superb, that he's seed off another spell of Abbas with a new ball. But also there's that agitation. He's going to have to keep reminding himself. There's a great big gap open for the drive between point and mid-off.
Nothing doing there. Good call by Jordan Clark.
But I quite like this field, as long as Wheel's going to put it up there for the drive. He's got 2 slips in place. There is nobody between a very, very square cover, or point if you like, to a not very wide mid-off. Relatively straight at mid-off. There's a big, big gap, which is a sort of come and get me plea, isn't it?
And again, nothing doing.
Not full enough there from Brad Wheel if he's going to make this tactic pay. He's going to get it just up there a little bit more.
More animated now behind the stumps as well. He's clipped that nicely into the onside, but just for a single. James Vince is round fast from mid-on. And so it continues.
What was Burns on at lunch? 86, 87? We've had nearly an hour's play since then. He's added, I think, around about another 12 or 13 runs in that time.
So it's going to be Jordan Clark facing up here.
He's looking pretty crisp, isn't he, Jordan Clark, today?
It's been a very useful hand indeed, and a tempo-changing hand as well.
87 he was on at lunch, so 12 runs. How many balls had he faced at that point? So 45 balls.
33 of them.
33 balls in the 90s. I've seen a study that suggests, that the 90s, though nervous, are not when you get out.
And yet again, a single from the final delivery means that Jordan Clark will retain the strike, and Rory Burns' personal psychodrama continues. 99 not out.
I'm going to make a unilateral production decision here. And I'm going to suggest that you stay on, Phil, because you have been building up to this 100 all this time.
Works for me.
All right, well, one more over.
And also, we are supposed to actually do it slightly differently in this session anyway, aren't we? So you're supposed to sort out your overs, but never mind. Yep. But you've been breathlessly shadowing this 100 so long, it feels only right that...
And we'll pick up a leg bye into the offside, and so Rory Burns is back on strike. 43 innings, as we say, since he last made 100. We've seen a lot of brilliant knocks by Rory Burns over the last decade or so at this ground in particular. One of the most prolific opening bats that we've seen in the English game. Oh, it must be a key moment because Adam Collins has got the camera out, folks. And he's taken the single and he's comfortably home. Rory Burns raises his bat, takes the helmet off, acknowledges his mates up there in the Bedser stand and takes a bow, as well he might. It's been a long haul. A fallow year last year by his exacting standards. 236 balls, 8 fours, a strike rate of just 42, but a serious captain's knock. Surrey was staring down the barrel at 40 for 4. It's a stunning knock.
And is it his first 100 with short hair?
It may well be, Daniel. It may well be. 25th first class 100 for Rory Burns. 20 of those have come in the championship, and a 5th against Hampshire. So that's how it goes sometimes. You just get a good feel against certain oppositions. He averages 68 now against Hants. And as we say, his first in 43 innings, his longest fallow run. He started the season well. Playing a miss yet again. It's been the story of the day, and James Fuller has no option but to just turn his heel and head back again, because this has been a pattern now, and you can sense out there as the lead 111 now, still those 3 wickets to find. You feel like the energy is sapping away a little bit out there. That dropped catch half an hour ago was a real killer, you felt. Hit hard, but straight to short extra.
Well, you kind of hope now, I think, that with that drama behind us, we're going to see just a little bit more fluency in this partnership. And they don't need to have great attacking intent, but they'll be eyeing up a second batting bonus point, and if they can get on top of the bowling, you never know, perhaps even more. They've got 2 prodigious hitters of a cricket ball to come, Atkinson and Worall. And they've got a pretty tired bowling attack to face.
Indeed, 262 for 7, 94 gone. Rory Burns, 100 not out. A cathartic knock, you feel, really, for the Surrey skipper. And he's looked good all around the wicket all day long. He's been rock solid. It's my turn to depart, Daniel. It's been emotional.
It has been emotional. It has been emotional. I felt you couldn't be deprived that moment. He'd been building to it. He'd been building to it more breathlessly, I felt, than Rory Burns himself. So that lead now, 111. It's substantial, but it's not yet necessarily match-winning. But there is power to add. Adam Collins is back in the house.
Lovely work from Phil Walker there.
we couldn't.
No. I kind of felt the same way. I felt a bit guilty, kind of crowding in around him. It was meant to be on here, but he did a great job with it. And yes, as he said himself, by Burns' standards, it's been a tough little run. But 43 innings later, he earns the chance to salute again for Surrey.
Now, you're at your most vulnerable, though, as was discovered in an article I read, between sort of 100 and 110.
I think it's even closer than that, 100 and 105, is it?
105, probably, yeah.
And it's been a while since Burns has gone big.
Yep.
His 100 at Edgbaston against Australia was 133. That was in 2019. Yaz Rana told me this earlier. He might have mentioned it on air, and if he did, I'm mentioning it again. He hasn't made 100 that big, 133 or more, since he first got picked for England back in 2018. So that's the next challenge, if you like. Can he really make this count, take this lead somewhere around 200 and put Hampshire in a dreadful spot?
Well, he's got Jordan Clark for company, and he's batted really well, and as fluently as anyone. Yeah, he's had a little bit of luck. There's been a couple of streaky boundaries off the edge, but he's also unfurled a couple of delicious drives. One of the shots of the day down the ground earlier.
It was beauty. So 25th first class 100, 20th in the championship, 5th against Hampshire, averages 68 against this opposition.
Not shabby, is it? They must hate the sight of Pope and Burns.
Yes, I think Burns, well, Pope rather, before yesterday averaged 125 against them or something absurd. And it did take him a time to move through the 90s, 34 balls in the 90s, but that's okay. Time's not a consideration given they bowled out Hampshire inside 3.5 hours yesterday.
Yeah, and for sort of weather watchers, I don't want to jinx it, but the clouds are as high as they've been. The visibility is as good as it's been. There's nothing so radical as sunlight. Don't get your hopes up there, but but there's a sort of feeling that clouds have lifted ever so slightly here.
Yeah, really nicely played. Out to the long rope, may not quite reach it in front of the Bedser stand. He's cut off about 10 yards inside, but they'll have ample time to return for a third.
It's a lovely little clip. That features of Burns' batting throughout the innings. I'm going to say his leaving has been superb. We did a little piece on this yesterday when we compared his method of leaving against Pope's method of leaving. Gets his hands really out the way. He's a very decisive lever of the ball, and that's been an important part of his armoury in this innings. But also we've seen some nice drives.
Shout, but not the most convincing from Wheel, even as he was wheeling around. My sense is that he didn't really believe it. We'll see it again here. Yeah, trending down leg.
It's a decent shout, and you'd go up for it, but yeah, not close enough. But I was going to say, you know, we saw some lovely drives. I mean, it's not necessarily a shot you associate with Rory Burns, and his cutting has been very assured, as it often is, but sometimes it was pointed out to be in front of square, not just behind square.
Close to that off stump to end the over. 5 runs from it. Leads 116.
Oh, now then.
Yes.
Oh,
that goes into your space here. Have some fun, Daniel.
This is so exciting. It's the end of the over. So, what Andrew Samson has done for us is all first-class cricket dismissals. Oh yes. Between the scores of 95 and 105. Would that be correct? And top of the pile with 1,761 is 100. Next comes 95. Next comes 101. Then 96. But then 104, 103, 102. So the score you're least likely to get out on between 95 and 105 is actually 98. And then the third least is 99. Which is intriguing in a way.
Time for some psychoanalysis on that, I reckon.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it makes sense that 100 is number one in that chart.
Relief. Yeah.
I get that. Fuller away from us to the man on 104.
Because there's also
105, which takes him yet one cog lower down that path. But why 95 and why 96? I wonder in the top 5. Is that because they're one blow away from 100? Is that what's playing into this?
You get to one blow away,
one boundary away,
and you think, oh, I could. And then you put it away when you get to 97. Now 50 partnerships up.
Quick one too. Well, I say quick. Clark, 32 from 44.
Context of the game.
Let's move the game along, that's right. Just when they needed to. Losing a wicket straight after lunch. Steele was caught behind for 19. Got a good look at that. Hit so well that the man at deep square leg had no chance. He's given that everything, Clark. You can see when he swiveled back, he got a great look at it.
I think he's on the charge here, Clark. I think he's nursed his captain to 3 figures, and he's feeling in pretty good belligerent touch. Just the last one on those numbers. The difference between 98, which is the least likely to get out on, and 100 is actually a lot. It's a lot of dismissals. It's about 500 dismissals different, which out of 1761 and 1291, that's statistically notable, isn't it, Andrew? You would say? You would say that's statistically notable.
I'm going to ask Andrew to build on this for me. Another short ball. In front of square, didn't get all of this, but there is a gap at mid-wicket, bisecting a couple of fielders who are up on the 1. Adds a couple more. I think you're right, Daniel. Gives 3 more. Had enough time to sprint back for that. Took on Abbott, which is a fairly safe bet. So the lead's now 124. I've often said on Test commentary, when an Australian batter reaches 87, a version of this, well, it's the least likely score to get out for in the 80s for Australia. They often say 87. That's the number. That's the number in Australian cricket. I heard an ABC statistician about 25 years ago on the radio say, actually, it's the opposite of that. I wonder whether that's still true. Burns off his hip into the gap again, but that's the short boundaries, just 1 to Vince.
He's past the danger zone. Yep. He's at 106 now.
He is. But I do wonder that 87 for Australian Test cricket. Now we've reached that topic. Is it still the case that 87 is safer terrain? I once said it when Mitch Marsh was on 87. Guess what? Out next ball.
Of course, yeah.
Sorry, Mitch.
Well, that might have ruined your stats. Let's delve into that. And also, I think this could be a very fun passage of play coming up here. You can see. Sorry.
No, that's going to be. No, it isn't the end of the over. No pace on that either. 65 mile an hour. That's 3 balls in the over, which have given Clark the chance to think about slapping hard.
He's going after it, you can tell. And look, something's going to happen here. It's runs or wickets, but you just get the feeling that we've got a change of tempo, I think, here, Colo. Still only 4 bowlers used for Hampshire as well, you know. Still no sign of Dawson.
And the thing about rain is there might be more of it tomorrow. That might be a consideration. With Clark throwing his hands at it like that. Not the most convincing square drive, 1 hand off the bat, but 1 man to beat. He was up, short boundary, 4 more. Lead up to 129 at the end of the over. 280 for 7. We're going to take a look at the Rory Burns 100, the best bits between overs. So here yesterday, early on, getting into his work, Daniel.
Well, it was a noticeable feature, wasn't it? He was driving well, driving to wide-ish balls that weren't in full half volleys. That part of his game was in good working order. His feet were moving nicely, but he's vicious on the cut. You do not want to be feeding that shot. He's a very, very capable cutter. Notably also a couple of times in front of square, a couple of times behind square. But until he got into those 90s, you'd have to say it was a chance for Snock, wasn't it? I mean, he didn't really look in any trouble, and it's been troublesome conditions.
On the hip. Chose to place it down to fine leg. Andrew Samson giving me the nod. It's still true. I can keep using that stat.
Is it notably true? Is it statistically interesting? That been what? How many? Sorry, 1587s. 1686s. Okay. And 1982s. Yeah, I mean, still, you know,
it works.
Yeah. Well, also it proves that 87 is not a problem.
No.
Perhaps because it's seen as a problem. Because you're talking about the sort of psychodrama element of it. There must be a degree to which these absurd superstitions will get you concentrating harder. Now, some people will go, well, you're putting a negative suggestion into the brain, so that could do bad things for you. But the contention I saw about the 90s being nervous but not likely to get you out was that you actually were watching the ball like a hawk. You weren't playing loosely. Ooh.
Thick edge, 4 more. Clark to 47.
Bit of fortune there, but well, that's what I mean. I think we're going to see some action in an innings that has not yet reached 3 runs and over. I think now we might. There's a severe degree of in jag off that. The pitch is still helpful, the ball is still helpful.
Also worth thinking about the batting points.
Very much so.
So
14,
15 or 65 away.
Yeah, with 13 overs to go after this one.
Quickish shingle, but never in doubt with Clark. He's a great runner between the wickets, up to 48, lead 135. 2 left in the over, but yes, we've got...
Let's work it out for you. 64 needed for a 4th batting point. You can forget the 5th. 13 overs to get 114 is very unlikely. But 64 off 13 is 5 and over.
Yep.
And the way Clark is batting and the way Atkinson and Worall will bat, I don't think the runs per over thing will be an issue for a 4th batting point. The issue will be if they get out.
And they'll reach a tipping point where they won't mind being bowled out in the pursuit of that. It does reach a...
I think we're getting to that point. I think at the lead of 135 out there, I think Surrey have decided they've got a chunky enough lead here that it's worth pursuing quicker runs. You could tell by the way Jordan Clark's batting, but also, look, I mean, that last shot from Rory Burns, that ball has been left time and time and time again in this innings, but not now.
Field spread 4 back. Just 1 slip. Ducks the short one, gives the strike. Well, no, he doesn't. Still one to come in the over. Oh, no, it's not. We're got an inconsistency with the scoreboard. It is the end of the over. 286 for 7, sorry. Lead stays at 135. Burns 107, Clark 48. He's got the strike. 48 overs left today, so 16 until tea, about an hour until the tea break.
Have Hampshire missed a trick here a little? I mean, at 44 for 4, Surrey have scored those 242 runs for the loss of just 3 wickets. And by miss a trick, I mean Abbas 28 overs, Abbott 26, Wheel 21, Fuller 22. We've not seen Dawson at all, and Dawson's had a very, very handy 12 months.
Too right.
And yes, I mean, look, it's a pitch with a bit of grass on, and every wicket's gone to seam. But every wicket's gone to seam because no spinner has bowled yet. So we have no idea what Dawson might be able to achieve. And with Surrey slightly on the charge, a change of pace. I mean, you're talking about one of the most experienced slow bowlers in the country, if not the most experienced.
Well, they're going to go to Abbott instead. They're number 1. He's got 3 wickets in the innings. 3 for... Haven't got his numbers in front of me yet, but 3 for a lot in context.
Yeah.
Not that many in...
He's bowled 26 overs.
The overs he's bowled, that's right. Here he is from the Vauxhall end. Clark's taking on the field at every available opportunity now. 3 for 81.
Yeah,
analysis.
A dot ball is almost unacceptable in Jordan Clark's mind at this stage, by the looks of things. But you know, it's worth contrasting the amount of work that the respective bowling attacks have now had to do. Surrey have taken this into the 98th over. They bowled 47.2, something of that magnitude, I think.
Oi. On his line.
So my point being that it's taking a lot out of Hampshire here. Surrey's bowlers, by comparison, well, they've had their feet up now for a full 24 hours.
Yeah, 44.4 yesterday.
44.4.
Workload.
And it was a little bit before 3 o'clock, I think, yesterday that the innings ended. So, you know, everything is going in the champions' favour at the moment. Hampshire have got to try to break this partnership quickly.
Ooh, trying to flay it away.
What a shot that is. It connect, but that tells you everything you need to know about, as our dear colleague Owen Morgan would say, intent. There's a lot of, I would say there was a lot of intent in that. That was a ball on a perfect length, pretty good line, nothing wrong with it, and Burns is trying to cut it through backward point for 4.
Yeah, the game within a game here now. Surrey have put themselves into such a strong position they can attack the batting points on offer.
Shot.
Well played. Couple on offer. Wide of Alior. So this will all be wrapped up, the 110 over malarkey before tea. That's
yep.
So that'll all play out in this session in the next hour or so, which should make it quite enjoyable viewing on a Saturday afternoon as the clock strikes 3 o'clock here at the Kia Oval.
Yep, we're going to have a bit of overtime again, I fancy. So as you say, tea will be at around about 4 o'clock today. So you'd imagine close of play being around about 6:30.
It's rare that it's not 4 o'clock right now in the championship. But I do like that. I liked it taking tea with 32 to go. It does sort of frame things up for a final session. You know where you stand at tea.
Yeah. And our producer's going to get the hang of the rotor with this soon.
Doesn't get him away to finish. 3 off the over. Daniel Norcross jumping out. 98 overs gone, 289 for 7. Clark 1 away from a half century. He's now back on strike. And Burns, earlier in this session, about 20 minutes ago, completed his 25th first-class century in his first for 43 innings. As Dean Wilson jumps in to join me for the next little while. Good afternoon, Dino.
Yeah, good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, that magical 3 figures for the captain. We've been flagging it up quite some way out because he's taken his time to get there, but absolutely spot on the method that he used and is using. Absolutely spot on for the conditions and the situation of the game, and looks like there's going to be a little change in the bowling here. Complete change of technique.
First spin we've seen in the match so far. So they've had the second new ball for 18 overs. 99th over of the innings will go to, well, he's been effective as any Hampshire bowler over the last 12 months, Liam Dawson. Trifle unlucky not to add to his England Test cap tally over the winter. He'll be bowling from the pavilion end. And Clark out through cover. That'll be a half century. He won't get there with a boundary. That's the long side of the ground, but he will return for 3. Clark had just about to run a ball throughout. And just the innings that Surrey needed. Losing a wicket straight away to the second new ball. From Hampshire's perspective, it was all about trying to finish them off in a hurry, but Clark said no. An important partnership with the captain and transferring plenty of pressure onto the fielding team. Dean Wilson.
Yeah, terrific knock from Jordan Clark. It has been in contrast to most other innings in difficult circumstances, difficult conditions I should say, here at the Kia Oval, but he seems to have found his rhythm right from the off. Runnable 50. So dangerous coming in at number 9.
What a luxury.
Oh, absolutely.
So round the wicket to Burns. Using his feet straight away.
And it really shows the number of methods that Surrey have at their disposal. Obviously a quality team, lots of options. Captain anchoring one end and allowing others to bat round him, and Jordan Clark really taking the attack to Hampshire.
Across the line, goes all the way. Bang, thumps into the seats in the Galladari stand. First big one for Clark, reinforcing that now Surrey are on the hunt for all the batting points they can get.
Huge strike there from Jordan Clark. I still don't think he quite got all of it.
No. Didn't sound like he got all of it, did it? I thought maybe deep mid wickets in the game, but short rope.
It went almost as high as it went far, enough to clear that mid wicket boundary.
Flayed away, 4 more. Dawson trying to go well wide of the off stump in response, but gave Clark enough of a look. Up to 62. That's the 300 as well for Surrey. 303 for 7. They were 44 for 4 after tea yesterday, Dino.
Well, Surrey now, the Surrey train has left the station and it is rumbling along. Jordan Clark absolutely putting his foot down now. 14 from 4 balls.
Thick edge. 2 more. Tough first over for Dawson. I do wonder in hindsight whether they might have gotten him into the game a bit earlier. And it's easy to say that now that he's, but they're chasing batting points now. I did think about an hour ago there might have been an opportunity to have got him into the game before it had moved on a bit.
You needed to make that comment about 5 balls ago, my friend.
Yeah, fair enough, but it still stands. Talked about it previous stint. Yorks him to finish, still gets down the ground. So all these white ball skills that Dawson has are going to have to be used here to get out of any strife. So 17 from his first over, 99 gone, leads 155.
But you're absolutely right, though, in terms of when a captain turns to spin, you know, trying to give him the best opportunity. You want to try and give every bowler the best opportunity of success when you bring them on. And we've talked at times in this game about the battle, you know, the contest within the contest, the game within the game, and that was it right there. You know, Surrey absolutely identifying, here's a guy we can take down. Liam Dawson is no mug with the ball. He's a very skilled and highly effective spin bowler. But when you've got 2 batsmen in, 2 set batsmen in Burns and Clark, and they're in the mood, very, very difficult to stop, and Clark taking full toll.
Beautiful shot. In the slot. Driving a wee bit on the up, but he's seeing it so well now, Clark. To 65. He only passed his half century. Make that 69. It was the first ball of the previous over, so he's added 20 runs in 7 deliveries.
Yeah, this is
Clark.
Yeah, this is a closing down sail for Jordan Clark. Everything must go. You can just tell the way that he's setting himself up and throwing his hands at everything.
And there's the quick single. Well, not even a quick single, because deep cover's now back as well. Clark into the 70s. Might be eyeing off 3 figures, or why wouldn't he, from where they are right now? As we said before, 350 will be the next benchmark. They've got more than 10 overs to get to there. Who knows? If Clark keeps going, they might fancy a little dart at 400. I mean, that would take a lot, but it's within the realms of possibility with the way he's playing. 11 boundaries and a 6 already.
Well, I just think this is really, really smart cricket. I mean, obviously it's hugely attacking and aggressive as the umpires come together out in the middle. Just check on the condition of the ball. Hampshire hoping for a change, maybe slightly out of shape. It has been peppered into the stands a couple of times now, but the umpires send it through their gauge, no problem, and Kyle Abbott has to start again with the same ball. He's coming round the wicket to Rory Burns.
That steer that Burns plays so well to 111 with the single.
So I just think this is just terrifically smart cricket from Surrey, and it's come about because of the way that the captain has anchored his innings and has given the license, has earned the license for Clark to play this way. I mean, clearly Clark's a terrifically skilled player himself, but because of the way Burns has gone about his business, it now allows them to go on the attack, and actually in a low scoring game, or certainly in the first innings, it now allows Surrey to... Oh, they're going to get more here. Yeah. It now allows Surrey to put the foot down and take such control of the game that actually this second innings, is the key. It's the pivotal moment.
Well, they put another 80 runs on here, and it's a long way for Hampshire to go to make Surrey bat a second time with that Surrey bowling lineup. And that might sound like a premature call, but the way things are travelling right now, where's the next wicket coming from? They need it urgently. They're placing singles as they see fit.
Everywhere you look, there's gaps now. Yep. It's kind of they're forced. This, as you say, this is a second new ball, just not even 20 overs old, on a pitch that's offered a lot of assistance for the bowlers. Let's not forget, this pitch has moved sideways and up and down throughout this game so far. It has been a bowlers match up until this partnership between, well, firstly between Burns and Steele, and now between Burns and Clark.
First short one is missed, ends the over. 8 runs collected from it. Lead 163 at 314 for 7. 100 overs gone. So that run rate for Surrey was hovering in the sort of low 2s for most of the innings, and they've taken it up an entire run in the last hour or so.
And this is, as I say, this is the beauty of first-class cricket. That you can operate, you can quick, slow, quick. Lots of ways to do it. But this has been a thoroughly entertaining day if you're a Surrey fan. Captain getting to 3 figures for the first time in 43 innings. He got a very warm reception, the entire team on the balcony, and plenty of fans in the ground giving him a warm reception, and now they're being treated to a bit of an attacking show from Jordan Clark.
Good batting from Burns, giving the strike straight back to Clark, which is what you want. Clark again will doubtless target the short boundary. I also think with Burns, he's been sort of in low-key pretty good nick. 2 half-centuries, got a duck in the second innings against Somerset, but that was in that wild chase of 209 they were going for in 19 overs. Doesn't really count. Came in at number 6 from memory. But 2 half-centuries and this crucial 100, that's a foundation for his season, all in April.
Yeah.
First one he's missed there, Clark.
Well,
field spread on that side, by the way. Now we've got 6 men back, 3 on the leg side and 3 on the off side, with Clark facing Dawson.
Yeah, this is the contest, because both bowler and batter know what's going on, who's going to win it.
Darts it into leg stump, happy to concede the single. This is where Dawson's experience on the T20 circuit. You're pointing to your head there, Dino. That's right, he's got a good brain, Dawson. Been around a long time.
Yeah, very capable cricketer in every facet.
What did you make of his comments over the winter? And similar comments before this season, just around being in England squads versus being able to maximise his income on the T20 circuit. In other words, I think his words were, I'm too old to be wearing a bib running drinks for England when I can be playing somewhere else. Or I might be paraphrasing, but that was the guts of it. How did you interpret that?
Absolutely fine, to be honest with you, because I think he's not the only player in that bracket. The game has changed.
Reversing. Where's it gone? Into the hands of the man at backward point. And that will be that for Rory Burns, but a fine innings. Leadership from the front for Surrey. Burns 113. Batted through a very tough passage of play yesterday when the Hampshire seamers were on a roll. The wicket falls with the score on 316. They lead by 165, but the fact that they are so far ahead in this game is due to the foundation laid by their skipper.
Yeah, terrific knock from Rory Burns. 113, first 100, as I said, in 43 innings, and it's a hugely valuable one. Some hundreds are worth more than others, and on a day when 15 wickets fell that first day yesterday, Rory Burns stood firm, made sure he gave himself and his team a chance to cash in on day 2, and that's exactly what he has done so far, and put his side into a very strong position indeed. They lead by 165. That is very much job done by Rory Burns. He went for the reverse sweep, maybe carried on the wave of excitement from Jordan Clark, and clearly it had been a plan between the pair of them to target Liam Dawson, try and get after him. Just his second over, conceded 17 from the first, but he's got the wicket of Rory Burns, and in the end a pretty simple catch by Brad Wheel, but Rory Burns has done a terrific job for his team, and if they do go on to win this game, he will have had a bigger say than most in it.
Wicket for Dawson ends a partnership of 98 between the captain and Clark, who's back on strike on 72. So still 34 runs to get for the next batting point, the fourth batting point. Got Gus Atkinson for company now. We saw that. We saw that half century that he made last year out here, where he was pummeling standing sweep shots out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School. So we'll let him get in first, then we'll start talking about but Clark on strike initially.
Well, I want to pick up, continue the chat about Liam Dawson and his comments. I think you brought us onto a very interesting topic, because essentially, as you rightly said, he considered, he's thinking about his family. He's thinking about his what he can make out of his career in terms of however long he's got left. And at the age of 34, he's just turned 34 in March, even he will accept that he's closer to the end than to the start. And I think that players, they have to make those decisions. I think more and more players have to make that, they have to be responsible for their own careers. They have to make, those kind of decisions. And I don't think it says anything negative about him and his international ambitions and wanting to play for England, the pride that he has had in playing for England over the years. But he's been there, he's done it, he gave it everything that he had. He didn't perhaps play as many international matches as he would have liked, but he played a few.
Atkinson's first ball, and he's knocked over. Stump out of the ground, middle stump out of the ground. There'll be no biffing from Surrey's number 10 today. Abbott gets a fourth, 3:17 for 9. This might end in a hurry. The lead's 166.
Yeah, Atkinson's first ball and his last. No question about that. Wicket to wicket. Kyle Abbott against Atkinson. Just coming in on the angle there.
Lovely.
I think Atkinson might head back with his head down, but that would have got a lot of far better batters out than him. Lovely bit of bowling from Kyle Abbott. Just nipped back off the surface. The top of middle stump, sent it out the ground, and the keeper takes a little catch of the deflected ball. Lovely sight for a fast bowler, that one.
Late movement there, wasn't it? That's what did Atkinson comprehensively. And Abbott, who came into this game with about 1 for 200 through the season, on the cusp of a 5-wicket bag. Didn't pick up any bags of 5 last year, Abbott, for what it's worth. He had a lot of 4s, but no 5s on 4 at the moment, with 1 to get. Dan Worall, the new man in.
You think he'd fancy his chances of number 5? He's got 4 balls left in this over.
Worrall's got a role to play here, as it happens, because the whole game becomes now give Clark the opportunity to attack 350, acknowledging the probability goes down dramatically after the 2 wickets. But to get there, to have any chance of getting there, it's going to have to be Worrall getting to the end of this Abbott over, clearly.
What do you think the conversation there is then between Clark and Worrall? Is he just asking him just to hang around, just stay there for the last 4 balls and let him have a dart? Or does he want him just to get as many runs as he can? Just stay there.
Knock it on the head.
Stay there for 4 balls, please.
Yeah, well, Worrall can knock it around. Perhaps not quite as aggressive as Gus Atkinson on what we've seen so far in his Surrey career, but has a couple of first-class 50s. Has a T20 50 as well from memory. That was a big bash innings a long time ago. That'll do.
Confident looking drive. Abbott wrestling with his GPS shirt after every delivery. I wonder whether it's maybe just a bit too big for him. Maybe he's a little lighter.
He did talk about losing some timber over the winter.
Maybe.
He did say he's as fit as he's been since 2016. Need to adjust the GPS mini bra, whatever it is they wear. Dan Worall. Elegant out to deep point. So the strike goes to Clark with 1 ball to go. I wonder whether Hampshire will play the game here and at least to some extent try and cut a single off, or whether they'll just be happy enough.
Well, it's an interesting decision they're actually taking that single, because the assumption was that Jordan Clark wanted to tuck into Dawson in the next over. Potentially he's given up that opportunity here, but
well, they're actually maybe interesting. They're setting 6-man back, which allows him. No, hang on, they've just worked it out now. I think deep point's coming in belatedly, sprinting in with the bowler. Don't see that too often. Good cricket from Abbott.
It was the bouncer was the one.
So end of the over, lead of 167 between overs. Let's have a look at Clark smacking it around. We're not going to do that. My apologies. That was all ready to roll. We'll see if he can smack it around the next over.
No, absolutely, we might see that live. To be fair, but yeah, here we go.
Oh, here we go. So that's how we started, with that one hand off the bat through point. That was one of the shots of the day, the straight drive off a bus. Ropey delivery from Fuller helped along. And again, another one hand off the bat type effort, but it works to the short boundary, so strong. And then when Dawson came on, he's like, yep, I'll have some of that, thanks. And it's going to be a change. It actually won't be Dawson. It'll be Brad Wheel returning from the pavilion ends to Worall. Through. Good batting.
Yeah, smart cricket there from Clark, taking advantage of the wayward delivery. The keeper had a bit of work to do to gather that, and so he gets the strike back. Now it's not Liam Dawson to get into, but Brad Will. But you sense that makes no difference to Clark here. He's seeing it pretty well, and he's taken down every bowler so far.
Fully flat batted, no run. All happening.
He turns it down. Yeah, he clearly feels as though the odds are in his favour. He's eyeing up that short side boundary over towards the gas holder side.
So men back at deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, deep cover, deep point, deep backward point and third man. All 9 are now back.
And
interesting.
He makes it very clear exactly what his intentions are, but I think it's safe to say he lost his shape in attempting that stroke.
So can he get across his stumps and thump it over the leg side? That's what he's going to try and do. Wheel will know that.
Yeah, I think that's well bowled by Wheel. I think in these circumstances, you look at the field, all 9 men back on the boundary, just hoping that he doesn't quite manage to connect and sends a catch skywards. But for the bowler can't bowl for catches in the deep. The bowler's got to try and take this final wicket, and he's bowling wicket to wicket. If Clark misses, then Wheel hopes to hit.
Pace off. And being the 5th ball of the over, they'll take the 1. Indeed, they'll take the 2. Okay. So one team's playing the milk the strike game, the other team's not, is what we can tell from the last 2 overs. Maybe this ball. It kind of requires James Vince to bring the field up here, doesn't it? It's incumbent upon the fielding captain to get involved, but they're not going to do that. Well, one fielder will come up at cover. So 8 back. Will they bring in a mid-wicket possibly? So just one. So they're giving him the single so long as he gets bat on ball. Interesting. And so he does.
Not quite where he meant for it to go, but picks up the single. 322 for 9. So 7 overs to get 28.
Well, it's marginal gains, isn't it? If you're Hampshire in this situation, yeah, you want to get the 10th wicket, but also you don't want Surrey to get the last batting point on offer, do you? And letting Clark take the single there, not sure about that. I feel like you've got to live a little and give your bowler the chance to bowl a dot ball, and then give Abbott a pop at Dan Worall to start the over. Not to beat.
Lengthy chat between Clark and Worall about how they're going to manage this 10th wicket partnership, how they're going to try and get these 28 runs.
All back, 5 on the offside. Thick edge to the one fielder who's not all the way back is deep third, where there'll be, of course, no single. Well, most of the way back at third man, not all the way back.
We have the slightly comical situation now where it requires the rolling of the ball up to the bowler. There's no one near him.
Can he get a 5th? So the instincts of Clark was get down the other end and take the single, but then he realised that's not the go right now. So we're in a bit of limbo land here. What ball will Clark pick to have a crack at?
I'm going to say this one.
This one? I reckon it'll be a bouncer. We're both right.
I love that. That's what you love to see it.
Coming back for 2. It'll be close if the throw's good, but it's not good enough. And Clark being such a great runner between the wickets. Had they been running 4 there, he would have lapped Worall.
I mean, he only needs 3 or 4 strides to get from one end of the pitch to the other. Absolute giant of a man, Jordan Clark.
Wants 2 again. Worall to the danger end, but he's weighted it nicely enough for 2 more. Like he's playing snooker. There's a sort of more Phil Walker reference than me, but he's weighting it perfectly.
Are you not a snooker man,
Just not brought up with it. It's not a thing in Australia. Well, it is, but it's nowhere near as big a thing in the mainstream kind of sporting culture in Australia compared to here. I just try and pick up some cues from Phil. Do the best to hang on.
I mean, Phil's era, my era, snooker loopy, etc. It really was a huge part of our lives.
Fields in now, a couple of on the offside, and Clark goes up and over the top of mid-on, doesn't get much of it, just clears the captain. They return for 2 more. Frustrating for Hampshire. No ball as well, add 2 more to the tally. That takes them to within, once they've added those 2 runs, it'll be 20 from their next target. So,
and I feel like snooker's actually had a bit of a renaissance, if you will, owing to COVID.
Yeah. Still 6 back. Oh, inside edge. They'll get the chance for 2 more here with the ball left in the over, and they'll take it. More good batting. Well, I say good batting. It's an inside edge, but good. Unintended good placement, I suppose. So 18 away from the last batting point they could conceivably get.
And of course the World Snooker Championships is up and running again right now, Colo. If you want to,
I'd love to go.
Indulge yourself. And
what's it, to get a ticket to the Crucible? Is that like getting a ticket to the FA Cup final in snooker terms? You don't get it unless you're Tim Key. Thank you. Noted. Okay. Friend of the stream. Hello, Tim. Short ball to finish, and they do get the single. Now, gee, I don't know about this. 2 overs in a row, they've just let this happen. They're letting the game happen, Hampshire, right now. 3:33 for 9, the lead's 182. Clark keeps the strike. And Phil Walker, it's your turn to talk about this, and maybe some billiards as well. Dean Wilson, it'll stay with you as well.
Well, thanks, Colo. I think you're absolutely spot on with your assessment. Slightly curious the way that Hampshire are going about things and trying to get this 10th and final wicket. The lead already up to 182 for Surrey, so they're well ahead of the game, in complete control already, but also on the hunt for that batting point at 350. 17 away at the moment, and they've got 6 overs to get there. I think the time is largely irrelevant. I think they will, as long as they're 9 down, they will get there, I'm pretty sure. But Hampshire not really finding a plan to get that 10th wicket at the moment. All the fielders on the boundary.
Jabbed that one into his foot and takes the single from just the second delivery of the over, and I don't mind that from Jordan Clark. It's a power play, if you like. He's saying that we've got you on the ropes here and that I trust my man. The old Steve Waugh edict that you kind of embolden the number 11 by saying, yeah, I back you here. And so the field reverts back to the orthodox 2 slips, ring of 3. And there you go, right in behind it, straight out of the meat. Easy as you like. What a knock this has been, though, by Jordan Clark, because Hampshire had just the merest sniff, didn't they, when he came in. A lead of around 45-50, I think, and he's just run away with it. 86 from 79. Outstanding. On a pitch where no one really has been able to score quickly. And there you go, beautifully done. Daniel Worall, it's one of the shots of the day. He's just lent on that. Checked it through extra cover. Shades of Damien Martin there from the number 11, and that's run away. And again, it fully validates Jordan Clark's faith in him.
Terrific stroke from Dan Worall there. So good that Jordan Clark gave him a round of applause from the non-striker's end as well.
And easily negotiated the short ball. It was rather telegraphed, you felt.
It's you're right, Phil. It's been a terrific knock from Jordan Clark, and you know, the light and shade, the difference between his innings and Rory Burns, both hugely valuable to the side, both really important, and both done in markedly different ways. And you know, the beauty of this game is that you need both.
Rock solid by Dan Worall, and so another one ticks by. 105 overs now into this now significant innings in the context of this game. It's not been the easiest of conditions to play your strokes. It's not been necessarily conducive. It's not been that kind of cricket match, but Surrey have found a way, as they so often do. The scorecard is telling in itself. Dom Sibley 4, Ollie Pope 13, Jamie Smith 13 and Dan Lawrence 2. At that point, 44 for 4. Hampshire were right in this cricket match. Their dander was up, but Burns was immovable. Ryan Patel played very nicely in his slipstream yesterday evening before getting a grubber from Mo Abbas, and today Surrey have been just very clear-minded in how they've gone about it. Ridden their luck a tiny bit at times. Jordan Clark dropped at slip. Pretty easy chance, really, in truth. Tom Prest grasped that one.
That'll be painful memory for Prest. It looks like Liam Dawson's back on. He's had a change of ends, giving him the bigger boundary for protection. Maybe that will help in this battle with Jordan Clark.
Well, it's arguably not before time. He's been bafflingly underused for me all afternoon. Just his third over.
Yeah, it's taken him a long time to get into the game, but took some tap first up. And then he managed to capture the wicket of Burns, playing the reverse sweep, top edged to backward point. But it's the contest between Dawson and Clark that's great fascination here. Clark clearly itching to get after him.
He's going to run hard here, and you fancy Fletcher Middleton too square, and so comes back comfortably for a couple. Yeah, he pumped Liam Dawson into the stands at mid-wicket, but as you say, Dino, bowling from this end, it's a different proposition on the leg side, a considerably larger boundary, and again, you have to wonder why James Vince wouldn't have been mindful of that in the first place. Slapped hard, but long off does the business, and so happy just to sit on his bat and wait his moment.
You can just see the experience of Dawson to the fore, mixing up his pace, angles, loop.
Arm ball this time, flatter, but just going on with the arm, and so nothing doing, but well bowled. And again, just a little glimpse of what he would have offered this afternoon, just that element of difference really. It's been rather military medium and predictable and pedestrian stuff at times in the field for Hampshire this afternoon.
And there is turn there as well. We can certainly see a bit of movement as the ball gripped in the pitch.
Indeed, so 106 overs now into this innings, 340 for 9. Surrey in commanding position now, lead of 189.
It looks rather exposed up there. Looks like it might be a little chilly. I can see the flags are fluttering, so it looks like you want to be wrapped up nice and warm at the top of that stand. I think that's the top of the Galadari stand off to our left.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice from which to watch the fair. Squares Dan Worall up, but he's equal to it. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be up there among the gods. I think I'd be hunkering down underneath one of those new stands, as you say, the Galadari, Dino.
I mean, it is one of the finest views in the game now. I think it's a real welcome addition to this famous old ground with the City of London in the background.
Right through him this time, and they steal a single as well. Clever, alert running by Jordan Clark. It was well bowled by Brad Wheel, luckless though, and I think that may have just even missed leg stump. I'll have to look at this again. Indeed, yeah, right between back leg and leg stump. If ever you want a vignette of Hampshire's day, it's right there for you.
Proverbial coat of varnish there, keeping Worrall going.
It's there to hit for Jordan Clark. We rather cloths it into the offside, but that might actually do him a favour. He does come back for a couple. Dan Worrall running to the non-strikers. He makes it comfortably enough. Spirited applause around the ground as Jordan Clark careers into the 90s now. Better than a run of ball. Telling knock this.
And Clark 10 away from what would be an excellent 100 in the context of this game, pushing for this extra bonus point as well.
He's climbed into that, and I reckon that's gone all the way. Yeah, 6 of the best. It was like he was waiting for it, hanging back, and climbed into that short one. It was there to hit, sat up and rather begged in truth. Jordan Clark has rarely missed an opportunity all afternoon. He came out with intent. He was on 8 from 4 with a slap through the covers for his second boundary 4, and he's just carried on from there. 96 now. content to take the single from the penultimate ball of the 107th over, and that is the 350 up, so another bonus point. Surrey doing this very well.
Terrific effort there from Jordan Clark. 97 not out, takes Surrey to the extra bonus batting point, and now he can set his eyes firmly on getting those extra 3 runs to complete his 100. Can Dan Worall hang around for him as the 2 slips go in?
He certainly can for the end of this one, and so another one ticks by. Jordan Clark will have the strike for the 108th, and you imagine it will be Liam Dawson, who caused him 1 or 2 mini concerns in the previous over. One kept low, another one turned a bit, arm ball into the pads. Again, if you're a Hampshire fan, you may well have been asking, where was this all afternoon? So he will set the field deep on the onside and on the off, pulling Mo Abbas now across to the onside, and so it would be a 5-4 leg side field. It's not especially subtle, nor does it need to be. The question is, will Jordan Clark just be content to tap it along the ground or go for the big one? Tossed up, flat bat, nice.
He's just Dawson there running, scarpering back to his mark, trying to put the pressure on as he approaches the landmark.
And he has gone for it, and he's clothed it to James Vince. I think he's answered our question there. He's not going to die wondering here. No, thank you.
Just Dawson there, just playing on the emotion, just playing on the situation.
And it falls just shy of Ali Orr at long on, and so happy to take the single with 2 deliveries remaining in the over. Over to you, Dan Worall. James Vince calls the field in up to a point at least. I think he's going to station himself at first slip. Mid-on comes up. Mid-wicket comes in. Short extra on the drive. 2 deliveries of the over.
Firm defence there from Worrall. The lead up to 200 now for Surrey.
And there you go. Brilliantly done by the number 11. So, throwing it back to Jordan Clark, 98 unbeaten.
Clark having a little inspection of the surface, just making sure, clear in his mind what he's trying to do. He waited for the short ball from Wheel in the previous over and took full toll of it. Maybe looking for something similar here to take him to 100. Scored 100 here against Lancashire last season.
So a more conventional field here, Dino. We've got 5 men up, theoretically saving the single. Hit hard, and a fingertip from extra cover prevents what would have been a surefire boundary. And so he retains a 98 not out.
Really good bit of fielding there. I think it was Nick Gubbins at extra cover. That's what you want, back up your bowlers. Try and put a little bit of pressure back on Jordan Clark, knowing what he's thinking about. Umpire's been handed the ball once more. I think there's something not quite right about this one. Maybe the seam looks like it's just perhaps parted. Looking for a ball change.
Yeah, and you can imagine that Jordan Clark needs this like a hole in the head. Just 2 runs away, Dino, from what would be 100 in a session as well, of course. Cameron Steele was the not-out batter alongside Rory Burns when they walked out after lunch. So that's what's available to him here, a very rare sight, especially from a number 9. But he's going to have to wait for it. Just try and put those thoughts away.
He looks to me, I mean, I don't know Jordan Clark particularly, but looks like he's a fairly relaxed character, that this won't faze him too much. He's looks like he's a pretty uncomplicated cricketer. Bowls a heavy ball, does his work, hits it hard when he can, has a decent enough technique, keeps the good balls out. It all looks fairly straightforward, and he's put on a bit of a show so far today. 98 not out.
No run. Still 4 deliveries in the over to come.
This really is a terrific innings. Lots of discussions about how many runs have been scored so far in the county championship. Lots of double hundreds, lots of 150s, but in this game we thought they'd be rather hard to come by. This could be the second of the match.
Leg side, it was there to hit, tried to catch up with it. No connection though. And so we roll on here. You're right though, Dino, certainly in his mannerisms he seems phlegmatic and in control here. Sets himself again. Driven hard and beats the man, and that runs away for 4 straight down the ground. A signature shot. What a knock this is. 96 deliveries, 100 in a session here. The Kia Oval rises as one for the second time this afternoon. First a cathartic 100 by Rory Burns, and now a rambunctious one by Jordan Clark.
Yeah, and it really meant something to him, the celebration, the leap into the air as he got to the non-striker's end. He really enjoyed that.
Here he goes, high, wide, and dropped! James Vince, penny for his thoughts. Another couple.
Well, Jordan Clark got to the landmark, now just ready to open the shoulders. He sent that one high away towards long on, and James Vince had, it's one of those ones where you think it's get over the shoulder, really difficult chance, but actually he managed to sort of steady himself and turn the right way, and he normally has such a good pair of hands.
Skewed for a single out to deep square, and so Dan Worall will have one more ball of the over to negotiate. So Jordan Clark, in fact, correction, the scoreboard is telling us there's one more delivery, but the umpires are saying no. And so retains a strike, Jordan Clark. 4th 100 in first class cricket, 3rd at the Kia Oval. He likes it here, unlike James Vince, dare I say, who, for his own sanity, I hope he gets a few when Hampshire come to bat in the 3rd innings, because this ground is not his happiest, and that dropped catch at the fag end of what's been a chastening session for him.
Well, this game can be awfully cruel at times, and we talked about the luck for Jordan Clark, dropped twice in this innings.
Here he goes, and again just short. In fact, 2, 3, 4, 5 bounces, didn't get it too much, and so all of that for a dot. Perhaps Alior might just want to come in a few yards. There's been a couple now that have dropped shy of him at long on. Dawson is not the easiest bowler to get underneath. Quite small, skiddy kind of bowler. Got a very good arm ball, of course. We've already seen that in this spell here. Clark's not been able to get him away too much just yet. Tossed up this time and quietly in behind it.
James Vince and Tom Press, the two fielders who've put Clark down, and just had a look back at their score from the first innings. 5 for Vince, first ball for Prest. Now they've both dropped catches, and that will just...
Comes back for 2. And I think he's gone, yeah, gone comfortably in the end. A good piece of work. I think it's Fletcher Middleton out there at deep square, and he recognised that Dan Worall was running to the danger end, the non-strikers having to turn blind. And so the innings is wrapped up finally with a rather Pyrrhic run out, if you like, for Hampshire, who have endured a miserable afternoon session out there. Surrey all done for 355, and Jordan Clark, what a knock.
105 not out for Jordan Clark from 101 deliveries, and Dan Worall just slightly, he sort of was struggling to get going for the first run and then pondering whether to come back for the second, and then well short of his ground as the bails were taken off. But a fantastic innings both from Clark for his 100, but also for Surrey, led by skipper Rory Burns with 113, gives them a first innings total of 358 all out. That is a lead of 207 after dismissing Hampshire for 151. And as we have a little look at the Surrey card, Rory Burns leading the way with 113 before being dismissed by Liam Dawson, but he was so ably supported by Jordan Clark, who collected 100 of his own to finish 105 not out. Hampshire bowling took a bit of a toll in the end. There's a bit of an outlier up the top. Mohammed Abbas 1 for 43, but it's the 28 overs he bowled, economy under 2. The rest were taking a little bit of toll on. Kyle Abbott 30 overs, 4 for 104. Brad Wheel 25 overs, 2 for 86. James Fuller 22 overs, 1 for 85. And Liam Dawson didn't quite manage to get a full 5 overs, 4.3 overs and 1 for 22.
Yeah, and just as the dust begins to settle, Dino, on this innings, there is that sense of how much satisfaction Surrey are going to take from this. There are ways and means to get to 355, a lead of 208 over your opponents, but to do it when you're 44 for 4, and to do it when your skipper has not made 100 since July 2022, and to do it with your man at number 9 smashing a run a ball 100 in a session, that's going to give you immense amounts of satisfaction. And it's the kind of innings that reverberates around the game, because Hampshire had a moment there. They had a window last night and they had a window this morning where they could have smashed through it and perhaps kept Surrey to something manageable. At one point it looked like perhaps they could keep it to a lead of around 100, 120. Well, the lead is 208, which speaks for itself. And Jordan Clark, on a pitch where no one has really been able to open their shoulders and play freely, has come out there and played an extraordinary knock, really, in the context of this game. And really in the context of this season. This was a big game coming in here, as we've said all along. Hampshire desperate for a result, but they've been pummeled out there this afternoon. And so, on the verge of tea, we're just getting confirmation that they have broken for tea, in fact. So we are going to quickly run round the grounds for tea time scores or approaching tea time scores, and then stay with us because Surrey legend John Surtees is interviewing the real Surrey legend Patrick Pocock about the legacy of the great Raman Sabarot, who died earlier this month. A quick run through of the scores.
We're joined now by Surrey great, and the word great is thrown around a little bit, but I think to talk about this man as a great is entirely fair enough. Pat Pocock, who's joining us from his house in Surrey. Pat, it's absolutely lovely to see you. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this. I wish it was on a happier occasion, but you're here to talk about the great Raman Sabarot, who I know is a huge friend of yours and a huge friend of the club, who sadly passed away last week. Indeed, there was a minute's silence for him just before the game started here on day one. So Pat, start from the beginning. Tell us a little bit about Raman as a player. Tell us about what he was capable of with a bat in his hand on the field.
Well, obviously he was a fine player. You don't play in the positions that he did for our club, Surrey, and also Northants, but also he played for. He got selected to play for the England team, and but what I would like to say is he was the oldest English Test player, and now he's handed over to another big friend of his, Vicky Stewart, who is now the oldest English Test player.
Yeah, that's a wonderful piece of happenstance, isn't it? I think lovely, and it's amazing to think of Mickey having that honour, but a wonderful thing for that one great friend to pass that over to another. Now, a lot of the reason Raman was a very, very fine cricketer, but he's largely remembered as an amazing, trailblazing administrator. He retired quite early, I think, in his late 20s. But tell us about the sort of things that Raman started fresh at the Oval. What did Raman do that was new and different at the Oval when he retired and went into administration?
Raman, he wanted to put Surrey on a new commercial path for the benefit of everybody. He worked very closely with Bernie Coleman, and they were both fantastic people. They had great vision, and with hindsight, and they really did a great job. He did a marvellous job with Surrey as well as the ECB. He did very many various jobs with the he played many various roles over the ECB, and was instrumental in developing a lot of things. And but one of the great things he did for Surrey, and that was to create the club championship.
Surrey Championship, yeah.
The Surrey Championship, yeah. The reason that's so important is not everybody recognises this, but if you take cricket as a triangle, if you increase the base of the triangle, you're going to also increase the progress at the top of the triangle. Now, he contacted the major clubs in Surrey, and he formed a league, and this is so important, because there's one major aspect that, although they should, there's an awful lot of people there who do not realise it, but and this is the view that Raman had as well, and that is, there is no game in the world that mirrors cricket, that mirrors life more than cricket, because because you play an individual game all the time, but this whole time you are fitting in with other people around you, and you have to fit into a team, and that is one reason. I mean, not just restricted to county cricket, but that is one reason why Surrey and Raman was so pleased to start off this new championship, because, as I say, I'd like to repeat it because not enough people understand, or they don't realise it, but there's no game in the world that mirrors life more than cricket, for the reasons I've given.
Amazing. I think it's worth pointing out here that the Surrey Championship, where you're watching this on a Saturday tea time here, in between the coverage of the Surrey's ongoing game against Hampshire. But very shortly, for the rest of the summer, the Surrey Championship is going to be played across the length and breadth of Surrey and South London. There's going to be upwards of 50 more clubs playing teams, first, second, third, fourth, fifth divisions, all over the place. It's a wonderful league, and it really is the heart and soul of club cricket in Surrey, certainly at a performance level. And it's an incredible legacy. I mean, one of many legacies that Rahman has left. That only recently the Surrey Championship celebrated, of course, their 50th anniversary, and you'll even see at the top levels of those games, you'll see Surrey players playing in those teams, professional players from other counties as well as Surrey turning out who aren't playing in county cricket, turning up their clubs on Saturday. It's an incredible legacy of participation cricket, and some cricket played at a very high level that Rahman leaves. Another piece of Rahman's legacy I want to talk to you about was you mentioned the great Bernie Coleman. Firstly, tell us a little bit about Bernie. Talk a little bit about Bernie. Sadly passed away a couple of years ago, but another really great man of Surrey and someone who worked very closely with Rahman.
I knew Bernie for 70 years. I'm 77 now. I knew him. I knew him all the way through growing up. I used to play in the same club side as him. He was godfather to my daughter, and we've known him and he and his wife for years and years. And he was a marvellous person. And when he came onto Surrey and he started the marketing of Surrey in a modern way of doing it, they were dying in the crowds. They really were, because the club sides, when Bernie started up the club sides here, he really inspired and got to improve on the systems that were working in the Midlands and the North. The North has had the league side playing for a long time, and Bernie and Rahman wanted to both catch up on that side. And there's one person, and I won't mention any names, with the ECB, but when Bernie was in charge of the promotion at the Oval, he introduced the perimeter boundary. The perimeter advertising.
Yeah.
And this person from the Oval came to the ground and he looked
from Lords, I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was from Lords, yeah. And he looked out of the window and he said, "Good God," he said, "This looks like a greyhound track." And Bernie said, "Yeah, if it wasn't for those adverts," he said, "it probably would be a greyhound track." So, and that was the sort of thinking that they were both far in advance of the mentality of many of the people at Lords, but he did a fabulous job, both Bernie and Rahman, and they were great mates, and they worked together. They spent huge amounts of time at the Oval, and they were friendly with everybody they met, and when they were introduced to them, they looked at them, and and they tried to help them wherever they could.
Well, I was going to say, Pat, one of the things I think a lot of people remember them, both Rahman and Bernie, most fondly for was the Save the Oval campaign in 1998. What do you remember? What do you remember about that?
Well, Surrey had made some improvements before then, but they weren't improving at the rate that they thought they were capable of. So they tried to encourage people to go at it a slightly different way, and make it more commercial. At the same time as they were great fans of the club, and they promoted all the past issues of the club.
And then a final question. It's a really important thing in the club, I think. This sense of family. We talked about it during the last game when we had Trish Garrard on, who's our current president. But tell us a little bit about just what a great friend Rahman was to you and the club, and what Rahman and this club have meant in your life, Pat.
Well, Rahman was the typical man that everybody would like to see at the club, from a cricket point of view, from a friendly point of view, from a helpful point of view, and most importantly from a guidance point. And he guided the club marvellously, and it was, we've produced some fantastic people like the two Richards of Gould and Thompson, and their class and their skill has been passed through, and it's shown. And Rahman and Bernie were the two people who actually instigated this and made a great job at the Oval the whole time they were involved.
So yeah, you could say that Rahman put the building blocks in place, what this club is now become and what this ground is now become.
Certainly, yes, certainly. He was instrumental in not only the promotion of the club but also the structure of the ground as well. Very, very good.
So I think it's fair we'll end this conversation simply by saying, Rahman Saburo, we salute you. Pat Pocock, thank you so much for your time. Incredibly appreciated as ever. Genuine Surrey legend, and wonderful to have you on our coverage today. Rahman Saburo, great man of Surrey County Cricket Club, will be missed by everyone, not least by you, Pat. Thanks very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval for the final session on this second day between Surrey and Hampshire. Surrey were bowled out on the stroke of tea for 359, an unbeaten 106 from just 102 balls from Jordan Clark. Puts them into a magnificent position, the home side leading by 208 runs as Hampshire's openers make their way out to the middle to begin their second innings. Adam Collins with you for the first half an hour of this stanza. I've got Phil Walker with me. Hello, Phil.
Afternoon, Adam.
That Clark innings, boy oh boy. To think that we were sort of saying, oh, you know, maybe they'll have a dart at the last batting point, 350. Well, did they ever? Even with wickets falling around them. It was a great effort.
Yeah, and it was one of those innings where it crept up on us and then barreled up to us. You know, he was playing alongside Burns and a useful hand, and suddenly you look up and he's 50, 60, and then basically unstoppable. 100 in a session, a rarity.
Yes.
And especially out here.
That was a good pick up from you, the century in a session, rare as it is. The way that he did it, he came in the third over after the break, an extended middle session, but boy, that was a defining contribution. Now the Surrey bowlers can go to work. Ali Orr facing the first ball, made 26 in the first innings. And beaten straight away. It's going to be such a tough start here with the brand new Duke's ball, under lights, leaden skies, all the rest.
Yeah, is it ever? You don't even need to tee it up because it's evident on screen what this is going to be like. Kemar Roach, one of the great bowlers of his era to left-handers, with a new one in his hand, and with the lights on, plenty of runs to play with, a hungry Corden, 3 slips.
Saw Ali Orr in the first innings, keen to get it through the onside whenever he can. So they've got a man, I'd say, patrolling at a catching-ish mid-wicket. Mid-on, fine leg, conventional, behind the wicket, 3 slips at a deep backward point.
Yeah, again, you've got to be pretty mindful of playing through the onside. You would think the natural angle would be into the pads, and so therefore that would be accessible for you, but you've got to be careful.
Here he is, that leg stump line. An early touch for Atkinson, they return for a couple. First runs of the second innings.
Yeah, the point, Adam, is that Kemar Roach manages to stand it up from that angle against the natural sort of angle into that left-hander. He can stand it up Stuart Broad style, and so you've got to be very careful. Anything across the line and you are asking for trouble here.
Shot for none. Also tough for Hampshire as well. They've got to get out of this hole, and to do so they're going to have to bat for, well, 4 sessions or something like that. Bowled out in 44.4 overs in the first innings. So much rests on this new opening partnership. Ali Orr moving to the club over the winter. Talked during his first innings about how well he played in 2022. Before sort of experiencing something like second album blues last year and the move over the winter.
How often do we say that as well about young players, especially young batters in England? You know, the mind wanders to say Tom Lammonby, who we saw here a couple of weeks ago make a good 100 for Somerset, having had a stodgy couple of years. Ali Orr, young cricketer, 23 years old. Significant move, really. The step up as well to Div 1 cricket.
In behind it to finish. First over, 2 for none. They trail by 206.
Yeah, not quite got going yet this year. His score in the first dig was his highest to date, 26. So he will feel, I guess, a degree of expectation and pressure. And Fletcher Middleton, his opening partner, as you say, Adam, a newish opening pair for Hampshire. Fletcher Middleton's a very fine young player, certainly a highly regarded player, son of Tony Middleton, of course, who made lots of runs for Hampshire as an opener back in the maybe late 80s, certainly through the 90s, the early 90s. He was a good player, England A-team player. And he's a good player, Fletcher Middleton's very easy on the eye, made a good 100 last week, but just survived for 2 deliveries to this man Dan Worall in the first.
Away from us, Vauxhall end. Predictably landing it right where he needs to be with his first delivery. Yeah, nice little story that about Tony Middleton being the batting coach, and he's got a brother on the ground staff, Fletcher, who helps prepare the pitches at the Rose Bowl, and he's opening the batting.
I didn't know that.
Family story.
I didn't know that.
But yes, Fletcher last week 116, his first 100 for the club. Had 5 different opening partners last year, which is what they're trying to sort out with Ali Orr coming in. They want to build around these 2 young men. Well wide there by Worrall. So there should be a contrast in the way they play. Middleton, from what we saw last week, can occupy the crease for a long stretch of time, or keener to keep the board moving. Ali Orr's got a list day double ton. Give some sense of the way he can go when in top gear. Four slips for Worrall now. Pulling inside the line there.
Yeah, and that's okay. By Fletcher Middleton, he's perhaps going to be a tiny bit more circumspect this innings.
Had a big Metro bank last year as well. Fletcher Middleton, there's a lot of those younger players who are getting more opportunities in the 50 over tournament, with the more senior members of the side playing in the 100.
Yeah, he made runs against Surrey last year at Guildford, albeit it was a depleted Surrey side due to various machinations, including, of course, how many players were required for the 100. So you saw a couple of players in that Surrey setup that are greenhorns. But nonetheless, he played very nicely against them. As I say, he's good to watch. Got a bit of flair.
Opening the blade. That'll be his first runs. Won't get 4, not quite. Oh, you will. My apologies. There's a little misfield on the rope. Unable to be dragged in. Steal down there.
So 35 overs from the start of this session to negotiate. 33 and a bit now. And you feel like if Hampshire are going to get anything from this game, they have to win this session emphatically.
A beaut to finish. Just the boundary from the over. 2 gone, 6 for none. They trail by 202, the visitors. And look, this is such an important session and week for Hampshire more broadly, having had the 3 draws to start. I know you had a quite detailed conversation about the worth of the draw on commentary earlier today, Phil, so the fact that it's worth a little bit more may not mean as much as it did in previous years, not getting an early win, but still, if they're going to seriously contend, they need to take as much as they can from this game, and it's a long path from here. They might be assisted by rain tomorrow. The forecast isn't that good, but we're so far advanced in the game, it's barely worth mentioning.
Yeah, indeed, and it's been, nonetheless, you say barely worth mentioning, it's been mentioned a lot in our neighbouring box. Various contentions regarding the weather. Daniel Norcross has been catastrophising since about Tuesday morning. Yazrana as well has also been quite pessimistic about our forecast, but I'm not reading that personally. I think the weather is pretty much set fair on Monday, and we might have a few squallies around tomorrow, but I think we're going to see more cricket than not tomorrow. I hope so, for sure. Just a quick word, by the way, if you are in the area and you fancy wandering over for what's going to be a compelling last 2.5 hours or so of today, it's free to get in, folks.
well wide again. You can see a smattering of fans at the top of the Galladari there, up in the on the viewing deck.
Yeah, well, Dino and I spoke about this just before tea, and I guess it's a trade-off. So make sure you got your thickest cagoule up there, but if the mind does wander that way, then you get the full vista of this incredible city of ours.
Short boundary, they'll still get back for 2. Yeah, the 2 new stands, or 3 new stands that have gone up in the London Test grounds in the last few years, but the Galladari here and the new Compton and the new Edridge at Lords, the view at the top of the new Edridge is an absolute belter as well, looking down across the old ground there, and here it's the view across towards town. It's a great way to take in the game from up there.
It certainly is. I first came here in September 1990. Changed a lot since then.
That would have been when, well, this was a series of smaller stands down this side of the ground, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. Also the playing area as well. Now perhaps it's one of those tricks of the mind when you're a young'un and you think that your dad is 7 foot tall and a giant, and you think that everything's vast and big, but my memory is that the playing area was considerably bigger than this back then. And I saw the final day of England-India, and Gower got 150. And I remember Kapil Dev underarming one in from third man, all the way into the keeper's gloves on the full. Just a flick of the wrist, 70, 80 yards. Yeah, my dad woke me up. We were on a school holidays. My dad woke me up and he said, right, come on, Gower's 30 not out. Let's go and do this. But we've got to get there fast, because trust me, he's going to nick one to gully in the first half hour. He got 157 not out in his blue socks.
Was that the innings where, had he not made runs that day, there was a possibility?
Yeah,
he wasn't going to get to Australia.
Exactly that. Yeah,
into the over 10 for none, I should say. 198 the deficit.
Yeah, it was the run-laden India tour, the Gooch 333 tour, and all the rest of it. Azharuddin's 127 at Lords as well, of 80 balls that 100, and Atherton made lots of runs. Ravi Shastri made 180 here, and it was a draw all the way, but Gower still needed a few. And as I say, he came out and played beautifully. Helmetless, hatless, fancy free. And from that moment on, I was besotted, truth be told. He went out to Australia, made a couple of hundreds, flew a tiger moth, fined a grand, and went home in high dudgeon.
Beats the bat. That's a genuine player, Mr. Middleton, not like the previous over where he pulled inside the line at the last moment. Yeah, they were 2 classy hundreds, weren't they? The MCG, when they'd knocked down what was then the Southern stand, they were about to rebuild it with the Great Southern stand, now the Shane Warne stand. So one side of the ground was construction site, so it was a limited capacity. But yes, Gower 100 in a hurry, and then an even quicker one at Sydney, right?
That's right. The Sydney one is a mini masterpiece, and I once upon a time had a 40-minute VHS video of it.
Sure you did. That's pulling inside the line.
It was called, rather optimistically, The Lion Fights Back, right? England 2-0 down already going into the third, and it was a draw. But the whole video is dedicated to that test match, a draw in the third. I say it was 45, it might have been 50 minutes, but it has Gower's knock on it, and I remember it very well because at the other end, Michael Atherton made a 405 ball 100, folks. 405 balls. And I think it was the morning of day 4. Gower was 33 not out, and Michael Atherton was 94 not out, going into the 4th morning. And Gower got there Atherton got there with Gower needing 2 boundaries to beat him to his 100. So in that partnership that morning, Gower made about 65 to Atherton's 6. And then the following test match, he chipped one to deep square at Adelaide and flew the tiger moth, and him and Gooch rarely spoke ever again.
I've had the good fortune of interviewing both Gooch and Gower over the last couple of years for the podcast. And
they've patched it up.
Yeah, it's interesting hearing them talk quite respectfully and deferentially about each other and the importance of that to both of them, that like, over time that they've been able to get beyond what happened towards the end of their international careers, having played so much together, right? Like it's such a sad thing when long-term teammates fall out.
Yeah, and I think, without wanting to dwell too much on it, I think they both recognised that they could have showed a bit more flex to the other at the time. I think Gooch was trying to do something with that England side at the time that Gower was perhaps slightly resistant to, and Gooch's approaches were perhaps slightly trammelled, slightly regimented. Nonetheless, the England cricket team had become a rather decadent beast by that point, and Gower, of course, well, he's always been a touch player.
Speaking of decadent beasts, it's going to be sundries. How many of them? 4 of them, of the Byers variety. Hello.
Haven't seen the oval fox too much of late. Normally makes himself known, or herself known, around about this time.
Often underneath the
underneath the
sight
covers.
screen.
Underneath the covers, yeah, or under the sight screen here at this end.
Well in behind it. Your first memories of the Oval, let's get that at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. My first trip to the Oval would have been in 2005 during the Ashes, but it wasn't the Test match. I came to was it called the Blast in 05? No. It was just a T20 Cup or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it was a blast.
No,
Yeah,
it was a Surrey T20 game, and it was rained out. And I was prone to trying to sort of be places I shouldn't have been around that age. Maybe I still am.
Shot.
It'll do. Not the most convincing timing from Alior, but they'll be 2 and make that 3. They'll take on the captain's arm. No, they won't. At the last minute, they called the whole thing off. Maybe for the best, because that was a bullet arm in from Burns after the 100 earlier today. 17 for none, trailed by 191. And this end of the ground, certainly after the new stand had been built, all the corporate facilities were packing up in here with various corporate boxes. And speaking of, no, that's a wedding.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Just out to our right as we look at it, Adam. The wedding party.
Is that do you reckon that's the pre? No, it's not the wedding. I was going to say, is that the pre-game drinks? It might be the post-ceremony tipple. Very nice, beautiful way to do it.
Yeah, I think there's a few ties undone, so I'm reckoning it's post the gig. Settling in.
We're nearing the real fun bit.
There he is.
Hello. You're on TV, mate. Well done. Don't know whether he's the groom though. He wouldn't have his jacket off this early if he was
I don't think so.
No. I think you had your waistcoat on till about midnight at your wedding, Phil. You were very
till Tuesday afternoon, mate. Don't worry about that.
So I saw one of these corporate boxes. There was a bit of a guest speaker sort of action going. I thought, I'll just have a crack here. So I stumbled in there and did my best and sort of tried to work out who the head honcho was and talked my way into staying. And Alex Stewart was hosting the box.
Oh, right.
You absolute beauty. How good is this? So chewed the gaffer's ear off for half an hour at the time of my life.
Have you reminded him of this since?
No. Hi, Alec, if you're listening.
Yeah,
on the ground.
You have now.
Told him all about the 100 he made at Melbourne in 1998 on the 27th of December, because Boxing Day was rained out. Said that's one of the best Test innings I've ever seen.
And of course,
counter-attacking, they were 2 for sod all early on, and Stewart said, no, I'm not having any of this. And of course, they win the match.
It was the innings as well, just after he'd relinquished the gloves, which he was at pains to point out to me when I interviewed him a couple of years back.
It's not a bad one, actually. Who was the wicketkeeper for England in that game? Think about that.
Warren Hegg?
Yeah, Warren Hegg. That was a beauty. A Test match that was wrapped up inside 3 playing days, having had a whole day washed out on Boxing Day. Much to my devastation as a 14-year-old boy, having gone in there in T-shirt and shorts, 11 degrees, pouring with rain. Anyway, it all worked out well in the end. great finish. I remember the Barmy Army who were sort of sat in the old Bay 13 area, beneath where I was sat, when the final wicket was taken, when Gough knocked over McGrath, didn't he, last wicket?
It was LB, was it?
LB, that's right. Pulled the stump out of the ground, and then the whole Barmy Army did a pitch invasion out to the middle. It was brilliant. You couldn't get away with that now.
More's the pity.
Yeah. So your first memories of being here at the Kia Oval, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Might take Samo's in as well. He's with us. I think Samo did a big long tour of the UK as a younger lad. 94. South Africa's first tour after readmission. Was your first day here a test match or a first class game? Test match. Was that the Devon Malcolm 9 for? Yeah.
I always thought with the Devon Malcolm 9 for, Darryl Cullinan made 94 in that innings. Never gets mentioned, does it? Oh, of course you do, Samo, of course.
Ends the over with a leave outside the off stump. It was quite nice, I thought, that Devon Malcolm was recognised so lovingly at the Wisden Almanac launch week before last, Phil. We were both at that dinner in the long room, and he was presented a leather-bound edition of the year that he was a Wisden Cricketer of the Year, I think I'm right in saying, and he handed one of the Wisden Cricketer of the Year awards out for this year. I mean, these are nice nights all the time, but that was a great touch having him.
It was. There are people who you see around the traps who you smile whenever you see him, and he's right at the top of that tree. There are some people who perhaps play a certain role, and there are some people who are utterly authentic, and he is undoubtedly one of them. The beautiful human being is Devon Malcolm, and richly deserved as well.
I love the fact that he still bowls.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that great?
Yeah.
Like, you know, I don't know how old Devon Malcolm is now, but he plays in those charity games and whatever else, still gets the arm over. 61, Samo tells me. Oh, that's come back off the seam, and that's hit something after it's collided into the inside edge. Possibly glove. We'll need a second look to be sure either way. Or in strike from the first ball, the new Worall set.
He's just got to compose himself here. You can see he's in plenty of discomfort.
Down to the ankle maybe, was that where it landed? Via the glove, either way. As you say, just got to reset here, take a moment as he is. Got a note in here from Jonathan. His first oval test was England-India, 1971. Historic test match. Down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Jonathan says the England team was Edrich, Fletcher, De Oliveira, Knott, Illingworth, Snow, Underwood, and then for India, Gavaskar, Vishwanath, Engineer, Venkat, Chandrasekhara, and Bishan Bedi. I've been hooked ever since, as you would be. They are some names, just to rattle off.
So, was this the almost world record chase?
This was India's first win in England.
First win in England. Right,
yeah.
of course. Okay, of course, yeah. But Gavaskar got loads, and 221.
Oh, a beauty from Worall, just holding its line, and after what happened to Orr earlier in the over, maybe a little bit tentative coming forward, a bit of gardening, taking a deep breath here, young man.
Saw this once or twice in the first innings.
Anchor to the crease a bit, and yeah, that line's just immaculate. Yeah, that test here in 71, so England 355, India 284, England all out 101 in the second dig. Doing the damage there. Chandrasekhara at 6 for 38. Oh, and again, super stuff. And then India chasing 174 and got there with Farooq Engineer and Saeed Abid Ali, who I think he's got an interesting backstory as well. I'm sure Samo will know. But yes, Farooq Engineer, who is still a regular on the England scene, having played so much cricket at Lancs and so on. And another man that's often filmed in corporate boxes during test matches, hosting, to come full circle.
You see Ali Orr here, he's fighting himself. That's better. It's always that that natural temptation, especially with the modern player, to feel bat on ball. And as Worall is almost routinely squaring you up with that late ducking away swinger to the left-hander, you can see his hands are looking for the ball, and he's got to try and just focus on just playing the line and accepting that if the ball beats him, he doesn't need to follow it. He's got to stay in his box here. Otherwise, the body gets a bit skew-whiff, the hands come over.
Oh, squared up. Almost the back of the bat down to deep third. He'll keep the strike all out of that interrogation. One from the over, 20 for none.
Yeah, and we were saying that when he was facing Kemar Roach as well, that you don't want to try and access the onside unless you're absolutely sure you're not going to get that leading edge. And there was just another example of it. But twice earlier in the over, you can see that the hands, the old curtain rail comes across, the bat becomes angled, the toe of the bat still pointing at his feet, where his hands have moved over towards extra cover really, and you get in a right tangle. You know, the best lefty openers, they just play the line, they hold the pose. Burns is very good at that, for example.
Oh, gee, that's what you described before, Phil. Roach straightening it up from round the wicket, so difficult to play. Oars under the pump here. Remember, speaking of really good openers in England during the Aussie summer, had the good fortune of working with Chris Rogers, who made most of his 76 first-class hundreds here in England. And him saying that routinely when watching left-handed openers. You've got to be willing to be beaten outside line of the off-stump by playing the line and not chasing the ball with your hands.
Obviously, Gooch was a right-hander, but he used to say the best players play and miss.
Yep.
And there's an art to it. That's better. That's good. Trescothick, when he was playing well, used to play the line and be utterly unmoved by it. But then it's such a fine line. Look, it's not easy. It's really not easy when you have test class bowlers. Daniel Worall would, if he'd had his time again, different circumstances, he'd have taken 200 test wickets, there's no doubt about it. Kemar Roach has taken 250. So this is the level that this young kid is up against.
Note in from Nick, first memory of the Oval, another good one for England. 97 Ashes Test, and Devon Malcolm storming in from the pavilion end, and Tufnell taking the wicket to win. Tufnell bowling Australia out here at the Oval.
Yeah, with the fag on and the bottle of Bolly with his feet up at the pavilion end. Yeah, I don't know. I remember that almost too vividly. That, of course, being the summer where, for once, as an England fan, we thought we might give you a lot of game.
That first day at Birmingham.
First day at Birmingham. Let's say I chose to take the day off from my A-levels. It also involved a packet of dry roasted peanuts and a bag of tennis balls round my mate Irfan's house. And we watched it all play out. It was extraordinary stuff. We won that test match. God, listen to me now. England won that test. All played a game by Ali Orr. This is better. Won the test by 9 wickets. Alex Stewart smashing it through the covers off Warne. Obviously Nasser's famous double 100. Graham Thorpe made 138. All of that got to Lords. And McGrath, one of the classic power plays really. An alpha move by McGrath. I think he took 8 for 38, but it rained. So we somehow got away with it. 1-0, and then they went to work. And so when we got here for the 6th test, I think it was, England had already given it up. And of course, as was the fashion back then, the best finger spinner in the country, Phil Tufnell, and the fastest bowler in the world, probably, Devon Malcolm, they got their one game. You're going to have a game because it's the Oval. And you see what happens at the Oval. As if to play them anywhere else would be redundant, pointless.
Because Robert Croft was playing to that point, was he not?
Croft did play partly that summer, for sure. Fine bowler. I don't think he quite had the match-changing qualities, though, that Tufnell had. And so even though England nicked that one... Australia chasing, what, 120?
Not many. It was that run of
7?
innings, that run of fourth innings chases where Australia could not seal the deal when chasing anywhere between about 110 and 150.
Yeah. And so Tufnell took 11 in the match, I think, 4 and 7, and England won it by maybe 10 or 15 runs. So, a cracker of a game in and of itself, but still that sense at the end of it of what might have been. We were never up in these series in the 90s. We were always catching you, apart from that one summer. 124 they were chasing, Adam. All out 104, so.
And Manchester's the other sliding doors test match there, isn't it? Steve wore twin centuries on a track that was impossible for everyone apart from him.
I also have a shuddering memory of Mike Smith, left arm seamer, medium pacer, again, stalwart of the Shires, and Matthew Elliott, early part of his career, pushing forward. I think it was Headingley, nicks it straight to Graham Thorpe, in and out. I think he might have been on naught, makes 199.
Yes. Ricky Ponting's first test ton as well in that innings. He was all right, Ponting.
Yeah, he's a good player. Played here, of course.
Yes, Surrey veteran. Capped Surrey player in his brief stay here. John Surtees was telling me about this last week, that Ricky Ponting has his Surrey cap along with a few other artefacts in a glass case with a baggy green, a Tasmanian cap and the Surrey cap, which is pretty cool.
What, back at Surtees' house? Wouldn't put it past him.
Square drive, gets plenty of it. Cut off. Steele's saving a couple.
Looked fairly compact and solid though, wasn't he, Fletcher Middleton here? Not gone looking for it. Not followed the swing. Dan Worall perhaps slightly wider of where he would like to be to the right-hander.
Got a couple more. We're going to be split up in an over or two, so I'll race through these from Don, enjoying the commentary. Cheers. First day at the Oval was 1962, Surrey Essex Day 1.
Yes, mate.
Surrey lost a quick wicket. Oh, shouts, yep. Puts him on his feet, sends him packing. Worrall wins that one comprehensively. Alior, his troubled stay is complete. Gone for 6, Hampshire lose their first wicket in the second innings for 21. They still trail by 187. Phil Walker.
Oh, just class. Real class by Daniel Worrall, because he's not tried it, has he? All innings. Suddenly out of nowhere, the speared in Yorker. Ooh. So Daniel Norcross has joined us in the box, and his finger is perpetually up at moments like this. It certainly swung late.
It did.
Adam.
It did.
And it's pitched on.
This will be an interesting
leg
replay.
Stump, you would say, on balance. I think it's one of those where you can't really complain as a batter when you've been beaten so all ends up. Nonetheless, if we had Mr. DRS with us, then I think that he would be going upstairs for that one.
It just looked out. It looked out live due to the way he fell over. Occasionally you see that, don't you? When a player is so off balance, it can look more out than it might be. I agree. Had that gone upstairs, it might be a touching leg stumping out anyway. But the marginal call goes the way of the home side. Nick Gubbins, who top scored for Hampshire in the first innings with 45, makes his way to the middle. Light still on. Hard yakka.
Yeah, looks superb though, really. We can argue the toss as whether that pitched on or perhaps a half an inch outside the line, but he's beaten him all heads up there, and it was the element of surprise for me. Caught me unawares as well. You could hear the yelp from both of us here in the commentary box, and it's just such a clever piece of thinking really by Dan Worall, who's been nagging away on a predictable length. An effective one, of course, but you knew what you were getting with him until suddenly he spears it in, utterly deliberate. Alior taken by surprise.
Again. Successful over for Surrey, 21 for 1. So just to return to Don here, This is 1962 Surrey Essex Day 1. Surrey lose an early wicket, but end the day on 350 for 1. Mickey Stewart, 200 not out. And the late Ken Barrington, 130 odd not out. Egg and tomato sandwiches. Happy days. Still get to the Oval when I can. And
isn't that beautiful?
Gem. And Nigel the year after. 1963, England West Indies. Conrad Hunt got 80 and 108. To the absolute delight of the large West Indian crowd, stood on the terracing along the Harleford Road side, banging their beer cans together. Absolutely wonderful atmosphere. Got me hooked on cricket. What a gem. What a time.
Well, that's it, isn't it? That's it. The 63 game against the Windies and the 66 game against the Windies here. Those two tours, those London Test matches, the melting pot that was London at that time, the expression of national racial identity spilling out, spooling forth from the bleachers onto the pitch and back again. I mean, what a time to be watching cricket. My old man, at the risk of sounding incredibly nostalgic as we reach 5 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, still talks about his afternoon with Wesley and Charlie and Sir Gary. Still talks about it. 1966 here. Wes Hall and Charlie Griffiths bowled England out in an afternoon, and Sobers did the business with the ball, in fact. And my dad, as a left armer, was in love with Sobers.
Leg slip in.
Yeah, interesting actually, and you can understand with that hoop coming in now from Kemar Roach, who likes to go wide of the crease. Umpire, in fact, looking at that now, just checking where the front foot is landing. But Roach will be looking to get into the pads, into the gloves, into the rib cage as well. And it looks like Dan Lawrence there at leg slip.
Edged and taken at second slip. Wickets in consecutive overs for the hosts. First it's Worall, now it's Roach. It's been so predictable over the last couple of years. They always strike with the new ball. Both wickets falling with the score on 21. Middleton gone for 10. Pope safe at second slip. They're still behind by 187.
Yeah, as you say, Pope safe at slip. Got good hands, caught well in the first dig. That was straight in, but good teams take them. Fletcher Middleton's not done too much wrong, perhaps slightly indeterminate foot movement. Neither one thing nor the other. Caught on the crease. It's just held its line. And, you know, Surrey, they find the edge. That's the thing. The percentage of chances that have found that edge across the course of the game are well up there, and that's a sign not of luck but of quality.
Just as the Surrey ground staff are making their way around to the covers as well, might well be the case that there's rain on the radar. They don't tend to come around this way unless they think there's going to be some kind of interruption. But yes, 2 wickets with Hampshire on 21. Or their Middleton, both young openers gone to the experienced men, Worall, Roach. And still with Atkinson and Clark to come. It does not relent here at the Oval. And walking out at number 4, it's the skipper, James Vince.
Yeah, you're seeing a very special cricket team here. You think of all the theories that would have been flying around across the winter, how to stem the tide. Somerset came up against Surrey here a couple of weeks ago, played well, but still found themselves scrapping to save that one. The weather helped them out a little bit too. Hampshire here, well, they're staring down the barrel, 187 behind, 2 down already. And it's the old Mike Tyson line, isn't it? Everyone's got a plan until they get smashed in the face. So James Vince, who managed 5 in the first innings and averages 18 here at the Oval across 10 games, needs a score.
Just 2 slips, interestingly. Leg slip as well. Attacks the stumps to begin off the mark first ball.
And I have to say, as a neutral here, Adam, I would like to see him get a few. not because he's so much because he's easy on the eye, but because he's endured a miserable day here. Some of his manoeuvres in the field as captain didn't work. He dropped Jordan Clark towards the end at deep mid-on. He's watched his seamers run in hard for limited luck, you would say, overall on the balance of play, and he can't find a run historically here at the Oval, so I hope he goes okay for his own peace of mind.
22 for 2. And after those 2 wickets, a beaming Daniel Norcross, big smile on his face. He's jumping in to replace me. I'll leave it with you, Phil Walker.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. So 22 for 2. Nick Gummins, who played very nicely in the first innings of 45, really the only top order player to show any resistance, fought hard. He's just faced a couple of deliveries here, and these two really, you feel, if Hampshire are going to wheedle anything out of this game, it really does come down to these two as the 2 senior men.
Well, they're doughty. They're doughty, Hampshire. They've got a good record lower down the order. I mean, they're missing the likes of Holland and Barker. This is true. But they'll fight all the way, you know, Hampshire. But a big blow to see both openers back in the space of 5 minutes. And Dan Worall has got a ball that's now doing a bit more than talking. It's really been quite charming, quite imaginative, quite
loquacious. Loquacious.
Yeah. And it's doing his bidding, crucially. You can ask it to go make you a cup of tea. It can work out how to walk its way to its own primary school now, as long as it's within about 600 yards. It's that kind of a ball.
He's just a joy to watch, isn't he, Dan Worall?
Yeah.
He's a real artist. Aesthetically, got a lovely action, but there's real method and science behind it, from the angled run up to the perfect side-on approach, guaranteed to get some swing if it's available.
And he beats the bat again.
And that one you can see, Dan, just the way he rips the fingers down the left-hand side of the ball, so an authentic leg cutter at pace.
This is about as testing a condition as you're going to get in the county championship here. You've got a warmed-up Dan Worall with a ball that's moving around on a pitch that's responding in light that's poor, with the awareness that rain is not far away. They're almost certainly aware of these things, and they get into your head. He's up against it here, Vince.
Yeah, that he is. We were talking just earlier, Daniel, about first experiences of the Oval, by the way, as you join us, Adam and I, and the emails are flowing in. Surrey Broadcast at gmail.com. I'm sure you will, but just to say that the latest that's jumped up on our video printer has not yet been read out.
Oh, has it not?
No.
No, well, we'll have that one.
So we'll certainly have that.
It's a lengthy one, so it might have to happen between balls.
A theme is the span of history in these emails that are now coming in for us. How much of it's baked into the soil here, you know.
Oh, isn't it just? So I can't see who sent this email yet.
Scroll down, Dan.
Well, I'm trying. I try to do these things.
Hold on.
No, I've done it. There we go. It's Terry Beckwith. It's Terry Beckwith. He's only 84 years old. Do you know my first long-term girlfriend lived on Beckwith Road?
Right.
Yes, it brings back lovely memories. She now lives with her husband Aladdin in Melbourne. Yes. I don't think that was ever destined to work out between us. Oh, he's flirted at that one. You're back with us, Phil?
Yeah. I'm not playing that game. Read out Terry's email.
Terry Beckwith. He's 84 years young, he says. Hello. Having lived in the London County Council flats off Harleyford Road, opposite the Oval, in the early 1940s, my first experience of watching Surrey cricket was probably 48 or 49. 1948 or 49, of course. The team included openers Fishlock and Edridge. Not Edrich. Oh, I swung a little late. Pads are in danger there for a moment. End of the over, 22 for 2 from 10. Still 186 runs in arrears. PBH May, Barrington, Surridge, Laker, Locke, Eric and Alec Bedson, McIntyre behind the stumps, Peter Loader et al. Won the championship 7 consecutive years. Great and happy days. Those are my dad's days. And that was what got me the bug, of course. He would wax lyrical about that team. But I didn't come here first until 1976, aged 7, when I sat in what I think was the lock stand. It was up where the Galladari stand is now. And I came with my 17-year-old brother, who had no interest in sport whatsoever. He had interest in altogether different sorts of pursuits. And my dad. And family legend has it that I did not move a muscle from 11 o'clock to 6:30 in the drought year of 76, while Viv Richards... Well, actually, I was watching Dennis Amiss. Dennis Amiss got his 203 in the second innings, because we had to have that awful thing, a family holiday. Oof. And it had been in Wales, and radio reception was so poor that my dad and I had to go and find a hill that we could sit on top of just to hear Test Match Special. TV obviously didn't work in a farmhouse in Wales.
Meanwhile, Nick Gubbins has been bothered by the kit of pigeons behind Kemar Roach.
Well, I don't know what he can do. Yes, you're absolutely right. Are we going to wait for pigeons to leave?
You've got to crack on, haven't you?
Oh, when in Rome, mate. When in Rome.
Yeah, indeed. It's priced in. It's like the tree at St Lawrence.
I'm sorry, I've not got time for this anti-pigeon prejudice. So yeah, that was my day, and I just got burnt to a crisp. Didn't notice it. My brother spent the entire time wandering around various different bars, and I watched Greenwich and Fredericks put on, I want to say, 186 for none. West Indies didn't enforce the follow-on. They had a lead of 250 odd. Decided to let their bowlers rest up because it was incredibly hot. Baked earth, scorched earth it was. I remember the pictures. But I got to see Michael Holding coming in basically from the boundary to bowl, and then Greenwich and Fredericks flayed the ball around for 35 overs or so, which seemed extraordinary scoring rate in those days. Couldn't believe my eyes. Roy Fredericks just wearing a cap. He had quite bouncy hair, and the cap was sort of precariously held on. He probably needed a hat pin. And he used to do that wonderful flamboyant pull with one leg off the ground. And obviously, Gordon Greenwich, it instilled a lifelong love. And I think I heard you talking about the clanking cans. It sort of started in 76, the clanking cans. And then I came back for every Oval Test, but first one when I was a teenager, when Different Delights open up, 1984. The famous, well, we called it the blackwash, but Viv Richards calls that the whitewash because he calls 1985-6 the blackwash.
Of course. It's like when I went to Vietnam and they called it the American War. Of course they did.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, of course. This makes sense. Spanish flu. They didn't call it that in Spain. I can tell you that for now. Nicely driven. Full width. And Gubbins is going to take whatever's on offer.
Well, exactly that.
Floaty.
Exactly, Daniel, and they have to. It's pointless. We're just prodding around now. The only way that they're going to get out of this deep hole is by playing a few shots. Chancing to the fates a little.
There's a little bit of late movement there, wasn't there? But
he's ridden it nicely, though. And it was a shot that he struggled to get away with in the first innings.
Tempter left alone. So I was out on the terrace, Hollyford Roadside, 1984, and this wonderful West Indian fellow with very, very bad cataracts, must have been in his 70s, was drinking hooch from an unlabelled bottle. I was sat next to him. I was pretty much the only England fan there, and we got chatting. He's asking me, my favourite players were. Again, nicely driven, but picks out the field. End of the over, 28 for 2 off 11. And England were having a brief moment, sort of 45 minutes without losing a wicket. And he stood up to the rest of his West Indian sporting fans, and he said, pointed at me and he said, you know, this lad suffered enough. I think it's time we cheered the English. And they all did for 5 minutes. 4 was hit and they all stood up and cheered and clanked the cans. And, you know, the players must have thought, what's going on here?
Yeah, yeah.
Then a wicket fell. And he turned to the boy and said, this is ridiculous. The English are rubbish. Back to our boys. You know, it was just a lovely atmosphere.
Yeah,
For
sure.
Collegiality, conviviality, love of the game. And I felt that they were very badly treated, those fans. You found, even here to an extent, there were issues of, you know, the music being played and the cans being clanked as if this wasn't cricket. And we were supposed to sit in respectful silence, you know, as if we were listening to a sermon.
Sure. Yeah. And yet, for a kid such as you, that was cricket.
Yeah.
Right? That was the embodiment of cricket.
Absolutely.
That kind of,
well, this was
clattering joy, that colour.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This was what I was used to. And he gave me a bit of his hooch. Thank goodness me. I can still remember the taste of it. It was, it must have been a kind of homemade rum. It was about 70%, I think.
So we can date it back to 1984, late August, and the chap just at deep mid-wicket. Okay.
Yeah, I can still see his face.
Yeah.
His eyesight wasn't great. He had rather filmy eyes.
He has a lot to answer for.
He's a lovely fella.
So you'd have been, what, 15, 16?
15.
15.
Yeah. Drinking hooky hooch. And in the end, I just ended up supporting the West Indies.
Of course. How could you not?
How could you not? They were mesmerising. Utterly brilliant. Richard Sutton's been in touch. That one swung back in at Vince. Predominant direction of travel from Worall has been to try and nick the outside edge, which he's been successful in so doing a few times in this match. So Richard says, my granddad took me to the final 1964 test against Australia. It was the day Fred Truman took his 300th test wicket. That's
wow.
Great commentary on that.
Yeah.
It was an overcast morning and the anticipation was hanging in the air. We had to wait until just after lunch for Fiery Fred to have Neil Hawke caught at slip by Colin Cowdrey. Hawke shook Fred's hand as he walked off. He got quite the ovation, did Hawke. Oh, he's gone after that. So easily have nicked that. That, I'm afraid, is a very James Vincian way of approaching a ball in that area. It's what makes his fans weep tears of frustration.
Yeah.
On this occasion, he is the unluckiest cricketer in the world. I think somebody did a study on this, didn't they?
Yeah, it was published on Wisden.com. I think Ben Jones from CricViz may have written it.
Yeah. So it's expected wickets against the ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
His problem is he's so good. He nicks balls he's supposed to miss.
But someone like Dan Worall is his nightmare. It's that full length, and it's that compulsion to try and find bat on ball, and it's that late swing. And Worall is the master at that.
He's turning Vince's power against him, isn't he?
Yeah, that's it.
He's like a Star Trek monster that absorbs. The more you attack it, the stronger it gets.
Yeah.
Like the Borg.
So, out and out pace, Vince has no problem. No problem at all. Out and out pace. He'll lean on it, thank you very much. But sharp, late swinging, right arm brilliance is his nightmare.
Well, I would say that would account for quite a few.
But it's about the pace, though, Dan.
Yes.
It's Worall is fast enough through the air that you can't adjust. Anyway, I'm off.
Is that it, you for the day?
I'm done for the day.
Well,
I'll be watching till the end, though.
You'll be here tomorrow?
I am here tomorrow, yeah. Yeah. To hopefully see a spirited rear guard. I don't want Hampshire just to fall over here. Yeah, I want to see a game take place tomorrow and them to be stretched at least, Surrey. And hopefully we'll have more than half a day's play tomorrow. The weather is a bit iffy.
Tricky morning. It's a tricky morning. The ground staff are going to have the work cut out, but they're very good, though. The handlers here.
Anyway, I'm going to depart. Dean Wilson is ready and raring to go.
as Kemar Roach has finished his spell. Our first bowling change in this second innings, and Jordan Clark, who grabbed 3 wickets in the first innings. He's bowled very well this season, and he will be buoyed, no doubt, by that scintillating 100 that he scored earlier today. It's a knock of great class. He's starting round the wicket, and Dean Wilson has come to join me. Hello there.
Hello there. I always say that runs will translate into confidence with the ball and vice versa, which is interesting, because when they don't get any runs, of course, they feel, well, I can make an impact with the ball. So,
yes,
you know, whether they get runs or not, it means
doesn't matter, does it?
It doesn't make no difference whatsoever. But yeah, Jordan.
I'm not sure how you would work it out either. Maybe Andrew Samson's got a kind of a method for an algorithm that can work out whether runs translates into wickets, but I suppose that's the reason you don't often get 110 wickets in a match, isn't it?
Indeed.
It's very difficult to do both.
Slightly gloomy vista as Clark comes in, and you can really see the shadows across the ground, not the shadows from the lengthening shadows from the sun, but the foreshadows of the floodlights.
And you're not foreshadowing something here, are you?
Well,
the worst phrase in cricket. The floodlights have taken over from the natural light, and none of us know what it means.
Well, all I know is that there are foreshadows to each player.
Now, Dean, Andrew Samson, quick as a flash, just like that, has got a measure of an answer for you. So in matches,
what was the question?
Well, the question is sort of, will the confidence of that 100?
Oh yes,
you know. Now, all we can do here is tell you what's happened in the past, because that's how, you know, we're not here to predict the future.
If you could tell me what's happening in the future, I'd be delighted.
Well, sadly, we can't do that, but Andrew Samson can tell you what has happened in the past, and I will tell you after this ball. On the occasions that Jordan Clark has scored 100,
the 4 occasions that he scored 100.
3 before this, so 3 before this innings.
Yeah.
So, on the 3 previous occasions, how many wickets do you reckon he's taken on those occasions? Archie's got 100.
How many times do I think he's taken?
No. How many wickets do you think he's got in total?
Yeah. After
he's scored 100.
I will ponder for a moment.
Yeah, have a little ponder. We like the quiz aspect, and I saw how you reacted to yesterday's quiz when you said a quiz and Phil Walker insisted on answering it almost before you finished the question.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you've got to allow a little bit of rumination. Well, look, I would say that Jordan Clark probably on average in his career takes roughly 1.5, maybe 2 wickets an innings. And
now has that bounced just in front of Dan Lawrence? I think it has, but it's taken the edge, all right. End of the over, just fencing at that, Gubbins. We'll have another little look at this. 30 for 2. As Clark's in that round the wicket line, it just holds up a bit and it bounces. Yeah, it's a good metre in front. Awkward little bounce. It stung his fingers on this cold day. So you go 1.5 to 2 wickets per innings.
Yeah, so that's what. So I'd say that would be his kind of benchmark. Yeah. So I'm using a bit of logical thought here, or trying to.
Yeah.
I would say then. So we're talking about 300. So 3 innings, and one would assume there'd be an extra little boost of confidence, maybe. So nudge that average from maybe 1.5 to maybe 3-ish, 2.5 to 3. So maybe 9 wickets across the 3 innings.
Average.
I'll give him a bonus wicket. I'll say 10 wickets from those 300s. Okay. And I think that'd be a decent return.
Sorry, I thought he might have got a little nick on that, but he hasn't. Through to the keeper, and again, beautiful bowling in the channel. So you're up to about 10 wickets here.
So I'm up to 10, and what I hope that'll be my answer. I'll say 10.
Okay.
But what I hope is the actual answer is either 1 or 20.
What average are you going to give him?
Average? Bowling average for those 10 wickets?
Yeah.
I think he's probably... Well, Here's my theory.
Oh, now then. Again, the ball swings away. It gives the impression of taking the edge because it moves so much after the forward prod from Vince. But Vince at the moment hasn't got a clue how to play Worrall. He's been beaten 4 or 5 times now in the last 8 balls he's faced from Worrall. But he's hanging on in there.
I would say that he's got the enthusiasm and the energy from the runs that leads to wickets. But then he's also a bit tired because he scored all those runs.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So actually...
a few loose balls in there, you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's better played by Vince, getting right forward.
And I think that probably there's a few 4 balls in there. I think there's probably maybe thrashing about of a team, coming under the pump.
Because if Jordan Clark's got 100, it's down the order.
Yeah.
So they're demoralised.
They're demoralised, absolutely.
Yeah. All makes sense.
So I think he's taken 10 wickets at 42.
At 42? Really? Okay. They've kept him on for a while. But I suppose it's a good deck, isn't it? Very possibly.
Yeah. 10 wickets at 42.
Okay.
I hope he's taken 20 at 14.
Unfortunately, no.
Oh. He really is tired then.
Yeah, he really is tired. He's taken 3 wickets at 87.
Well, there you, there you have it.
and this is the wonderful thing about cricket, isn't it? Because absolutely everything you said there, I think as everyone was listening in, they're going, this is sage logic. They're nodding their heads. They're going, Dino knows what he's talking about. Yeah. I like the sound of it.
Yeah. 3 at 80. Okay.
3 at 87.
So were all 3 in one innings, or did he get 1 per 100? Does it guarantee him a wicket?
He's gone for the pull there. He's only going to get the single for it. I'm going to apply retro logic to this right now. So before we get to, because I didn't know, I did know the answer while you were talking.
Okay.
But while I was listening to your logic,
hence the smirk on your face.
But while I was listening to you, I was thinking this all makes absolute sense. But I suppose the other kind of logic is that if Jordan Clark's getting 100, this is no reflection on Jordan Clark, but he's traditionally batted sort of 8 and below. So we're probably, not always, but probably looking at a pretty good deck where it's hard to get people out. If he's getting 100, he's been able to bat for quite a long time, and people are batting around him for a long time. And he'd have been batting with the tail, and they're not getting out. So I suppose he's often scoring hundreds into the over 31 for 2 in quite high scoring encounters. Would that be correct, Andrew?
Yeah.
Yes.
3 1-fers.
He's got 3 1-fers.
3 1-fers. So he is
consistent,
enthused by the runs, but he's probably bowling to his around his average.
100 out of 470 he got. 1 out of 603. 355. That's very similar to today, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, today's 100 was a terrific knock, wasn't it? Great counter-attacking. No one had looked able to play an innings like that in the entire match. Granted, the bowlers would have been a bit tired, but he did a lot of his work against a new ball. I mean, all of it, basically, didn't he?
Well, absolutely. Yeah, it was a terrific. I wouldn't say counter-punch, because it wasn't as though Surrey were in any difficulty, but it was a change of gear, wasn't it? It was a move into top gear from.
I mean, when he came in, they were only 60, 70 odd ahead, weren't they? So I mean, they weren't in trouble, but by the same token, they weren't in a dominant position, and then he then dominated through to the close of the innings.
Now, I heard you talking on the stream a little earlier about memories of your first trip to the Oval.
Oh yes, what are yours?
Which is a great subject, and I hope lots of people have been getting involved and emailing in, because it's such a rich and storied history here.
Oh, he's played that so late, Vince.
Maybe this is, without giving our ages away, but your reference was, I think, to the West Indians in '76.
Yes, that was mine.
Well, my first visit to the Oval was also during a visit of the West Indies, but that was '84.
Yes, I was here for that one too.
You were here for that one? I was sat with my dad over in
the gas holder side.
Gas holder side.
Right. Yeah, I was opposite you. Yeah. Oh my word, he's gone through him again, and Vince is playing quite late. I would ignore the speed gun here. I don't think it is 66.6 miles an hour. I think it was a little bit nippier than that. And Vince, we just take a look at this on the replay. This is the second time he's had a full ball, and he's played a shot that John Arlott might say not so much late as posthumous.
Ball not getting up too high. There's been some variable bounce out there, and get one like that on the stumps, he could be in trouble.
Oh, he turns him round there. This is a searching examination from Jordan Clark. So 1984, you've come with your dad. Who are you supporting? Supporting the West Indies?
I suppose.
I mean, I virtually was myself.
I suppose I was really. Why not? I actually, I just did what my dad did, really.
Right.
And very much, West Indies fans, sat in amongst a throng of West Indies supporters, very vibrant. I remember how noisy it was a hot and noisy and kind of.
Oh, and again he beats the bat. In that over, sorry to interrupt, I think he beat the bat authentically 3 times. He turned Vince round once, and he played a false shot down into the ground to the second slip. He did pretty much everything he could in that over, Jordan Clark, except get the wicket. 31 for 2 after 15.
And it'll be marked just as the maiden.
Yeah.
But actually, I don't recall the cricket too much, because I was quite young and I actually ended up sleeping on my dad's knee for quite some time. But I do remember, because it was so hot. That's why I got quite sleepy. But just the sounds, the sights and the sounds, really were what I can remember more than anything else, and just the sense as well. It was the fifth test of 5, and West Indies obviously going for that what they called the blackwash, and just the dominance of the West Indies at that time. It was a very much a kind of carnival atmosphere. But
I'm not liking the look of this. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it looks like the umpires have decided that, yes, the dreaded phrase, the floodlights, they've taken over from natural lights. Rory Burns is just wanting a little clarification from the umpires here, who will now take a meter reading. This will be the reading they use for the rest of the match, and it's disappointing, because for Surrey, they would feel they were very much on top in that phase of play, and I'm afraid that the skies are filled in. The promised rain has not yet arrived, but it's hard to see how this is going to get lighter, I've got to say. I don't know. The umpires will have to hang out there for a while as the players make their way off and the ground staff come on precautionarily, because rain is forecast, but it's sort of forecast to sort of slip through.
So the interesting thing there is, and Rory Burns clearly having a bit of a conversation, but the light genuinely doesn't appear to have got that much or significantly worse over the last 5 or 10 minutes. It's been this kind of gloomy. I did, sort of mentioned it when I came on about 10-15 minutes ago, and it hasn't really changed. But the only thing that was about to change was that Rory Burns had asked Gus Atkinson to take his sweater off.
And Gus Atkinson's deemed to be just too fast?
I guess that caused the umpires to think, well, hang on a minute, this might just be a bit too quick.
But isn't that weird and arbitrary? Because you've got Worall bowling at 87 miles an hour and swinging the ball late.
Yeah.
And Atkinson doesn't always bowl at that speed. He bowls. He can bowl the odd ball that's coming through at 90. He can bowl at 85. And also, did they give him the option of Cameron Steele and Dan Lawrence?
Well, exactly. And also, maybe if Rory had said, okay, well, it's actually going to be, Kemar Roach is going to come back on as Kemar Roach had bowled previously. Would that be okay? Was there any question or option given to him? Perhaps not. The umpires have just made the decision themselves and said, right, you know, that's it. We think it's too dark. And as you said, Dan, I don't see it getting any brighter between now and close. So we'll hang out and see what decision is made. But they're scheduled to have another 20 overs here today. We certainly won't be seeing that, but
well, you wouldn't have thought so, but the thing is, if it lifts a bit, then they can just bowl the overs. Why don't we take a look? It is now raining. It is. We've got news. This is the great thing about the live stream here. We put doughty people out on gantries and out in the open in beanies and 4 layers and whatever, and then they come back to us and say, boss, it's raining. It's raining. It's now raining. We were expecting some rain, but before we take a little break, why don't we take a look at the 2 Hampshire wickets to fall in the second innings. This is Dan Worall to Ali Orr. It's a lovely late in swinging Yorker. It looked really out in real time. When you look at it again, it might have been drifting down. And then the second wicket to fall, Fletcher Middleton, caught at slip by a jubilant Ollie Pope. And those 2 wickets falling in consecutive overs to make Hampshire's task, if it wasn't uphill already, when it's positively vertiginous here, 31 for 2. They're 176 runs behind. Gubbins and Vince there, but Vince has been given a real working over by Jordan Clark at the previous over. And then it was decided by the umpires that it had got just that little bit too dark. The covers, though, are now coming on. They're being dragged on. This is the rain we were expecting. I'm still not 100% convinced that this is going to be stumps, you know, because my weather app. Well, shall I just before we go off air? Let's take a little look, because I think my weather app said something really quite alarming along the lines of, well, the rain's going to last for about 20 minutes or something.
While you're searching through your weather app, let's have a little tour around some of the other.
Oh, can we start at Durham? Do you mind?
Okay, let's go up to Durham. Let's go right up to the northernmost ground. Durham versus Essex, and Essex 278 for 3 in reply to Durham's 358 all out. They trail by 80 runs, and 100 there for Feroz Kushi, 107.
So sorry, they're 3 down now.
They're 3 down.
3 down.
I did say 3.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was doing some production meetings. I'm just saying goodbye to Ricky Alcock, who is our lunchtime guest. I've no doubt we've recorded that, and we will be able to put that out for those of you who missed it. It was a scintillating chat with a truly great man. His book, Balls to Fly. Go and buy it instantly. It's been lovely having him today on our live stream. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Dino. So they're 3 down, and so the third wicket to fall would have been Nick Brown, would it?
No, Nick Brown is not out.
So Kushi's out.
Kushi's out. Right. Jordan Cox is 7 not out.
Just a little note on that. Durham having a tough time with the ball, and when you look at the quality of their attack, they must have been playing on some pretty placid wickets, because they've got about as good an attack as you could hope for in the First Division, and yet we're seeing enormous scores racked up against them, aren't we?
Well, I certainly thought that the Kookaburra ball experiment would be most, shall we say, frowned upon by the Durham set, with the quality of bowling that they got, and just not able to get any joy or any real success with it. But obviously now they've got the Duke back in their hand, and still finding wickets hard to come by. And yes, that surface up there in Chester Street, I mean, it's a terrific facility up there, and the pitch is a beauty. Huge surface, and yeah, obviously one for the batters at the moment. Sam Cook and Dean Elgar opening up for Essex. Feroz Kushi with 100 at number 3, and then, as I say, Nick Brown and Jordan Cox, the 2 not out batters at the moment. So 282 for 3 in reply. That game is ongoing. It hasn't been disrupted by the weather just yet. We've got a delay here for rain, and also at Edgbaston, where Notts and Warwickshire. Warwickshire 71 for 3 in reply to Nottinghamshire's 400 all out, but delayed by rain, and they're expecting to get back out at 5:30, so about 6 minutes time. They expect to get a bit more play up there in the Midlands. Somerset against Worcestershire. Worcestershire playing the home side, but playing in Kidderminster, as their new road ground is slowly, I'm not going to say but surely drying out, because there's still so much rain around, but yeah, pretty difficult conditions for them down there. So this game at Kidderminster, Somerset 309 for 9 declared. Worcestershire in reply 107 for 1. Match has been delayed by bad light. Jake Libby 56 not out, Gareth Roderick 28 not out. And then yeah, that's all the scores from Div 1 at the moment. We'll check out Div 2 as well. Let's see what else is.
Can we start at Yorkshire?
There's a lot of games delayed. Let me just move further on. Yes, at Yorkshire there is cricket being played at Headingley. Yorkshire 450 for 5 declared.
Yeah, Brooke got 100.
Hundreds for a couple of England men. Brooke got 100. Joe Root got 100.
Good day for England men, isn't it? That's those 200s and a double 100 for Ben Duckett as well.
Absolutely. And in reply, not a bad start. Well, in fact it was a bad start, but actually they managed to steady the ship. Derbyshire 128 for 3.
Wayne Madsen going strong.
47 not out for him.
Our producer Sharky's got him in his fantasy team. He's the only bright spark in what has been a pretty lacklustre round for poor old Sharky.
And a half century not out for Brooke Guest. So after a tough start, they were 23 for 3, but they've made a recovery up to 128 for 3, and that is ongoing up at Headingley. Middlesex are playing Gloucestershire down in Bristol, and that's been delayed by bad light, but in response to Middlesex's 203 all out yesterday, Gloucestershire 271 for 6, lead by 68.
Those are two good sides, aren't there? I would say there's quite a few good sides in the second division, thinking about it. You've got that Middlesex have beaten Yorkshire. Yorkshire you'd be expecting to do well. Gloucestershire having come down last year, have got some handy players, and then there's Sussex, who have had a bit of a resurgence this year. We're not even mentioning the fact that Leicestershire have had not a surprisingly good start, but a good start to the season. So it's a competitive old division down there.
It is competitive. I think that is the word I'd use for sure. I think, yeah, everyone feels that they can get something against each other, and playing some pretty positive cricket. Northamptonshire scoring lots of runs.
Oh, Northampton, of course, yeah.
Northampton are doing pretty well. Emilio Gay catching the eyes.
I haven't seen, is it Ricardo Vasconcelos playing? A man whose name is impossible to say without putting on a bad Sean Connery.
He is playing just the 30 for him yesterday. Emilio Gay got 88.
66 would have been better.
But George Bartlett with 126 not out for him in there, 453 for 7, and in reply, Leicestershire going okay, 97 for 2, with Lewis Kimber 47 not out and Lewis Hill 18 not out. That game currently delayed by bad light. And that, I believe,
is that it?
That concludes today's county roundup.
That concludes the votes from the Latvian jury. Well, team, I don't bring you marvellous news. The rain is falling. It's not massively heavy, but I've checked the radar and it's set in for well over an hour. So I think our chances of getting any more play today are extremely slim.
Yes.
We've had a great day. It's been a day dominated by the champions once again. Yesterday, both sides went toe-to-toe, but when Surrey resumed this morning on 1-2-3 for 5, with Kemar Roach and Rory Burns in Stygian gloom and arrested Abbott and Abbas, we wondered whether we might have sort of a one innings game, whether Surrey might sort of creep up towards 200, have a slender lead. Well, it wasn't to be. Kemar Roach batted fantastically, undoubtedly, with his captain Rory Burns, who got his first 100 in 2 years, and really good knock it was too. Full of denial, brilliant leaves, some lovely drives, great cuts. He got a bit stuck for 34 balls in the 90s, but he got over that, and he was partnered in a splendid partnership with Jordan Clark, who was spectacular today. He hit a 100 at better than a run a ball, and that just took Surrey out of sight. It lifted a lead that might have been 50 or 60. It might have even have just been 100, but to the giddy heights of 208 from where they were able to snatch 3 batting points. And then after tea, Hampshire came out. They lost those 2 wickets for their 2 openers, Ali Orr, Fletcher Middleton, to an LBW off Worall, and a catch to Ollie Pope. So 31 for 2 is the score. The deficit is 177. Gubbins and Vince are there. Rain is setting in now and is expected to fall for the best part of the next 12 hours. So the ground staff are going to have an awful lot of work to do to get the ground fit for duty at some point tomorrow. We're expecting the rain to hang around into the late morning. There may be the odd shower here and there, but we should get some play tomorrow. It may be enough to finish the match, but the forecast for Monday is much, much better. So the prospects of a result are certainly there, but for now, we're not going to see any more play, and I will be very, very surprised if we see any more play at all today. 31 for 2. So, assuming that we don't get back on, all that's left for us to say is our thanks to Dean Wilson, to Andrew Samson, to Phil the Power Walker, to Adam Collins, to Taha and Yaz, who've been in today, I believe, and especially to Ricardo Elcock, who gave us such a fantastic, insightful interview during the lunch break about his book, Balls to Fly, written by him, not ghost-written. It's a very authentic tale of struggle and tragedy and inspiration, really, and determination. I urge you to go and get yourself a copy of it. It's well worth the read. But for us, until what I'm expecting to be 10 to 11 tomorrow, in the anticipation that there's going to be no more players, the spectators have reached that conclusion for themselves. The wind has dropped and the rain is falling, the light is miserable. It's a pretty familiar tale in this so-called spring. From us all, we bid you a fond farewell.